What's going on, everybody? Welcome to today's AfreecaTV Omega Strikers Invitational. We have got 16 of the best Omega Strikers teams in North America facing off to be crowned a champion and to get themselves solid chunk of that $1,000 prize pool. My name's Gordo. I'm joined today by Borg. And Borg, we're back together. We've brought the duo
Oh
back
yeah,
for the AfreecaTV Invitational. It's been a little long. We missed out on NASL finals, but we're back, baby.
yeah, it's okay. I had a K-bot cover for your absence, but we're back. It's all right. Hey, maybe next season, right? We'll finally get a
We'll get
playoff
there.
cast in. But I mean, we're back, and we'll be getting some good games in here soon. And yeah, I mean, I'm just excited for this tournament because I think we're talking a little bit earlier, right, about kind of the narratives and stuff going on here is that we really don't know. We always see, we know Demons Raw, we know Sad Boys. Actually, Sad Boys is going to be playing with a sub today. I'm not sure if you knew that. So it will be the Joker in for Vaughn playing midfield. So that'll be pretty interesting. Not sure if we'll see them on stream too much today or not. We'll have to see. But I mean, otherwise, it's going to be those kind of top two teams, and then everyone else, pretty much just new rosters all around, right? So we're kind of going to get a little bit of a sneak peek of NASL 3, of kind of some of these qualifier tournaments coming up, right?
Yeah, and what's also great is, you got a few NASL teams still coming together with their rosters that we saw during the regular season. Sudobu Strikers, Oshido Core Flip Goats. They're coming in with the regular squads, at least the squads that we're used to from season 2. And then a couple of NASA squads in here as well, coming in from that Academy League, who have stayed together. PP Legends, Quest Esports, who we're going to see in our very first featured match. So it'll be cool to kind of compare the two teams, especially as we, or the two levels of teams, especially as we start to gear up for liftoff and look towards what our teams are going to look like for the next season.
Yeah, and just kind of seeing, which teams can kind of get an early jump on the meta, get an early jump on, I guess, working together, some of their teamwork, and which teams stay from this, right? Because who knows, maybe something will go wrong, or maybe this is just temporary for some teams, right? Just trying some stuff out. But as someone who is also going to be playing in qualifiers, not playing in this one, you gotta wait to see me play a little bit longer for, probably no one actually cares, but I care.
I care, Borg.
So
I care.
I appreciate it. But either way, I mean, it matters for me in terms of I like seeing the competition. I like seeing kind of who's ready to play, and I like seeing some of these people that I'm joining the lobby right now. For those who don't know, we will be streaming the first match of the day, which will be Sundubu Strikers versus Quest Esports, a bit of an NASL versus NASA little showdown here to start us off.
Yeah, that's gonna be a real cool matchup in my eyes. As yeah, as you said, it's gonna be squads like we talked about earlier that are kind of staying together for the most part. So Doobie Strikers, they're coming in with Gramella, Obscure Breads, and 3Z Breezy. That's the squad that we should be used to from them throughout most of the NASL season, where they did end up finishing 5th, and then facing off against them, as you said, is going to be Quest Esports, Hamster Quest, Switch, and Toasty Local, who is the entire squad that they ran over in the NASA, where they ended up finishing 4th. So, going to be a little bit of a showdown between teams that were, upper middle of the pack in their respective leagues, and going to be a good kind of baseline to figure out how exactly do these NASA teams stack up to these NASL teams when they don't get to play each other quite as often as you might like.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, actually, I'm fairly aware of both these teams, right? Obviously, lots played against and seen a lot of Sundubu Strikers games from NASL, but I've also scrimmed against Quest Esports a lot with a ton of different rosters, scrimmed with them too, subbing for them. Definitely have a pretty decent little relationship with them, and I think they're pretty good. I think it really depends on the day, right? It kind of just depends on if they're showing up or what their level of play is. But now with another thing, Gordo, that we haven't casted together since from is custom games, right? So
Oh yeah.
you can we're doing map pick bans, right? So the map will be decided and will be chosen, off of maps like picks and bans. So they're a little bit more, not too much, but a little bit more strategy, I think, was going to be going into these games and a little bit more preparedness, possibly, for some of these teams that, especially if they have, maybe 2 or 3 maps in mind that they think they're going to be playing on, and they've really practiced some comps on that, really scrimmed those like super, super hard. I'm excited to see some sort of variations or what maps, I guess, are tended to be picked or banned more this tournament, right? That's another thing kind of just have to think about.
I am as well. So I've been told we're using the 5 maps that are in the standard rotation right now. So that's going to be Atlas's Lab, Clarion Test Chamber, Inky Splash Zone, Night Market, and Oni Village. It's going to be ban for team left side team, team 1, team A, blue side, whatever you want to call it. One ban for them, 2 bans for the other side, 1 ban back to them, and then there's going to be 1 map left. That'll be what these best of ones are played on. So I'm thinking we don't get to see a lot of inkies. That's unlikely in my eyes. But yeah, after that, I think there's a lot that's up to chance here, especially on a Clarion Test Chamber, relatively new to the
Oh
competitive
yeah.
circuit and provides a lot of variance just within itself. So that's going to be curious. I wonder if teams are just going to try to ban that away. They're going to treat it like inkies and say, I don't want to coin flip like this, or if we might get to see it in a few games.
I've been playing on it a ton, especially in some high-elo in-houses. Over there, we call it a Borg's Corp. I've claimed the map a little bit, just like Vaughn's Lab.
All right.
I'll prove it later, so you don't have to call it that for now, everyone. But I'll prove it later, so don't worry about that. My point saying in this is, in these in-houses that we've been playing, it's best of three. The third game is a tradition. It's always Clarion Corp, right? Clarion Tester, we always go there so we can get a ton of practice on the map, and I think it's really. I don't want to say it's really good, but it's not a bad map. I actually really like it. I think it's really fun. I think that there's certain parts of it that need to be changed or certain little things that could be tweaked for sure. But overall, I think it's a decent competitive map because it forces you to kind of change your strategy and you can't just choose your comp based on one map because it changes, right? There's 5 different maps in that one map. So if you pick a creation goalie, you're going to be strong on some maps, you're going to be weak on some others. Same with like if you pick a range goalie, if you pick like Juliet, you might be strong on some. It kind of varies back and forth, right? So whether you can make use of the maps that you're strong on and I guess kind of manage to take a point on a map that you're somewhat a little bit more weak on. Maybe see how some people like to build and some people how like to take awakenings on certain maps. It's a very interesting map, and I'm excited to finally start casting it if people decide to pick it.
Yeah, same here. I mean, not to get too ahead of ourselves, because again, we don't know if we're really going to get to cast it too much or not. But one that I'm particularly on the lookout for is Project Maelstrom, where you get the big size buff in the middle. I
Oh
really
yeah,
like
that's
the
pretty fun.
concept of the objective that you could fight for, right? Something neutral where it actually matters to go out and deal damage to it and try to fight for the last hit. Very MOBA esque, and this is a MOBA at its core at the end of the day. So really like to see that kind of arriving to Omega Strikers and see these kind of smite fights that people are going to get into where you have to be strategic about, are you using your abilities on the core, are you using your abilities on the other strikers, are you using your abilities on this new objective in the center to try to get yourself a little bit ahead in those future interactions. That's a cool third layer to add to that decision making process, and that's going to be a personal favorite of mine. I hope we get a map with something like that permanently coming into the future if it goes well.
Yeah, so I don't know if you know, but there's a couple interactions that I'll tell you about now if you weren't
Oh, I
already sure about
definitely
that.
don't know. I've gotten to
So
play like one game on this
I think
map.
that's definitely one of the weirdest ones, possibly one of the most problem ones. I think it is really fun, but there's a couple problems with it. One, I'll tell you, Octavia can strike it to regain her her
Oh, okay, yeah,
secondary.
that's a
Yeah,
problem.
so
Yeah, all
that's
right,
a problem.
immediately.
There's one thing, right? So
I
she can
see
hit
ya.
that
I'm
to
picking it
regain
up.
it. There's another thing. Rune can banish it as well. So you can like say a Luna's flying towards it and Rune banishes it or something. She can just go right through it, which is really hilarious. And also, if you banish double pillar it, it just basically kills it very very quickly. Um, it's a couple other weird interactions like if you like for example Luna, like I said, flying into it. If you try, I've seen a couple Lunas in solo queue or in I guess in houses try to fly across the map for a play right through the middle and just smack their head on the middle. So that is a pretty funny one too. But a lot of cool little funny little interactions in that map specifically. And also I played a ton of Kazan on that map. We have not really seen too much Kazan in competitive play. I don't think we will, but let's just say that if you get the size increase on that character, his umbrella is like the whole map. So it is definitely some really funny interactions that I hope we get to see. Don't think so. The only team I really see actually, I don't even think there's any team that would genuinely pick that map, like choose to pick that map right now, because one, I haven't been scrimming a lot of these teams, so I don't know what their comfort is here. But two, I just know what comfort is for a lot of the already established teams, right? Like soon to be strikers, I'm expecting to be picking or trying to be picking Night Market as much as they can, right? Um, I'm expecting Demon's Raw to like leave open Inky Splash Zone, but if not, probably pick Night Market as well. I'm expecting Sad Boys to be picking Atlas Lab, maybe Oni Village, right? There's a lot of maps that are already pretty tried and true to some of these high level NASL teams. But I think where it gets pretty interesting is these NASA teams coming in, right? Especially this match right here, which is why I'm excited we're leading off with this, to see what kind of little wrinkle they add in to make possibly these NASL teams or these kind of already established teams get a little bit uncomfortable.
All right, and then we do have the draft coming through, so it does look like it's going to be So first round, Quest Esports bans Oni Village. Then the response is Sudobu Strikers. They're going to ban away Inkies and Clarion. So both of the newer, maybe flippier maps going to get taken off the board. And then the selection is going to be Night Market. So that means the last ban for
Okay.
Quest was Atlas's Lab. So we're going to start off on Night Market for today. Classic map, one that folks should be pretty familiar with, and I already see some folks starting to ready up as we look to get into our first game.
I smell an Aramir, Gordo. I I have a bad feeling that we're gonna get an Aramir. I know Hamster Crest loves the pick. I know Grimella loves the pick, and I know Night Market loves the pick. So, I mean, I think that's probably what we're gonna be seeing here. If they don't, one of the teams don't ban it out. I don't expect either of them to do that. I could definitely see. Let me think here. I could definitely see Quest Esports banning the X, paying that respect to 3Z Breezy kind of in general here, right? Trying to deny that comfort overall on him. Here's my prediction, right? It's going to be a Julie era mirror match with obscure breads depending on the awakenings on either Luna or Dubu, and Toasty Local is going to be playing Dubu or Amy. But the forward predictions, I'm 100%. Those are 100% happening. It's gonna be an era Julie Mirror, 100%.
All right. Now, okay, we're good. I think we got some interesting news. I think the Africa.
Oh, I think Gordo. I think Africa silenced Gordo, everybody. But it matters not. We're getting
Oh,
into the
all
game
right. I'm
right
fully
now.
blue
Oh,
screen,
are you,
baby.
are
I'm
you
coming.
back? Are you back? He's not back. All right, I will. I will let Gordo figure out his technical issues as we are loading into the game here. And like we said, it is on night market, so we'll have to see if my predictions will reign true here with that Juliet era mirror match in both teams. Or will it be something a little funky, something a little different? We haven't seen Quest Esports really too much, especially as of recently and at this highest level scene, right? So we'll have to see how they can, uh, I guess, manage, right, this NASL level team. As hopefully we're not getting a loading bug either. Maybe Gordo took the lobby down with him, actually. That is another thing that could have happened. If Gordo's whole screen and his whole computer blue screen, then yeah, okay. So we are going back into the lobby. So I'm just gonna have to solo chat here for a little bit more until we figure out what's going on. I'm pretty sure Gordo's PC just kind of had a little oopsie. He should be coming back. Yep, he said he should be coming back here soon. Um, but yeah, we'll just be waiting for that. So hopefully everyone's doing well. A little bit longer. Sorry about that on the wait for this first game, but shouldn't be too much. Shouldn't be anything crazy. Just give us another 5-10 minutes to figure this out. A little bit of technical issues. So as soon as Gordo's back, we should be loading right into the game. But yeah, I guess to talk a little bit more about the game, actually, let's talk about Quest Esports a little bit, because I know a lot of people that are probably in here watching definitely know a ton about Sundubu Strikers, right? They've seen Obscure Breads, Grimel, 3 Breezy. They've seen, I guess, NASA playoffs. You guys have seen most of the stuff, right? You've seen Sundubu Strikers all the time, but for people that don't watch NASA or have seen, a couple weeklies, Quest Esports definitely what people thought were going to be one of the stronger teams in NASA for sure, and I definitely agree with as well, but not quite the best playoff run I think they had. They a little bit struggled in playoffs there, as a PPL and Platinum exclusive kind of had a little bit of a demon run on both sides of those brackets, so pretty difficult for any teams at that point to be making any sort of moves there, but Quest is one of those teams, right? Hamster Quest. He's been in the game since Alpha. So this guy, super experienced, knows how to play almost every single role in the game, every position. So he's going to be in that midfield position. Switch SSB, who I believe is actually plays, as we can see from his name, competitive Smash, right? So definitely not a stranger to competitive scenes in video games or just fighting games or anything like that in general. So he's a pretty good brawler player. I think he's definitely on the rise up, and with Hamster Quest kind of putting a lot of time into him, I believe that this could be his time to shine this tournament. So I'm excited to see how he does. And then Toasty Local's been in the game for a while too. Was pretty consistently Omega, and I believe was Pro League last season as well. So definitely a good player. Pretty interesting play style. I'm excited to see what they pull out as a team. But yeah, they got a lot of different, I guess, comps and a lot of different characters that they could be playing, they could be good at. So I mean, it really just depends on what we see here. Like I said, my prediction still is going to be that Era Julie Mirror on Night Market. I don't see reason why either team wouldn't pick that given their characters here. Maybe if the awakenings are a little bit different, like if it's a timeless monumentalist start or something, it might be a little different, but I don't really see too much going on. Maybe an Asher. There could be an Asher as well. Switch does like to play the Asher, so that might be a little wrinkle tossed in here. And okay, it looks like finally Gordo DC'd from the lobby, so it should be invited back momentarily as he is loading in the game very, very soon. Sorry again for the wait. Can't help that. We had to get a little bit of a caster check. Freaka silenced Gordo a little bit there. You know, had to make sure he was ready for the cast, but I think he cleared the security, the Afreeca security now, and should be coming back momentarily. But yeah. Oh, and there he is. I think there he is. Are you here, Gordo? Are you alive? I'll let him turn on his mic and fix his stuff first before I start asking him questions. But yeah,
Woo!
there he is. He's
Hello.
back. Hello.
Hello. I'm almost back.
How was the
I'm missing a
abyss?
monitor. So I don't know. I've been getting I got a little griefed there by the I don't know. I don't know what I got griefed by, but I think we're good to go.
Okay. Well, once you get back in the lobby, we'll start this game. I've been chatting enough as is.
I'm
So
sure you've been having a party out here just
a
full of
party's one
time
way to
lords.
say it.
So I am still messing around with the secondary monitor in the background, but you know what? That's optional. So I'm just gonna force this through whether I can get that one working or not. We can figure that out between games 1 and 2 if necessary. As yeah, it seems like we're having a little bit of difficulties in that department, but we will get that figured out between games 1
Hey,
and
what's a
2.
tournament without technical difficulties?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's
So
always something's got to happen. You know what I mean?
yeah, I will. Here, let's go. I can get into the VDO while I fire up the old
All right.
Omega Strikers.
And while we're kind of loading in here, I'm trying to think. I guess let's ask your prediction. Let's do a little predictions. Let's do a little caster predictions here. Right? Who's gonna win this game? Right? Are you gonna go with the safe bet, or are you gonna go with a little bit of the wild card? Are you going with Quest Esports? What are you thinking, Gordo? As you're loading in here.
I'm definitely favoring Sundubu here as we yeah, I mean, the NASL in theory, right? It already selected for the best competitors just a few months ago. I would be surprised to see some huge upsets start to come up from NASA down at Quest Esports level. That's no BM towards Quest Esports, of course, but they definitely have not had they weren't the best team in NASA, and I think that's gonna lead to a little bit of a question for them facing off against an NASL team, as I'm getting an error message every time I load in, so I might restart one more time.
Hey,
All right, I'm gonna abandon you
it's
for
all
one more
right.
second, Borg, and then we will be right back.
It's all right. It's okay. I got plenty to chat about. I just
All
got to
right, you
figure
better.
out what the chatting is. So, I guess, you know what? Let's take a quick break, guys. You don't need to hear me chatting for another 5 minutes. We're going to take a quick break. Sorry again for the technical difficulties, but we'll be right back. We'll give us a couple minutes, and we should be right back, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Welcome back, everybody. I've been griefed by my setup for what we hope is going to be the final time of the day, and hopefully we can get into that game number one without too much more of a delay.
Yeah, it's all right. Things happen, and everyone is ready in the game, so we should be getting in here as soon as all the players. Make sure none of them are in the bathroom getting water or anything. Make sure they're all ready, as we did tell them to give a little break. But everything should be working now, so we will be getting into game regardless of what happens. If I have to solo cast, I will, but hopefully that doesn't have to happen. So.
Sure, we could East of Saya or somebody too. There's a couple of options available on the table, but yeah, getting a little trolled for the time being. But we're gonna attempt to cast off a Discord stream here, and I think it should work out just fine.
All right, now we're loading into the game on to Night Market, and here we go. As we're finally getting into that character select, we see a couple interesting little hovers here, but I don't expect it to really be meaning too much. Yep, there's the Era hover, and of course the X hover from 3Z Breezy. I am expecting that X to get banned, like I was saying earlier, as Tsunderboo Striker's not hovering anything quite yet. I'm curious to actually see what they're going to ban. I'm really not too sure what they are. Oh, Finny, okay. So maybe they, not sure. Oh, and we actually do see the error ban. I was wrong. Okay, Hamster Quest paying respect to Grimella, but leaving open 3Z Breezy's X on probably X best map. So that's pretty interesting.
That's an interesting one to see for ourselves there. Clearly some Finny respect being paid after the double take buffs that came through pretty recently. It gets that multiple pulses now. We've decided that might be one that they don't want to have on the table, but going to be the Drakkar locked in for Grimella and the Octavia coming in through for the side of Quest Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this is the little wrinkle I was talking about, right? Like, what can these new teams and these NASA teams, like the quote-unquote lower-level teams, like, do to actually throw some of these NASA teams, some of these top-level teams off a little bit, right? It is a best-of-one, so anything can happen, and the Asher Octavia with the Amy goalie, maybe it'll do the trick, but I will say, Rasmus goalie on this map is definitely very, very good, and with Drakkar X, a pretty standard comp that they have a lot of practice on, so I'm expecting Tsunderboo Strikers to be running, without too much discomfort here, as it's actually a Chrono Boost start with Timeless Creator as well. So we'll be Switch in Toasty Loco with Timeless Creator and everybody else with that Chrono Boost.
Yeah, pretty interesting start there. Chrono Boost going to be the most popular one across the board for sure, is going to immediately see a little bit of a scuffle for the core up on the top side. Moving on down towards the bottom now is Obscure Breads on the Rasmus goalie, one that we haven't gotten to see too much of in quite a while, and so far it is going to be that first barrier going on down towards the Tsunderboo Strikers. They're going to be able to pick up the second, the nice little bull rush from 3Z Breezy.
Yeah, and I think this Drakkar pick's actually super, super good right now with the Chrono Boost, that longer invisibility and the longer ult ticks, right? So a little bit longer that debuff was going to be helping against the Octavia a lot, and a great dash strike there from 3Z Breezy to set it up, and I believe that was actually Hamster Quest's I believe that was the ultimate that actually hit that in.
Beat drop. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of an unlucky ricochet off the back of the beat drop, ends up sending it right into the goal. Definitely not what you want to happen on the Octavia, but going to be unavoidable, right? You don't get to choose whether those are pulsing out or not, and does give the first goal of the match over to the Strikers, as 3Z Breezy playing aggressively to start off round number 2 is going to take themselves another one of those barriers early and often. Is a ton of pressure coming into the bottom side. They're going to throw through the path splitter from Switch's Asher, and that's going to be a core flip missed away by Obscure Breads. Quest Esports fighting back now, pushing in with Switch and Hamster Quest in from the top corner. Have already managed to take themselves down one of those barriers, and now Hamster Quest just fighting for it, going to end up dropping their flow state, but will at least be able to open up one or the other. Top of the flow state now once again. There's going to be the flip coming through from Grimella. They're not going to be able to clear it back out. Toasty going in for a big shot. Here's Hamster Quest going into the top corner for the goal, and they're going to tie it up at 1-1.
Yeah, and actually Toasty got the credit there. I believe that glitch pop actually ticked it right at the end, but that definitely was Hamster Quest's shot placement to get it into that top corner. Well played on the pressure that round from Quest Esports to really just keep Tsunderboo Strikers on their back foot. And I mean, Obscure Breads had a ton of really, really good saves, but how many times can you do it when all your abilities are gone over and over again, right? That's the strength of that Amy goalie. But 3Z Breezy coming right back already gets the 2 barriers.
Great stuff there. Really early and aggressive plan there from Tsunderboo Strikers does give them the advantage. It does mean that they're going to have the goal barrier open, and just a shot from across the map. Obscure Breads from the goal arc going to get the second goal of the game to the Tsunderboo Strikers.
Yeah, actually, the powerhouse pauldrons kind of paying dividends here with the hook plus the strike, getting, not almost like a 1-2 punch type deal right there, just propelling that core into that bottom side. And Toasty was just playing a little bit too far up and gets a little bit punished for it.
Exactly the case, and now going to be looking to take themselves set number one are the Sudoku Strikers. In control of the core, having Hamster Quest and Switch both at very low HP, but Grimella going to be in that same category. They find the KO onto the Octavia, but they're going to lose both of their goal barriers in trade. Now Toasty trying to play up and aggressive, looking to see if they can steal away a goal while they're down a member, but not going to end up playing out that way, as now 3Z, Grimella picking it back in fourth, going to be looking for their shot on those barriers, and there's going to be another stagger coming through on the Switch. The threat of the goal is omnipresent and makes things very difficult here. Sudoku Strikers can't make a tiny little mistake anywhere, or they might end up giving up the goal and going to set number 5. They find themselves another KO. Hamster Quest going to be staggered here before too long as well. 3Z Breezy in that same territory. Grimella now looking for the shot on the bottom corner. They're going to find themselves a KO of their own, but their goal gets opened up in trade as Switch manages to respawn. Obscure Breads looking for the defense, and the goal going to have to clear it back on out. Well, at a numbers disadvantage for 3 more seconds. Pops that core flip, but it's already coming back over. A great shot off the pendulum swing, though. And Obscure Breads, he scores the second goal.
Hey, and that's the second time as well that Obscure Breads catches Toasty Loaful off guard with that increased core speed, right? That 30 extra power, I'm not sure if it mattered too much there. It was still just overtime in general, right? But felt like it mattered there a little bit, right? And great job from Obscure Breads that whole round to just keep it safe and buy so much time after 3Z Breezy kind of got eliminated, right? And so looking into the draft now, gets that hot shot, so going to be sending the core even faster now. So definitely a very, very good option. Castellass going to be denied from the Octavia. Definitely a great play from Grimella. Stagger Swagger for 3Z Breezy going to be helping to stay on the field a little bit longer. And nice edge, going to be probably not too crazy for Switch, but could possibly find some KOs off the side. So definitely have to watch out for that if I was on the Sudoku Strikers.
You definitely would, as Grimella going to be able to open up one of the barriers right off the board yet again. And Hamster Quest already taken very low on the stagger. 3Z Breezy on that big X has the Maximus active, is going to be able to take down another one. And in this bottom corner, there's just no defending for Toasty. Blinks forward, blinks back, but can't find the core, and will end up giving up another one.
Yeah, that was actually a great last dribble from 3Z Breezy, Toasty Loco thought that he'd just shoot it on that bottom side, so blinks down there, but 3Z Breezy just really just mindful there of that play and just waiting for Toasty to kind of make that mistake before shooting. But there goes Switch, right? Quest Esports getting a quick little double barrier, and they might be able to convert off this, but Grimella managing to clear it out right away, but not before Hamster Quest keeps it forward. The Octavia looking so fast, but no. Great clear and a great play from Grimella.
And a great lock-in load there as well, going to be able to find them one of the goal barriers as Grimella duking it back and forth, dribbling it with themselves, and Obscure Breads finds the KO off the death touch on the other side. Grimella now just trying to get it in the hands of 3Z Breezy, who's getting pushed back by that beat drop, but thrown down into the bottom corner. Now 3Z Breezy has the core flip available and is taking so much damage there with the addition of that firewall sentry. Toasty going to keep him cleared out, and Switch now looking to bully him up towards the top corner, but Grimella ready to receive, dribbles it off the bottom. It's going to look to pass it on in, but Switch taking control on the top, looking for a shot with the barrier beam, and is going to get it. Switch ties it up at 1-1 in set number 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there from Grimella, actually, to not pass it up to 3Z. Obscure Breads had no abilities left, just cleared it. So with that little shot, that kind of up into that top side, came right back on the defensive side for the Sudoku Strikers, and Obscure Breads just struggled to really clear it when there's an Asher in your face and you got no abilities, forcing actually 3Z Breeze there to flip, just taking so much damage from that Asher ultimate. But he's going to be healing up, not going to care too much, but Obscure Breads is going to care when both of his barriers are already down.
In and out of the goal barrier is going to end up finding it, but 3Z now with a big bell ringer going to take a target in off of the top, and as long as they avoid giving up the goal right here, right now, as they have that numbers advantage going to present itself fully. As Grimella stepping on up, 3Z Breezy has it at the top corner, looking to shoot in towards that barrier. So far hasn't been able to find anything, and that's going to be a clear back on out from Switch. Toasty looking for it on the other side, as we're going to take a quick look here at what is going to be able to come on down. Hamster Quest going to be in that flow state, looking for the shot, going to be a clear away, an attempt at a core flip to avoid the path splitter from scoring, but they're going to find it one way or the other. Switch goes up 2-1 in the set.
Yeah, I mean, the Ash are looking pretty scary here, and Grimilla's core flip didn't really matter as there's just so many hits and so many people, just so much going on in that little pocket, right? And like I said earlier, that's the strength of that Amy goalie. If you can keep it forward, that Amy jumps forward, puts down that firewall sentry, and just makes life so much harder for the opposite goalie. So great play here from Quest so far, but Breezy, he's had enough.
Yeah, he wants to be able to get it on through here. A nice little breakaway going to end up opening up that second barrier. Purebred's still defending the last one on the other side. Grimella wants to find the pass. So far hasn't been able to do so. Nearly a KO from Breezy, though. Still bullying Hamster Quest. Will not let this Octavia go. Will manage to stay alive, but pretty much taken out of the play for now. Trying to build up the flow state on the bottom side, dueling with Grimella. Will be able to sneak it back and get it into the hands of Switch. Another nice shot from Hamster Quest, and they find it in the top corner. 1-1 in set count now. Quest Esports strikes back.
Yeah, and it was really interesting because it felt like the Sundubu strikers, were struggling to get it to 3Z Breezy because every time they did, we saw some craziness happen. We saw the X pop off, but it felt like 3Z was having trouble getting involved there, whether they couldn't clear it to him or whether the Octavia was just too fast for 3Z to keep up with, right? And we kind of saw that right at the end. The Octavia, with all that move speed, manages to get that pass and get to the top side before Obscure Breads can get there. So looking at the draft now, size going over to Asher, always a good thing, and the quick strikes being crucially denied by Grimella. Again, denying that cast less and denying that quick strikes too for the Octavia, and also quick strikes just being incredibly good in general of a training on pretty much any character in the game, so definitely not going to be too upset about that. And last thing to talk about is that heavy impact and that 1-2 punch from Toasty Loco and Obscure Breads. It's going to be hitting that core way faster, and if they do a little bit of damage to anyone on the opposite team, it's going to be hurting a lot more.
It really is. Yeah, Breezy going to be missing that quick strike, but see what they're going to be able to get done without it. It was the last pick in the draft, has to go in for a little bit of something different. And now Grimella, though, nice duels back and forth, going to be able to knock it on into those barriers, open things up, and find a KO for themselves as well with some assistance from 3Z Breezy. Toasty doesn't quite get the core flip off that they were looking for, and now Obscure Breads playing up at midfield, looking for a full court press and going to find themselves another goal. That's 3 for the Sundubu Strikers goalie over the course of this set.
And there's that hot shot paying dividends, right? I mean, if that was a normal shot, maybe Toasty could have got there in time, but it just goes so fast off that pendulum swing, and there it is again, right? Just allows these clears to be so much more effective on that Rasmus goalie. So definitely really well played from Obscure Bread so far this set.
Very nice stuff. Staggers coming in through all across the board. It's going to be on to Grimella, it's going to be on to Breezy, it's going to be on to Switch, and now all at risk of getting KO'd off the side. So far, the defense has been locked down, though, from the Sundubu Strikers. They refuse to give up another barrier as they're fighting up in towards that bottom side. It is actually going to be Grimella who ends up fighting it. It's going to be taken off the board. Purebred's going to have to play a little bit slower on the defense, just trying to stall things out. Goes into the core flip, gets knocked right back in. Switch going to be able to open up one of the goal barriers. Grimella back onto the field, goes in with the Molten Bolt, going to try to take a shot onto the remaining barrier. Does get defended against by Toasty. Now try to dueling back over here at midfield. Hamster Quest stuck in a little bit of a corner, but will be able to get it cleared back out.
Yeah, getting it cleared back out, but not quite yet. Toasty and Hamster Quest just keeping it forward for the side of for the side of Quest Esports, and just making Obscure Bread's life so much harder as it just goes right past him, right? Obscure Breads runs out of stuff, and Switch with a great strike on that bottom side, winning that strike war against 3Z Breezy there as well. Obscure Breads just out of position, so well played from Quest to just keep Sundubu Strikers very uncomfortable, it feels like, this entire match.
Well played from Quest, and Obscure Bread's going to wish he had been able to hang a little bit lower on that play to be able to get the block off as it just sails right on in. Back with the bottom side midfield duo. There goes that usage of the beat drop once again. Hamster Quest just been pumping out a huge amount of damage on this Octavia. Nearly gets taken off the top though. 3Z Breezy going to finish him off with the core flip. Nicely done there, and now going to be another energy burst coming out of Grimella, responded to in turn by Toasty, but the 3-member pressure down to the bottom, going to successfully open things up. Switch does manage to get one onto the other side, now trying to take it in towards the top. Is going to get cleared out by Obscure Breads once again with that core flip at the ready. Now just looking for a score here. 3Z Breezy passes it down to Grimella. Grimella lets it slip past, can't quite get the shot off. Now going on the aggressive once again. It's 2-on-2 right in the goal arc. Breezy can't find the shot and has to go evasive to avoid going on down towards that beat drop. Another clear out from Obscure Breads off the pendulum swing, but Switch keeps on the aggression.
Yeah, keeping the aggression here. Asher's so good at that, but he's dying very, very quickly, and Threezy Breezy finishes the job off of Gramella's Molten Bolt. Great play, and now it's a power play. Sundubu Strikers, they need to score here. They want to prove a point. Can they prove that? I mean, they're not just some middle-of-the-pack NASL team, right? They are incredibly good at this game, and they want to prove at this tournament. But no, Quest Esports also has something to prove. They want to show that they're not just any old NASA team. And can they win this point? Can they win this set to put themselves in a very, very good position for the rest of this game?
Absolutely, that's going to be a lot on this particular goal. It's going to determine who's leading for the rest of the series, quite possibly, is now going to be Obscure Breads throwing it around the corner. It gets in the hands of Threezy, and Threezy shoots it right through two of them. Hamster Quest with the core flip available as well. Just doesn't get it off in time. They both think the other has it. It slips into the goal.
You know, with those really, really long sets when you get into overtime, it feels like the most random shots that end up scoring, right? It's never like that perfectly set up play. It's always just a little random strike. So well played from Threezy to find that shot. And I mean, another well played, you know, just to get both these barriers already. It feels like they've been pretty much very, very quickly out of the gate, but as the set goes on, as the point goes on, Quest Esports has been really, really good at keeping control of the core. As we see right there, Switch answering back with both barriers, and Sundubu Strikers need to score now if they want to get this set.
That is what they are looking for. As there's the shot from Quest, and Quest takes it back to 2-2. We're all tied up once again, Borg. 1-1 in sets, and this goal is going to determine who takes the set lead, who gets on to set match point. And really good stuff so far from Quest to just strike back even after losing a rough overtime point.
Yeah, and all these rounds, you know, we're starting, as we're seeing it right now, Switch is just getting beaten up, right? Just getting absolutely beat up. But now, wow, the energy burst from Switch saves his own life and KOs Gramella. So now Sundubu Strikers are in a very, very dire situation.
Big power play from Quest as they are looking to score and take this set. Goalie out of the arc, passes up the Switch. Beautifully played from the Quest Esports squad as they take themselves set number 2.
I mean, Sundubu Strikers fans are, you know, getting a little nervous right now, as it's definitely not over yet. The that X is not done scaling, as we see here in the draft. Nothing too crazy for them to get here. Maybe that big fish would help a little bit. Maybe that stacks on stacks with a prize fighter. But, you know, no demolitionist or anything too crazy. And most of the other stuff like that Castle Ass is already off the table. So we'll have to see what he picks up here. I'm assuming it'll be that prize fighter, maybe a Spark Resilience. Not quite too sure. Going to be waiting, letting Gramella get their pick beforehand. Going to be getting that Spark of Strength for an extra 26 power. So that's definitely going to help out the X, try and get a couple more kills. They have that prize fighter now too on Gramella. I'm expecting Switch or Hamster Quest to possibly just be dying very, very quickly here.
Possibly is a charge in from Threezy in that top corner, and a nice pendulum swing right into Threezy Breezy's hands. Gets the double of goal barrier off, and now with a chance to score, passed right back on up. So much HP taken away from Toasty, and yeah, that goal has to get abandoned. Threezy with a clean score and a clean goal all around from the side of the Strikers.
Yeah, Toasty, you know, did not want to die there. Doesn't really have anything too crazy, and everyone is already... Actually, Threezy is only level 8, so a kill would have mattered there a little bit. So definitely not the worst play in the world there. As let's just get on to the next point. Threezy Breezy already taking it over, though, looking for this barrier. Gets the bottom one, passing up to Gramella, who has that core flip, looking for the top. Finds a great strike timing in order to get that top barrier. And now that top barrier on Sundubu Strikers is open, but Threezy Breezy has an open goal and no goalie there to defend, as Toasty was just not right in that position.
They go down 2-1 in sets, and Sundubu Strikers have woken up. They are popping off in set number 4, and they are looking to take us to a set number 5. Well on pace to do so. There's going to be one barrier already found. There's going to be the pendulum swing off the bottom corner. Obscure Brett's keeping up his defense. They're going to get into the hands of Threezy. Threezy has the core flip available, gets core flip back away, but if you get it into Threezy's hands, he's going to take the opportunity to shoot it. Gramella passes it back on down, cleared back out by Hamster Quest. They're trying to keep it away from Threezy, and they are wise to do so, but here comes the slide through into the flip, back into Gramella's hands. Threezy looking for the shot, and he finds it up against Toasty, going to set number 5.
Yeah, that bottom dribble, you know, paying dividends again for Threezy. Breezy loves that little corner, right? Just hitting it right off, faking out Toasty local. with that glitch pop and with that strike, just buying so much time. And now if you look at these awakenings, there's a lot of things that 3Z Breezy could take here. That tempo swing, that extra special, that demolitionist, even the fight or flight. Really almost everything but aerials and missile prop are so good for the X here. So I'm assuming we're going to be seeing a Drakkar possibly taking that aerials away. Oh no, going to be taking that Egoist, as he does have the quick strike, so definitely very, very strong here. Tempo swing on the Asher going to be helping survive a little bit longer for Quest Esports. Aerials getting taken away from Octavia by Obscure Breads. Aerial's definitely not a useless training on the Rasmus, but makes the hook placement a little bit weirder, so got to be careful there. So hopefully we don't see anything too crazy mistakes with that hook range, but I don't expect to see anything crazy as we're getting started in this next set. And Sundubu Strikers are storming out of the gate immediately.
Again, finding those very early barriers has been their most successful rounds, and they're going to do that one right again. There's going to be an opened up goal already, less than 20 seconds on in, and with an opportunity to take a big shot here. Switch trying to take control on the bottom corner, going to be able to find one of those barriers, has the backup from Hamster Quest over on the other side to be able to open things up, and now it's open goals through for both sides, but the shot from the opposite side, Obscure Breads does not miss these. He has been taking the long shot goals all game long and will be able to secure that one for the team.
Yeah, that hot shot, like we said earlier, you know, Obscure Bread's finding those goals in that first set and, you know, hasn't been able to find too much recently, forced on that defense the past couple tests, but finally gets some payback on Toasty local there, getting that goal. And 3Z Breezy with that X Maximus tries to get that last barrier, not quite getting it, unfortunately, but gonna have another chance here very soon, but not a Hamster Quest to switch. If anything can say about it, Grimella forced the core flip. Hamster Quest now keeping that flow state up as long as possible, but Grimella and 3Z Breezy are just too good. They're keeping that midfield controlled, and now the flow state goes down. Now it's time for 3Z Breezy, a great bell ringer there, and a core flip into the bull rush, gets the kill, but does not get the goal. Grimella now going to be keeping it forward, trying to get the goal here as 3Z Breezy beating up on Hamster Quest, but there is a core flip available, and they should be able to save this.
Going to come down to Hamster Quest being able to click into the right moment. Does keep the clear out, wants to save it for as long as possible to get the member back. Misses the flip on the core. Will it end up mattering? The counter core flip from Obscure Breads. Tries to get into that up for the shot, but can't find it into 3Z Breezy's hands. Toasty bumps it back up towards the top into the hands of Switch and Hamster Quest. It does end up flying right past Hamster Quest, looking for Breezy now. Will they be able to find him? Gonna be knocked back away. Grimella coming in from the top side. Now gonna be Obscure Breads trying on the defense. 3Z Breezy finds the shot. A beautiful position, a beautiful angle. Toasty has no opportunity to defend.
Hey, it looked like he practiced that one with how precise that is. I don't really know if that was his goal there. I think his goal was to possibly find a little kill, but, you know, took what he found anyway, found the core, and found that goal. So well played there from 3Z Breezy. Great clear, actually, from Toasty to keep it away. Obscure Breads now losing both barriers there off a little bit of a misfortunate hook placement. So Grimilla and 3Z are going to have to put in overtime here to keep this point alive. And it's going down anyway. Switch with a great strike, redirect into that top corner, keeping all that momentum off of Toasty Local's core flip. Well played.
Yeah, and keeping resources as well. Switch still with that core flip available. Going to need to stage a big comeback here. Our Quest Esports and these explosive starts from Sundubu Strikers has been what has secured them the most rounds so far. If they want to take this to a final goal, this is going to be a great opportunity for them to try to do so. They've been able to keep it stalled out at midfield now. Switch goes into the flip. They find the KO onto Grimella. They get the second goal barrier. This is exactly what they were looking for. Hamster Quest going in for another shot, and they find the goal. We are going to set 5, goal 5.
Already in the first game, starting off with a banger. Well played. I mean, to Quest Esports for bringing them here. And 3Z Breezy, actually, just to talk about this next point, does not have that core flip anymore. He uses it at the end. A little bit of nerves possibly coming in here, but you know what he does have, and that is the X Maximus. Can he get this last goal barrier? No, but he's looking for damage on Toasty anyway. Great blink away to just survive for a little bit longer, but it still is going to be a threat here, as Grimella and Obscure Bread's going to be defending for now. 3Z coming back just to make sure that everything is stable. But, I mean, this point, very volatile so far.
Absolutely here, and it's all going to come down to this one. This is a best of one. Moving forward in Swiss with the win on your record is all going to come down to this goal as it's opened on up for Quest Esports. They're looking for the shot. Switch goes in for it. Obscure Breads manages to clear it back out. Grimella with the core flip back available. Nice defense from Toasty to protect their remaining barrier as there's going to be the flip. Grimella going to pass it on down towards 3Z with the counter flip from Toasty, and Obscure Breads misses the pendulum swing. Quest Esports completely upset. They're going to go up 1-0.
A Freaka tournament starting off with a banger already. Upset game one. I don't think anybody expected that to happen, as, this was. I mean, I think Quest Esports selected the map, but I think, Sundubu Strikers, this is probably one of their best maps, if not their best map all year long in the NASL. So, very insanely well played from Quest Esports to take them to what it feels like was, should be the map of Sundubu Strikers, right? But just sadly could not find anything from it. There just too many little mistakes, maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of warm up. So I don't really know what happened there with the Sundubu Strikers. Even that last set, that last point, they just missed the strikes and the pendulum swing for that last save. A little bit of uncharacteristic from them.
Absolutely, really good stuff there from Quest, and in a very tight game, they clutch up at the moment where it matters most. They keep up the pressure, and they find themselves the goals as needed. Are really explosive, especially in that set 4. It really felt like Sundubu Strikers were starting to take over. They had found their stride. They were able to just take those barriers, score those goals so incredibly quickly, but it ends up with them being able to restabilize. The defense coming through from Toasty was very good, so disciplined in the usage of the core flips, and it ends up with a win for Quest Esports.
Yeah, Quest. I mean, well played to them, right? I mean, mistakes or not on the side of Sundubu Strikers, I think Quest still played incredibly well, right? Throwing in that Octavia, a little bit of that wrinkle with the Chrono Boost start, managing to, I guess, catch them off guard almost, it felt like. They were struggling to kill Hamster all game as Hamster Quest managed to find a lot of those stagger awakenings. So, well played on the drafts for Quest Esports and a great upset to the start of the tournament. So, well played to them. And it's not over yet for the Sundubu Strikers. It is that Swiss round one, so there still is a lot of a lot of games will be played, a lot of time for the Sundubu Strikers to kind of scale back up. As we say, Sundubu Strikers a scaling team, especially with that Era X. But yeah, I mean, crazy game one.
Absolutely crazy. So it looks like we are going to have Goats taking on 2Ls make a W in game number 2. So we're going to be setting up for that real quick. We're going to take a quick break here while we get into the lobby for that second game, but we're going to be back in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody, here to the AfreecaTV Omega Strikers Invitational, where we are getting into game number 2. This is going to be in our 1-0 bracket. We have got, exact teams we got here. We've got 2Ls make a W, who's going to be taking on,
Be
sorry, I
goats.
did not get the memo here. It is Goats. All right,
Yeah.
they're taking on Goats. So yeah, both of these teams were able to pick up the wins in their first matchup. Now coming on through here to see who is going to be able to move up to that 2-0 bracket. And after that, I mean, it's getting right into the out rounds there, Borg.
Yeah, I mean, already underway. This tournament, it's going to be going pretty quickly, I think, especially, as things start going up here. This match I'm pretty excited for, right? Because we already have Goats Esports. It is the normal Goats Esports roster. No changes there from NASL. Achilles, Fudgy Waffles, and Apalme, aka I Love Pixelmon, aka I Love Albion, whichever name you're familiar with. And 2Ls, 1W, a newer roster, but it's basically just Core Overflow with Lumos. So it's Slop, Lumos, and Leo Leon. So nothing too crazy there, I think, especially for some longtime viewers of the competitive scene. So nothing too crazy as we get to see. Really, I'm excited to see if the 2Ls and make a W. I believe that's just, I don't know what their team name is, to be honest. I'm just gonna call them
2L,
2Ls.
1W. 2L,
2L,
1W.
1W. Okay, 2L, 1W. I'm just curious how Lumos, especially not playing with Slop and Leo for a little while, but if he can slot in pretty well here, and what kind of comps and what kind of style they're going to be playing, right? But I'm not expecting they'll have too much trouble. I think they should be storming out the gate pretty good.
Yeah, that's the question, right? And they are facing off against a Goats squad that has been together for a while. Ended up finishing up number 7 over in the NASL. Now facing off against a team that's just come together in the last couple of days, even, right? I mean, it hasn't been too long since we started taking applicants for this. Leo, Leon, and Slop, they probably worked together a little bit over on Core Overflow. Slop was a sub over on that team, so it's very likely that they got some scrim time at the very least, or, these guys have been working together relatively regularly. Lumos, though, off Orbits, yeah, has not played with these guys in a little while, you've got to believe, so maybe a little bit of an adjustment period. We'll see how they're able to do up against a squad like Goats.
Yeah, it really just, like you said, depends on if they've made those adjustments, how much they might have been scrimming, or how much practice they've gotten with each other, and what their plan is, right, for this game, right? And we do have the maps figured out, I believe, too. I believe it's just going to be Atlas Lab for this game. So, unless I'm missing something, or if something is under my nose here, it should just be Atlas Lab for this game, which is a pretty interesting map for, I think, both of these teams, as I think they've had a lot of games in the regular season, Goats, on this map doing incredibly well, with Fudgy just playing super well and carrying, it feels like, the squad sometimes over the finish line. And Slop, Lumos, and Leo Leon, I think this is definitely, especially for Core Overflow, Slop and Leo Leon, definitely no stranger to this map. This is the map that they chose a lot of the time for playoffs in those best of threes. So a bit of comfort, I think, on both sides.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Still not getting to see our personal target maps for the day, but that's all right. It happens. We'll see if we end up on Inkies or on Clarion. For you, it's probably Clarion. I feel like I'm the only person who's
No one wants to see Inkies, Gordo.
I want to see Inkies, and I'm
except you and Dropletto. Shout out.
For me and Dropletto, we are people too. All right, so but we'll find out if that actually ends up rearing its face. At least during our time here today, we're gonna have another matchup cast by us. After this one is Juliet going to be the ban on the blue, Luna over on the red. 2W1L. That's going to be really rough. We're just going to shorten it to 2L for funsies. 2L coming in on the blue side. They have taken Atlas already and the Zentaro. We're seeing some very different compositions from both sides, and then now lock in as well.
Yeah, so we're actually seeing one of the new kind of fun comps that I've been trying around with, and we've seen people mess around with, is the double healer comp with a brawler, right? So, or an Octavia is another thing you could run with it. But the Zentaro locked in has that siphoning wand, has that big fish, and it will be a chrono boost big fish start. So big fish will be going to Slop and Leo, and everybody else will be taking that chrono. But this comp, excuse me, is very, very interesting because, one, now with that new character, interesting to kind of see how she interacts with the game, but the amount of healing, especially later in the game, that gets on to whoever's really taking damage, right, is insane. So we won't be seeing it too much until these level 2s, right? But once these level 2s hit, I don't expect anyone to be dying anytime soon on the side of 2Ls.
Yeah, I gotta be be a sad day for Pixelmon here on the X, who's certainly going to be looking for those KOs. Although, first use of the lifeline comes up and heals up Leo, but it results in 2 KOs anyway. The KOs coming through one way or the other. And it is going to be Leo as the last one standing, but does manage to clear it away. Has access to the slashing strike as well to keep them standing. Now looking for the KO on a Pixelmon. A great defense, 1v3 by Leo. And now going to find the KO on the other side. 2L somehow finding a way back into this one.
Yeah, finding a way back into it off of actually a slight mistake from Kilius getting his own barrier. Probably didn't think it mattered, but also a good play. Great save. Has Corflip, walks up, but wastes it. Leon now has a chance to score here one-on-one with I Love Pixelmon, but another great clear. Everybody's getting low. This game is just wild as the heal comes through from now. Trying to keep Leon alive as Slop holding it down on the net, but Leo, no more heals left. Maybe an Atlas ult should be coming up here soon, but no, a missed shot from Leo going to be taking that away as Kilius and the Goats manage to hold.
Yeah, it is that siphoning wand on Leo as well. They're going all in on this healing as they see that one coming out across. There's going to be the shot across the map. Slop. What is up with goalies and scoring today, Borg? They're just taking their shots from the goal arc and they're landing every time.
That was a wild one too, because off the expanse angle, I don't think anyone expected or tried for that to happen, but it did anyway. So, I mean, we're getting treated to some interesting Omega Strikers gameplay, Gordo, on these first couple games.
A little messy there in the 1-in-1 bracket, but it's all right. They can get a little comfortable. They've secured themselves the first win of the day. They got plenty of opportunities left, but yeah, a little spiciness coming on through here as I Love Pixelmon taking a boatload of damage, goes in for a shot, and Slop just barely saves that one at the last second. Does have to blow that flip, that energy burst, just to avoid going down to the magical Maelstrom, and that means he doesn't have it for this defense. That's going to be a goal coming on through for the other side.
Yeah, great flip there from Fudgy just to get it past Slop's primary before it gets there. So 1-1 already in this first set. Nothing too crazy yet. I will say that Goats is definitely in the lead a little bit, has those level 3s already, as only Slop on the side of 2L's 1W has that level 3. So, you know, nothing crazy though, as Lumos has his core flip, so might make a play already, but deciding not to use it somehow and getting completely punished for it. Might be going down here as everybody's using it, finally forced to use it as the barrier also goes down, so it worked out in the end. But Lumos making me sweat a little bit.
The lifeline heal, though, is crazy from Lumos. Goes from staggered to half HP, back to staggered again in what feels like an instant, but does manage to both get themselves out of dodge and open up some goal barriers with all the distraction they played there for Leo, as Leo's going to look for a KO here on the bottom, at least glancing towards Fudgy. Lumos now back in control, passing it back up to Zentaro. Zentaro going to push him back. Leo looking for a goal here. The core flip from Kilius lets it time out to be able to clear it back away. Now going in with that Supernova to clear things out. The shot from Pixelmon, the bell ringer, knocks it into the bottom corner where Slop can't get to it.
Yeah, great one-on-one there from I Love Pixelmon from the X, managing to just make full use of that bell ringer, hitting it off to that bottom side. And Leo, you know, felt like it was tanking so much pressure, but it didn't matter, as just a really good play from Goats to just keep it away from the goalie and to keep it away from Leo, who had that core flip, now forced to use it already and gets that top barrier.
Nice stuff from Leo there, going to be able to open up one of the barriers, and Pixelmon now going to be that next target. The healing, as you said, is what this composition's all about, so Leo willing to put themselves in harm's way pretty frequently, knowing that they'll be able to come back on up one way or the other later on, and I Love Pixelmon going to end up staggered as a result. Has to dodge away from the Supernova, but hey, pull a double duty. They dodge the Supernova, they find a KO onto I Love Pixelmon at the same time. And that is going to end up with the second barrier taken away, and now with a little bit of a power play, looking to turn it into a goal. Pixelmon back up here, but Lumos stepping forward. Nice use of the sentry drones to just keep that core in the pressure state, and has access to the core flip as well. Slashing strike comes on across. There's the flip, there's the shot, and Lumos puts it in 2-2 in set number 1.
Yeah, great patience from Lumos there, just to wait that microsecond, wait just a second for all those players. Basically, it was just triple defense right there, a little triple goalie action as they all strike kind of at the same time. A little bit of miscommunication maybe as the first barrier already goes down as Kilius kind of jumps out of the way for some offensive pressure, but forgets that it is on defense. So I Love Pixelmon going to be a little bit worse for wear here as Leo trying to find the KO, but does miss everything as Slop flying forward, using that core flip into the Atlas primary, actually getting the last barrier. So well played to Slop.
Good stuff from Slop there. Kilius now without any barriers left to defend. He's going to have to clear it out in his open goals. Another KO found on the bottom. I think that was an astral projection from Slop, but just seemed to come out of nowhere as Pixelmon off the board once again. Going into the shot here is Leo, and it makes it look easy. Ilias can't get to it, can't use the core flip in time, and that's a 3-2 set going in favor of 2L, 1W.
Yeah, and actually keep it, if you saw that last bit, Lumos was actually the reason that went in. You know, great play from Leo to get it past Kilius initially, but he would have been able to core flip if Lumos didn't hit him back with that the proximity I can't remember what it's called. I need to learn now abilities, guys.
Yeah,
I am a
drone and
caster,
proximity drone are the two, so it's
so it was the mine that stunned another hit stun off of this first hit stun from Leo Leon, actually stopped Kilius from doing anything there. So well played for that. Going to be sparking up here is Lumos starting off real early. Prize Fighter going over to X. Really the only crazy thing going on in this draft, I think, to watch out for is that Knife's Edge from Leo Leon. So definitely when he's by the edges here, one of the newer trainings, is going to be getting increased power and increased speed. So keep an eye on where Leo is going to be positioned and how much damage he actually does when he's on those bottom corners.
And with all the sustain he's gone for, right, it should in theory at least put him in a position where he's comfortable being by those edges. He doesn't fear getting KO'd. Well, going to be down a member now and going to be down their goalie at that. Slop off the board for now. Lumos, nice, crucial clear there before the Supernova goes off. Be able to protect that goal, though the pressures have not done yet. Slop is back on the board, going to be able to clear it back out. And now Leo Leon with a little bit of an angle for the aggressive breakaway, but Fudgy pushing it back on towards the bottom corner. Slop clears it out once again. The drones come on across to deal out as much damage as they can. And Leo, he's just draining tanking them the entire way through. Dashing forward once again. I love Pixelmon low on HP, looking for Lumos, who will go evasive, goes evasive again. Lifelines back out to Leo, and it all turns around for 2L. They end up with the KO. They save their midfielder, and now pushing it back forward for the core flip. Leo gonna be able to find the other goal barrier, gonna be able to pass it on down. Does get knocked back away by Fudgy, but here comes the follow-up shot. Leo can't quite find it, and now in the top corner, Slop can't get there. It's actually gonna go over to the side of the Goats.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there from Slop, clearing it right into I Love Pixelmon while he was on that bottom side, which means that, you know, not really any ability to get it to that top side and save it. So good shot placement, managing to get that point after it was looking almost doomed at the beginning of that point. So great job kind of coming back there as the Era X slowly will start scaling into this game. But something that is already, I feel like, scaled is this team comp from 2L1W as you get both barriers, and it feels like they're now impossible to kill. Like I was saying earlier, the healing is just too much.
Much indeed, as they are going to be able to push back Pixelmon yet again in that stagger, wishing they had some healing themselves, but it's a completely monopolized resource for Leo at this time. They are the ones who have been able to just keep that pressure on all game long, and I Love Pixelmon just can't find an opportunity to get anything done as a result of it. Barriers found on both sides. Pixelmon taken incredibly low once again. There's going to be the knock away. The Magical Maelstrom nearly pushes it through, but the defense from Slop is clean, and they keep it cleared away. Now Leo with a little bit of a breakaway back onto the right side of the field, going to look for a shot. KO is found, but Kilius out in aggressive at midfield, looking for the shot, can't find it, and has to get back into the goal arc. There's going to be the Oni's blade. Lumos looking to capture it onto the bottom, can't get onto the core in time, but off on the center. Shot once again. Kilius down to the bottom. Pixelmon takes the control, and it continues to be dribbled back and forth.
Yeah, keep this midfield position alive as long as possible. Leo Leon with that core flip, but unable to actually find a play off of it, trying to do something a little fancy, but Fudgy Waffles just striking that away. But the heal's coming in clutch here as Fudgy Waffles and I Love Pixelmon are now on the low side, but it doesn't matter because a clutch strike from Fudgy Waffles and a great pass off the middle manages to get that in the top corner. And it feels like Slop so far this game is struggling a little bit, right? Just can't, feels like kind of struggling against that opponent, against I Love Pixelmon, excuse me. I'm saying all the different names. And Fudgy Waffles just are taking these barriers. Just, I'm just going by, what is he going by this week, right? So I don't know, but what I do know is that they're playing incredibly well as they get the second barrier already.
Yeah, great stuff here. A dominant set so far. With that first Awakenings draft, they end up feeling very good about it. They do manage to secure themselves 2 barriers, but it's going to be 2 found for 2L at the same moment. Or flip coming on through for Pixelmon. Nice stuff there from Leo, though. Prevents it from going any further forward. And they've got that slashing strike available. Dribbling it off the bottom. Getting it into the hands of Lumos. Throwing out the sentry to disrupt Ilias. And it gets the shot in. Leo with another score to prevent this from being a shutout set.
Yeah, that's what they need, right? That's what 2L1W really needs, is they just need the set to slow down a little bit, let Leo Leon find those dashes, find those Oni's blades to get the goals here, because as the speeds of this core gets a little bit faster, it gets a little bit harder for this Atlas to keep up, right? And the Vice, rather, with the increased movement speed and the ult and that primary, right? Just so much of an easier time, I feel like, as pressuring the squad and the team comp of 2L1W, so a little craziness already going in here. Top barrier is the only thing going down. Achilles forced to use that core flip, but not getting much from it. I love Pixelmon taking the top barrier in response, so it's all evened up now as the bottom barrier finally does go down from Leo Leon.
Jeez, and you saw the full power of that healing comp right there as Lumos goes from fully staggered, about to be KO'd, to full HP off of combining the specials from both Atlas and and the Lifeline. Just so much work there. Lumos really looking for a shot here. And Leo's just going to find it in the bottom corner. Just catches Killius with his pants down. That's going to be a 2-2 score line. And just like that, 2L could go up 2-0 when at first it looked like they were doomed to drop this set.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw that last set, though, right? In that beginning one. It felt like 2L1W was struggling in the beginning of that to really come online, but they started figuring things out. Maybe they are the true scaling team, the new Sundubu strikers of the league. I want to say the league, but this is just the Africa tournament. Has an insanely weird play there. Leo Leon gets staggered, but gets the bottom barrier for it. Lifeline coming in clutch here, healing everything. But I Love Pixelmon has that core flip, but gets staggered and gets KO'd from Leo Leon. That passive strike just working so well in tandem with the primary, right? So great dasher, almost gets the bottom side, but Fudgy Waffles with a great double goalie and a great defensive play to keep them alive until I Love Pixelmon comes back.
Great stuff there. They're going to be able to stall long enough to get their X back out of the team composition, but the pressure has still been on from Leo and Lumos, who have been looking for those goal barriers the whole way through. Another sentry comes on out to slow down. Pixelmon is there in the top corner. See a brawl, 1 versus 2. Leo going to just throw himself at the enemy the way he has the entire game long. Knows that he has that backup available from the rest of the team. Another sentry going to heal him back on up, and now going to look for that shot. Clear back away from Slop. They do manage to find the barrier. The goals open back on up, and now going to be Pixelmon on the aggressive, but already sent to the staggered state. Lumos has access to the flip. Going to flip it back on up, looking for the shot onto Leo. Leo can't get it through. Now down towards the bottom. Pixelmon going to try to pick it on up, but has to be afraid of the damage that comes in from that Centauro with the potential for a KO. Slop going to be able to knock it back away. Here's it in the hands of the side of Leo, but he can't get over to it. Now it's all on up to Lumos to see if they can set up for it. Leo goes in for the eye rush and can't quite get in there either. It's going to be another shot coming in through from Fudgy. Killius now looking for it on the bottom. It's another defense from Slop, but that top corner has been Slop's kryptonite. They find another goal, and now it's tied up at 1-1. The GOATs strike back.
Yeah, and Fudgy Waffles, right? I mean, a really, really good performance. We saw it, most improved player. I believe it was all team number 3, right? Just in that NASL Season 2 towards the end there, playing super well all last season. And as we see now, level 9 kind of topping the charts here in the game and gets rewarded for it with that Castellas. So this era with Chrono Castellas is going to be a menace in the rest of this game here. Specialized training, quick strike is going to be denied from the X. Great job from 2Ls1W to keep that out of Apalmi's hands as he takes up the Twin Drive instead, denying it from the Atlas, who still gets timeless, so nothing crazy, and the Deadeye on to Killius. So, I mean, really looking at this draft, everyone kind of got something really good here. Lumos got quick strikes. The only thing that I'd say wouldn't be what you really want is that specialized training on the Zentara, which definitely isn't the strongest of trainings on that character, but, nothing that's useless.
Nothing that's useless, but yeah, some more useful than others, right? And that's the era to a T with that Castellas thrown into the addition, going to be buffing up the rest of the team far more effectively than they were previously and for far longer, but it hasn't been enough to protect their goal barriers as they do lose both of them very early on, and now another shot coming on together. There's the pair from the midfield forward duo of 2L and Leo and Lumos. They score with ease.
Yeah, and we actually saw the power of the speed up from the mine off that now, right? So just speeding up both Lumos and Leo Leon, who are both in the radius when that was popped. So showing how, crucial and how extremely valuable the speed up, not only the speed up, but also the heal can be, right, for this character. So a great little showcase so far from Lumos on this now character, who we haven't really seen at all in many tournaments.
Yeah, no, really good stuff there with the proximity mine, really showing a lot of supportive value here. Kind of an era in and of itself, right? Now going to be Leo looking for a shot on the top corner. The center going to push everybody away, going to dish out a bunch of damage. But of course, that matters more for the GOATs than it does for 2L. 2L already sustaining back on up, getting it back into Leo's hands. They look for a shot onto Lumos, but Ilias back out of the goal arc, going to blink on back, looking for a shot, didn't quite find it. Now going to be Pixelmon taking incredibly low. Fudgy Waffles knocked back away. They're going to look for the KO. Pixelmon bites it in the goal arc of the other team. The Supernova sends it in the wrong direction. Here's going to be Leo looking to push forward for a goal here. There is the core flip, but it gets stuffed by the Sentry turret. Are you kidding me? Sentry Tro just knocks it in and scores it on its own for Lumos.
A little bit of a panic there, it felt like, from Kilius. You know, maybe don't know how much Kilius has played against this new character, right? But panics a little bit, not really sure what to do against that proximity drone. So, I mean, well played from Lumos to expertly place that right in front of the core flip there. So, and a great heal. Again, we're already seeing this now Atlas team comp kind of just do wonders, right? And it's really hard now for GOATs to get any kills, no matter how much damage they do.
Yeah, no, new character. I don't know what that does. What happens? It does end up score there is Lumos. Good stuff so far on the now, and they've already found a goal barrier for it. Taking incredibly low, but again, who really cares? It's just going to all get regen back up. There's the Celestial Intervention once again, and that's full HP for now with still access to Lifeline anytime that they need it. And the core flip just really feels almost invulnerable here as they're going to throw on out that flip, clear it back out. Leo can't quite find his way onto the barrier. And there is going to be that lifeline utilized as well for Lumos. Lumos going in for the shots now on the bottom side. Can't quite find that last barrier. Slop already has their goal opened on up. I love Pixelmon with a little bit of a breakaway, looking for an opportunity to score, but cleared up where nobody can get to it, and Slop is going to be able to buy some additional time. Nice defense on that barrier, though, from Kilius. Will keep it standing.
Yeah, and a great catch there on that core flip from Leo Leon, and an unfortunate bell ringer from I Love Pixelmon. Kilius just clearing it right back into it by complete accident and just rockets it back into his own net. Not what you want to see here, as 2Ls1W kind of, you know, maybe found with that last draft just a little bit of extra oomph in that comp to get the 3-0. So gonna be pretty good here as, okay, so we have the Super Surge available for Leo Leon, but he's gonna opt to actually take the extra special instead, not let Kilius get that Deadeye extra special, as, you know, that Vice, very, very scary when you get multiple of those ultimates. Super Surge instead gonna be going towards Lumos, which is going to give a little bit more speed, going to be lasting a little bit, being a little bit faster, excuse me, almost longer, but I apparently don't know how Super Surge works. Twin Drive going to be, I am just lost right now, as it's prime time, not Twin Drive. Jeez, excuse me, guys, I did not get much sleep last night, as it is prime time going over to the era, completing the God build. But I don't know how much it's going to matter when the Shrinks, you know, not really like ending up in any kills, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, I'm surprised nobody on the side of 2L ends up going for that stacks on stacks, just because they're basically unkillable here, right? They're going to end up with it stacked fully one way or the other. They're going to get to rock that for the rest of the game, but lots of good options for the Zentaro in particular there, and they do not end up, or they do end up with one of them, right, in the form of the extra special. That was just the choice that Leo ended up going with. Both goal barriers have already been opened on up here for the side of the GOATs, as they're going to look to capitalize on this and end up with a score. Pixelmon break away onto the bottom, but taking so much damage, just has to go evasive, and he's not out of the woods yet. Leo chasing him across the map to potentially take this one off the map and get themselves into that power play state, and they find it. I Love Pixelmon off of the map once again. Lumos not able to get it past Kilius. Some nice defense there from the Vice, but still going to be a numbers advantage over the side of 2L. Fudgy just trying to buy some additional time, and here come the sentries. They are going to push forward. They are going to find that barrier, and the shot across Slop just barely saves it with the Cosmic Expanse. And here's the time for Leo to pop off and try to find the goal, but it's going to get on past him. Fudgy Waffles now going in for the shot. Kilius out of the goal arc, has to blink back at the last moment, and it's a good thing he did so, because he needed to block that shot. Slop now down towards the bottom. Lumos can't quite save it, but Slop can, as they are just trying to push it past Fudgy. They do manage to do so. The two brawlers duking it out on the bottom corner. The healing coming on across from Celestial Expanse is going to be enough to save them. And Leo is going to be back up to full HP, while Pixelmon is staggered, nearly taken out if he doesn't go evasive, and he's not out of it yet. Will go down to the Oni's blade.
Yeah, finally going down after all that craziness, and now this Lumos with this power play trying to take full advantage of it. Kilius with the core flip now, managing to save it for now. iLovePixelmon coming back online, but the core flips are coming up very soon for Lumos and Leo Leon as one comes up right now. Leo trying to keep that forward. Great pass as core flip from Lumos, but a great ultimate from the Vice to keep it denied for now.
Really good stuff there. Lumos zipping across here. He is so quick once he gets that sentry, and that's all it takes. Another score comes on through, finds it where Kilius can't get to it. And yeah, sentry drone plus, proximity drone is the one that gives you movement speed. Sentry drone is the one that you throw out to redirect the ball.
Yeah, something like that. We'll get it.
Track. They're both drones.
We'll figure it out sooner or later, as new characters are difficult for not only the players but also us casters to figure out slowly as we get into these new metas. As iLovePixelmon managing to get this second barrier, great stuff from Goat so far as they want to tie up this set in order to claw themselves back into this game. Kilius in the top corner, but a great expanse from Slop, keeping it away from the roster of Goats Esports and managing to survive the air tornado as well. Flip from Fudgy Waffle is going to be amounting to nothing as Leo Leon manages to stuff it and keep it out, but it's still on the offense. Goats Esports is not resting here. Leo and Lumos are trying it so hard as another expanse stops absolutely everything, and iLovePixelmon is now almost going to be going down here.
Feels like Slop's found his groove here, Borg, as he was struggling earlier on, but these expanses have been on point throughout the rest of this set, and now looking to try to take it in a 3-1 fashion is the rest of this 2L squad. Slop gonna have to defend it on up here in that top corner where he's given up quite a few, but going to be ready for it that time. It's taking a knockdown towards the bottom from Lumos. Kilius still on the defense, has access to the core flip. There's a shot from Kilius to see blink on out. They're going to have to blink back right away. Core flip from Lumos, not going to be able to find their way towards the barrier, and Leo Leon going to look for Steve, just dishing out damage, but not really finding his way out of the core. As Kilius goes in for the shot, a nice astral projection from Slop, though, will be able to save those. The Supernova to push back away. Leo going to be staggered, but we'll see how long that stays the case.
Yeah, not going to be too long with all of that healing coming in from the Now and the Atlas, as we've been seeing all game. The middle going to be popped here, but actually going down, that's just going to one-shot KO Leo Leon as the expanse disappears, and now it's their chance as a great bull rush from iLovePixelmon into the strike, gets it past Slop. And, not dedicating that core flip to the save there, maybe didn't feel quite confident with using it right there. So definitely don't disagree, as it's only one-on-one in this fourth set. So maybe just trying to use it for another better chance in this point right here.
The goal here is that it is 1-1 in the set. Still plenty of space for the Goats to come back as they do manage to open up the goal barriers. Go on to this next round. And iLovePixelmon with a little bit of a breakaway, and the X Maximus looks for the shot. The Expanse will defend as they're pushed back away. Fudgy Waffles is still keeping up the pressure, though. Goes in for the flip. Counter flip from Slop. Will save it. Off the center. There's both barriers found in an instant by the side of this Now. And now going to be looking to try to push it forward. Leo can't quite get it into Lumos' hands. There's Lumos with the breakaway pretty quick here on this Now. Dissuades Kilius with a sentry drone, but it's not enough. Kilius will be able to flip it back away. iLovePixelmon looking to get it with the bell ringer. Finds their way in and sneaks it past Slop for another goal.
Gordo, with all this healing, I don't think it matters if they're just losing all this pressure, right? And all this core control. It just, they gotta have still control of the core, or at least some sort of, method of generating an offense, right? And, maybe we're seeing it right here a little bit, but as we see, Goats just coming right back at them with some great saves and some great offensive pressure. So Lumos and Leo finally, getting an offense now, but iLovePixelmon bringing it right back to Slop, who has everything up, should be pretty comfortable in the net right now. Lumos just has to live after getting shrunk here. Looking real low, but it shouldn't matter too much, as gonna be using that proximity mine in order to heal up a little bit. Kilius coming in for that skull barrier, not quite gonna be able to get it, as Leo Leon now trying to just keep it on the offensive side, but it feels like 2Ls and 1W are just struggling to keep it away from this era and away from these Vice abilities.
Yeah, you just need to have absolutely lockdown play from Leo Leon on this composition. He needs to be finding the KOs. He needs to be retaining complete control of the core. He needs to be finding the rush angles that completely shut out any counterplay from the side of the Goats. But it's been tough to find those so far in this set number 4. They do manage to get both of the goal barriers this time, but they're going to have to convert it full on into a goal and take this to round number 5 in the set. they want to have a hope of closing things out right here. Pixelmon going to be able to find its way into the gold barrier now, and going to be taken out completely. Leo just blows him out of the water from full HP, and now going to be able to have that numbers advantage. This is the kind of power play that you need to make a play off of if you're 2L, and there is the play. Kilius misses the power cord, and Leo sneaks it into the bottom corner.
Getting bailed out almost, it seems like, with a little mistake there from Kilius. Could have just struck, but went for that power cord and just missed it. Gets a little bit punished for it, but at this point definitely doesn't look doomed, as Fudgy Waffles has that core flip, and Kilius, almost generating one as well, but Leo Leon trying to take matters into his own hands. That is the whole point of this team composition, it feels like, but I Love Pixelmon does not care as they get both the barriers. Fudgy Waffles gets it towards Kilius. Great pass into a strike 4 win for the shot. It is set 5 now, Gordo.
Going the full distance for the second game in a row, Borg. We've done a great job of picking them. Props to Brickbat over there for the choice of games. And now going to be one more draft to determine who is going to take it. I got to feel like you need to find some way of getting some additional pressure from this Centauro. He's got to be able to find these KOs.
Yeah, I mean,
tempo swing for the
maybe
comp?
We'll find it right here. Yeah, it's going to be Demo, which I think is definitely a good choice, but that does leave heavy impact open for Kilius. I feel like this might have been one of the rare choices where maybe you take just heavy impact as a Zentaro for a little bit more damage and denying it from Kilius, but Demolition is very strong training and very, very, very broken right now, in the figurative and the literal sense, as sometimes it refreshes all your cooldowns for free instead of just the 8 seconds like the tooltip implies. But you can't be the Demolitionist if you are dead, as Leo Leon going down immediately as this round starts.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing Zentaro. 8 seconds and completely is kind of the same thing in a lot of cases, but going to be able to push it back on out as Lumos ends up really staggered here, going to try to bail themselves out. There's so much different healing coming out through, and they will be able to get out of there with the Celestial Intervention, and back up to full HP. Here we are. He has the addition of the tempo swing as well, just to keep themselves topped on off. Now here's going to be the opportunity for the second barrier. They do manage to find it, and now here's the shot. There's the Oni's Blade. Leo Leon doesn't manage to capture the core with it, and Slop will have to play defense now. Going to be pushed back away. Here's the shot from Lumos out of the bottom. Pixelmon going to try to take control. They're going to both go evasive. There's going to be the lifeline, I think it was, to heal back up onto Leo and to keep Lumos topped off. Pixelmon taking incredibly low, but the KO is found onto Leo on the bottom, and that is pretty much their only playmaker down. It's just going to be all defense from Slop and Lumos. Lumos with a little bit of a breakaway, going to maybe look for the shot, but no, just going to try to buy some additional time with the sentries until they get Leo back, and back Leo is able to find a KO out of the bottom corner, but they're going to lose Lumos over on the other side. Here's the dash forward with the rush, looking for a shot over onto the right. Kilius stays on the defense, has access to the core flip when they need it. Levo goes in for another shot, not going to be able to find it. Kilius going to blink out, going to blink back to be able to stay on the defense. Lumos is back onto the field, and there's going to be that flip from Kilius. We were talking about I Love Pixelmon, tries to shoot it up to Fudgy, but it's going to get blocked by Lumos. Now it's back onto Pixelmon's side. They're going into 2 versus 2, and they find the shot. Pixelmon into the top corner.
Yeah, the X Maximus just destroying Lumos there, winning. Doesn't even need to win a strike war there, just hits the core and Lumos there hitting into the top corner. As you said earlier, right, that top corner, a bit of a bane in Slop's, a little thorn in Slop's side, I should say, right? As just struggling to keep control of his own goal, especially when Goats are having so many offensive opportunities overall as a core from Leo, trying to make that, go the other way a little bit. Oni's Blade coming out, trying to find Fudgy Waffles here a little bit as it goes right to him and he finds the top corner. So 2Ls 1W managed to get a little bit of breathing room, but it felt like that point was just on the slimmest of margins, going right past all the members of Goats. I still think Goats are in the lead here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the perfect set of interactions that you can get if you're 2L 1W. They do manage to convert it into a goal, to their credit, but yeah, you're going to need to really try to find something like that over and over again, and they're going for it, not quite getting the bounces they would have wanted to find the barriers, though. Still all barriers up for both sides. I Love Pixelmon taken very low, and another lifeline onto Leo to keep his health bar on up. The Supernova not going to really connect on too much of value, but it's Pixelmon in control once again. A nice clear out from Slop, going to avoid any opportunity to actually make that breakaway mean something, as Fudgy Waffles has been the one taking a huge amount of damage, and maybe that's the way forward. They need to try to find some KOs on somebody who isn't Pixelmon, and they do manage to do so. Pixelmon not mobile enough to get back over here. It's basically a 2v1 up against Kilius. What can they turn this into with 3 more seconds to play for? It gets back into Pixelmon's hands, and Kilius is able to keep the defense going, clears it back away, and Fudgy Waffles is back out of the match.
Yeah, finally back on, and now Isla Pixelmon is the one who's in trouble here as they are forced to run back on the defensive side to heal up a little bit. Still staggered for now, but managing to fully heal up here, but not at the cost of their barrier, right? Slop actually using the core flip drastic, just missing on that core flip, right? And now it's open barriers for each team, and Slop is looking a little bit scared here, but Leon has the core. No, not going to be able to do much with it. Passive coming in, Clutcher. Oni's blade into the top corner. Great save from Kilius and Fudgy Waffles, and the core flip from Leo not going anywhere. So Goats are surviving for now, but they're looking really staggered. Can they hold as the dash comes in? Leon trying to get a KO, trying to get a goal, trying to get anything here, but all he's getting is punched in the face by this X, as Lumos might have to take matters into his own hands with this core flip, but no, going to be denied, getting away from him. The heal coming in clutch now. Again, Lumos with that core flip into the top corner, finally able to get the angle, get it in that top side. Kilius charges up the ultimate, but not able to get to the core in time. Well played from Lumos that set.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff there from Lumos, just holding out of the core flip, found their opportunity and seized it. Now up 2-1, just one goal away from 2L being able to convert this into a win. We've been asking a lot of questions about this composition the whole game long, but they're going to be silencing a lot of them if they are able to actually come out ahead here and win this game. Moving up to the 2-0 bracket. Lumos now pushing in towards the bottom. Leo going to try to get stunned up, or going to try to avoid getting stunned up, and do so successfully as he goes into that elusive stand. Knocked back on over towards the right side. One goal barrier already down per side. They're trying to dribble it back and forth. Fudgy and Lumos, neither can get it past the other, but a lot of damage coming on through. Great timing on the elusive there for Leo to try to punish Pixelmon, but they find a goal barrier. They stay standing one way or the other. Finally, Pixelmon will drop. Kilius going to use the Supernova, not going to find too much value for it. There's the lifeline to keep up that pressure. Blink back from Lumos as he's trying to knock it on over and find that remaining barrier, but it's cleared past. Once again, Kilius has to blink back. He's kind of playing two roles at once here, and now Pixelmon's back out onto the map to keep this one going. The shot into the bottom corner again, going to come on through for the side of the Goats. We are going the full distance the second time in a row.
And Fudgy yet again coming in clutch, finding those really clean shots onto the corners of Slop's goal. But, you know, it's not over yet. We have two core flips, almost three now for the side of 2Ls 1W. They might just steamroll this last point here unless Goats has something to say about it, has something in response. As Isla Pixelmon already staggered, but no, Leon misses that flip, and so does Lumos, not able to really find anything for it as Kilius still has one barrier remaining. Lumos managing to heal just up a little bit longer, but Leon and Lumos, you know, they have no core flip, they have no energy, they have some health, but can they find this last barrier, or will Isla Pixelmon and Fudgy Waffles bring this home and take it on this last set?
The question is the knockaway once again from Leo. Pixelmon taken very low, increased in size by Fudgy, but what does that mean if you're just a bigger target and you're at risk of getting taken off the map? Goes in for the bull rush, finds Lumos, and now it's a numbers advantage going over to the side of the Goats, as they're going to look to close this one out. So far, they're managing to keep their X alive. They found both barriers with them. It's a huge play. They go in for the top corner. Another KO from Kilius. The goal from Fudgy Waffles, and the Goats pull it back to win the game and move up to 2-0 in Swiss.
Goats getting, you know, I don't want to say revenge, but I guess maybe a little bit of revenge, I guess. Not necessarily on Cal, but on the league itself, on this Africa tournament, showing that they deserved to possibly, you know, be still one of the top teams here. They're looking like they want to come back strong after slightly disappointing, right? Not making playoffs in NASL, but coming in strong in this Africa tournament, 2-0. It's still only Swiss, so there still is a lot of time, but man, look at those stats. 72,000 damage on to I Love Pixelmon, and an even more insane stat, I think, 400 redirects for Fudgy Waffles, where I don't feel like he carried the game, as I think Kilius, I Love Pixelmon, and Fudgy all had their part, but man, that is a midfielder's dream right there.
It absolutely was. What a run through here for the side of Goats. I mean, they were looking like they were really struggling up against this new composition, but they find themselves the W, and they are going to come on out here, moving up to our 2-0 bracket. They now just need one win in their next 3 games, and they will make it to the bracket stage.
Yeah, so Swiss kind of going underway, right? A lot of excitement going on. I believe, I mean, I don't know if I'd call this a crazy upset or anything. I think Goats definitely had a shot in this game always. I don't think I'd really want to bet on either team on this match, but after that first game, you know, Quest winning, and now Goats possibly the slight underdog winning too. I think this tournament, I mean, maybe we'll see something crazy happen, Gordo. Something even more crazy, like, maybe what if Demons gets knocked out or something? I'm maybe calling some crazy stuff too soon, but we got more action, I mean, coming for us later in these Swiss rounds, and then tomorrow for day two. I'm expecting to see something wild.
As well, really looking forward to seeing how this continues to draw on over the course of the rest of today. And as we get into that final bracket stage tomorrow, that's going to do it for our portion of Swiss, though, Borg. We are going to hand it off to the next set of casters as we move further on through the Swiss stage. You and I will be back tomorrow, though. We're covering grand finals, so don't miss us too much. Enjoy the rest of the tournament, and we will see everybody here pretty soon.
Hey, Strikers, and we are back with the AfreecaTV Omega Strikers Invitational. We will be getting into game, and the next match we will be seeing will be Bozo Bunch versus Oceano Coreflip. Oceano Coreflip not fielding their traditional goalie in Merchant and instead subbing in Megaverse, who is considered a very good goalie in the early days of MX Strikers. Basically, the #1 goalie for a very long time throughout beta, but also a strong goalie in the first season of the North American Strikers League as a substitute for the Sad Boys. On the other side, we have sort of a playoffs team in the North American Strikers Academy with Forgot, Dropletto, and I, commonly referred to as Muncher, fielding that team composition, and Forgot filling in for Boser and Fem Bison, who are their traditional goalies. But I think that we've already seen one upset from a North American Strikers Academy team today, and I would say that the bottom of the North American Strikers League and the top of the North American Strikers Academy is a lot smaller than I think that people kind of expected coming into this tournament.
Yeah, the Academy League is definitely nothing to scoff at, and I think both of these teams are really interesting. Like you said, Megaverse, an ancient, ancient god of the past, coming back for one last ride. But I'm pretty sure he's still competing, so not one last ride. And Dropletto, who recently hit rank 1, I think today or yesterday. They are rank 1 NA right now. That guy is really good at the game, so.
Yeah, and we are going to be going in Oni Village. That was the selected game for this. But yeah, Dropletto, I'm pretty sure he was actually grinding out solo queue to get rank 1 this morning. Like, he was up, ready, and playing the video game, not even worried about the tournament, just trying to get rank 1 so he could get that screenshot and show up Maddie, who is also in this tournament, representing the North American solo queue rank number 2. But let's get into the game really quick. We do see an Octavia ban coming out from the side of Oshino Coreflip. Muncher is a big Octavia player and kind of one of the very few Octavias up there with like Joker, up there with like, I guess, Vaughn, as well as people who have successfully used Octavia in high level competition, where previously a lot of people thought that the character is kind of very limited to being a solo queue pick right now. But that's being proven wrong, and even though we have a lot of new introductions of things like now, like those the introduction of things like Fight or Flight or Knife's Edge being strong introductions to the meta that don't necessarily benefit Octavia, we won't be seeing that in this game, but we hopefully will be seeing it a little bit later into the tournament as we get into our game here. And we do have a Stagger Swagger aerial start coming out. We're going to see Stagger Swagger picked up by Dropletto and Forgot, and aerials picked up by every other player in the game. Muncher opting into that Kyword, something that we have been seeing as a niche pick, specifically on maps like Oni Village.
Yeah, Kyword, very interesting, very similar to characters like Era and Octavia, have a speed ability, and able to just kind of run around, control the core. Doesn't really do much more. And what I'm looking at is Mirrormeg taking aerials on Rasmus. Gonna make that hook go a lot further, which I think is really interesting, and I'm not sure how people feel about that pick, because it's definitely not something super easy to get used to, kind of like taking missile propulsion. It's hard to manage, and see that hook coming out right there, but it doesn't matter because Dropletto just has it. Able to dice Megaverse in the goal box and score bottom corner.
And I do think aerials, that extra move speed on the haste on the Razoo secondary is so useful. Definitely on a map like Oni Village 2, where the core is going faster than normal, and being in the right place at the right time can mean so much, especially trying to defend that secondary barrier, which Megaverse is trying to do right now. He has the flip to potentially use it if needed, but right now Forgot's going to be the one that has to hold it down, as a mixed strike from Mirrormeg won't matter, as Kashikoma is there and waiting, ready to get the second barrier. But it looks like Megaverse is going to be the one sent off the map, which means that a second goalie barrier will go down for Oshino Coreflip. Now Forgot with a flip. It's actually yoinked away by Mirrormeg. Mirrormeg's the one that wins the flip, but the astral projection from Forgot keeps the core in play, and now Megaverse back up and ready to go. Kashikoma with a flip, pass over to Mirrormeg, but it's actually blocked by Dropletto and now Dropletto looking to score a goal himself, but no cooldowns means no pendulum swing to get that confirmed. Now Mirrormeg able to use that aerials hook actually to reach the core and sink into the top side of the net.
Yep, very well played by Mirrormeg. And what I'm noticing here right now is that Mirrormeg got his Asher banned. Mirrormeg very fond of the Asher, and Asher just really strong on this map. You know, camp a goal barrier and get to taking it. But on the Rasmus, he looks a little, I don't know, uncomfortable. And I think it's something that he's not as practiced on, whereas Dropletto just looks great on the Rasmus. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, and I think one difference that will make the difference as well coming into this is that midfield matchup. Kyward and Estelle kind of want to do that similar thing of helping those stuffing opportunities. I mean, look at that, right? Muncher there with the barrage, forcing the positioning from Megaverse and Kashikoma and allowing Dropletto to get a really easy bottom pocket. And if that sort of thing continues and Kashikoma isn't able to provide the same sort of stuffing pressure, which is so important on a map like Oni Village that is goalie favored, we're gonna see some problems coming out from Oshino Core Flip. But
right,
for
Estelle,
now,
sorry. Hey, Estelle on this map, I think, this is one of Kai Forward's best maps, but I feel like Estelle is just a little bit better on it. You're able to get barriers, which are so important to be picking up on how defensive this map is for goalies, especially against, hello, Atlas. That guy's pretty good at holding the barriers. It's super useful, and I think Estelle Rasmus might be one of the best comps. Oh, for reasons like that, hey, Kashikoma standing outside the goal box, shoots Forgot in the face, takes him out, and scores all at the same time.
yeah,
Super useful tools to have.
The one thing you don't want to be is an Atlas on Oni Village with an open net. You put so much effort into protecting that final barrier that when you do have an open net, things like that, the opportunities for Kashikoma and Mirrormeg can arise, which is something that Kai doesn't have to worry too much, that speed from his secondary, allowing him to be in the right place at the right time to do a lot of those saves. And look at that already, Forgot, barely able to save that second goalie barrier, but now Dropletto is looking to tie up the goalie barriers for side of Bozo Bunch. Nothing happening all too much right now, but a yoink from Mirrormeg will allow Kashikoma to get the second goalie barrier down with a core flip. Now, though, Dropletto and I looking to respond in kind, not able to find anything. Able to win a strike war, though, against Megaverse, which means we will have an open net for both teams. And Dropletto, absolutely critical pendulum swing, takes the entire set for Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, a beautiful pendulum swing, puts it in the bottom corner. And I think there we saw a Megaverse kind of backed into a corner, Kai not having the same kind of tools Atlas does to get it out. And going to draft, it is Demolitionist on the field. That's going to be picked up by Kashikoma. Just a great pick. We love having size. We love getting cooldowns for getting barriers, especially when, hey, Demolitionist is bugged, and sometimes instead of 8 seconds, it's 24 seconds. But Timeless falling to Forgot is, hey, one of Atlas's best awakenings. He's going to be ripping those massive expanses and defending those barriers so much more effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk about Egoist right now very quickly. The state of Egoist is a little bit sad right now with Catalyst and a lot of other things like Fire Up being taken out of the game, being out of rotation. But if Mirrormeg is able to grab that quick strike, something that's so strong on basically any map where core possession is very powerful, we're gonna see a lot of energy and a lot of Egoist procs, which means that this could potentially be an Exodia build for Mirrormeg.
Oh
that's
my
not gonna
God.
matter right now. He's not even gonna need it as he sends Forgot right into the net as the core follows it soon after. First point in the set goes over to Oshino Core Flip.
Yeah, hey, I said that he was looking a little uncomfortable on the pick, but perhaps he just needed to warm up. And maybe I did not understand his game, because that was such a well-played sequence from him.
Yeah, and when the core is going so fast, you're going to see a lot of goalies really wanting to play as far back as possible, giving them as much reaction time to deal with how fast the core could get, and that's going to cost him at times, especially with that Rasmus, one of the characters that's just so good at sniping out a goalie. But speaking of sniping things out, Kashikoma's able to snipe that second goalie barrier with his core flip, and now Mirrormeg with a 50-50 against Forgot. Assistance from Kashikoma means that's going to be sunk in, and Muncher could only watch as it gets stuffed through Forgot.
Yeah, that was brutal. It's, like you said, a 50-50 against Mirrormeg, and then jump scare. Kashikoma is in there, putting it in right then. And yeah, what do? I think we see Bozo Bunch. I think their team comp is especially powerful for its defensive capabilities, but Oshino Core Flip has a ton of offensive power, especially with that eject button Kai. And so I think this match is going to come down to if Bozo Bunch can hold it out long enough through all of this forward pressure that Oshi's putting up.
Yeah, and definitely we will see a core flip come out from Mirmeg, but it's going to be blocked away from Forgot. Now cleared up on the top side with the use of the core flip now. Dropletto on the opportunity, a good goal angle actually predicted and barraged away by Megaverse, which means Mirmeg and Kashikoma is going to be available to take that final goal barrier. Both goals are now open for both teams. Mirmeg dribbling it forward past to Kashikoma, trying to find anything, trying to find a snipe, but all of Bozo Bunch is there on the defense now. Cleared away by the assistant of Kashikoma means that we will be seeing a disconnect, unfortunately, but
Oh no.
Rules are Mirmeg and Kashikoma need to finish out the point, and that's what we're going to see as we get into this next set, and hopefully we will see Dropletto come back in time. Rank 1 not going to mean much if your internet is going to be down there in the depths of Elo hell as we go into this draft here. Some really big pickups to look at. Twin drives, really good on the Estelle to be in the right place at the right time, but also really good on eject button Kai, especially with an aerial start. Megaverse is going to be looking for so many opportunities to dash in and look to like kind of increase the pressure on Forgot, get more goalie barriers down, get more situations where Forgot has to defend against an open net. And even though that we do see, it looks like Dropletto is back, thankfully, going into this next set. But I'd be a little bit worried if I was Forgot right now. There's just so much offensive pressure. We have stacks from Kashikoma, so he's able to be in the right place at the right time yet again. And oh no, it looks like Dropletto is again going to be in the rank 1 internet. Again, the rules do state that Oshino core flip have the opportunity to score or handshake, and that looks like they are going to score. That's what they're supposed to do. That is what the rules say, and they're going to take that. And hopefully wait out the next point. Hopefully Dropletto will be able to come back in for the remainder of the game. But while we wait for that, let's talk very briefly as well. Megaverse picking up the perfect form, and with Castellas Ariel's perfect form, we're going to be again seeing a lot of Kai secondaries into primaries where he will get that extra redirect, that extra tap in to break the goalie barrier of the second goalie barrier of Forgot and get those situations that are uncomfortable if you are an Atlas goalie. And even though Atlas does have missile propulsion, he has the timeless creator, he has the momentum boots and stagger swagger for speed, you still are going to be uncomfortable, especially when against Erasmus and Estelle specifically, they could be there at any point, at kind of any angle, and look for a stuffing opportunity, which is a really, really powerful part of the draft coming from Ocean of Core Flip. But for now, we're here. We're going to be waiting it out. We're going to be seeing if Dropletto will be coming back. Again, rank 1. I believe he was actually usurped. Actually, I'm getting an update from production. He was usurped. He's currently rank 2 on the leaderboard. He actually queued a game while he was rank 1 and dethroned himself by losing. So, hey, props to him. Props to queuing up after you've hit your goal.
Yeah, sometimes your greatest enemy is yourself, but hey, took the title for a little bit. I want to talk about this perfect form pick on Megaverse really quickly. Obviously, like you said, a nice pick for Kai, get a lot of CDR from the barrages, but Megaverse picked it right before Forgot, and recently, in fact, just yesterday, I found out that Atlas ult will proc perfect form with the healing pulses. Yeah, and so perfect form on Atlas is a crazy pick. Apparently, it's about 16 light hits. If you take a look at the numbers really quickly, that is 6.66% CDR on all of your abilities 16 times. And so that is insane.
Yeah,
especially on Atlas, who has high cooldowns and just only cares about getting that cooldown reduction. Oh, hey, Dropletto's back. Welcome back, Dropletto.
Welcome back, Dropletto, indeed, and he's going to be welcome back with one goalie barrier going down, but they're able to get one back just in time. Hook comes out, but it's defended away with the assistance of Kashikoma. Now, Muncher using the barrage to get past the strike war of Kashikoma. Now, Mirmeg with possession of the core, a good strike angle means that we will be seeing an open net again. Expanse comes out to defend it, but we do see Kashikoma on the offense, and again, we are seeing Forgot being sent into the net alongside the core. It looks like Kashikoma and Mirmeg are finding these perfect snipes against Forgot and the side of Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, this Estelle Kashikoma's putting up just looks so strong, and again, it's such a strong pick on this map where core control is so important. Being able to just dash around wherever you want, send out these piercing shots, just one long beam, and where you get to control that entire space. it's so powerful. And paired with Erasmus, who also has a ton of core control capabilities, especially for a brawler, like, it's... The offense is becoming too much, and even though Forgot running the Atlas with Timeless and Missile Prop, it's still so hard to defend these barriers because there's just so much coming out from Ocean Core Flip.
Yeah, and already we're going to see an opportunity coming up from Mirmeg. Barely defended away from the primary from Forgot, but Kashikoma's there, able to get a Rose Warp into a redirect, actually mixing up the timing a little bit on Forgot. Forgot not being prepared and letting it slide right through him, which means we are going to see a second set go over to Ocean Core Flip. And now we've got some really interesting picks coming out. The Super Surge, Hot Shot, Primetime, all in front of Kashikoma. We'll see what he selects. Ends up going for the Hot Shot. Again, those extra CDRs, when paired with Demolitionist, will be so powerful, effectively giving Estelle no cooldowns if they're able to dump all of their cooldowns to get one or even both barriers. But on the other side, we do see a Primetime picked up for Muncher, considered, at least on Kai Goalie, one of Kai's best possible picks in the Awakening draft. But on forward, it's still very impactful, able to get more stuffing pressure. Again, kind of doing what Ocean Core Flip wants to do. Instead, this time, finally, it goes over to Muncher, having some tools himself to work with, and we're going to see him use one of those to get one goalie barrier, and that's the second barrage already, barely making Megaverse able to save that second one. But for now, some strike core wins from Dropletto and Muncher means that they'll have an opportunity to score on the second goalie barrier here again, but nothing found so far. Pull comes out from Mirmeg, but it's not needed as Megaverse is waiting and ready. And we are going to see a second goalie barrier go down from, I believe, a really good Giga, though. Dropletto and Muncher trying so desperately to respond, and that's that missile propulsion to Alice. But again, Forgot is sent into the net. Kashikoma is on a warpath right now, sending the goalie of Boza Bunch into the net over and over again, and of course the core follows. But already look at the XP difference. Kashikoma is sitting pretty, almost at the Omega level, almost at max level, just a few redirects away, and Forgot is sitting at 5 and Dropletto 6. Things are looking so good for the side of Ocean Core Flip right now, as again another goalie barrier is going to go down, which means another open net for this Atlas. Though this time Dropletto is able to flip the script, able to get that second goalie barrier, and he's able to convert with a flip. Kashikoma's Rose Warp just barely out of range, not able to get there in time. Instead, the redirect going over to Muncher, which means that we will be going 1-1 on the set.
Yeah, going 1-1, and Dropletto getting in there and showing a little bit more of that Rasmus expertise I was talking about earlier, and just playing really well. And I think Boza Bunch is getting their groove back as they lose both their barriers. But hey, you know, one thing at a time.
Yeah,
and
oh my
in their
gosh. Yeah, and there we go. We were waiting to see it, but Megaverse actually, you know, talked about Megaverse kind of being ancient, kind of being there when the laws of Omega Strikers were written, but he is kind of one of the very first users, if not the first user, of eject button Kai in high level play, and there we see the power of it. Basically, when you have that aerials, when you have the super surge going, able to run so fast and able to show up and take those goalie barriers, that pressure is going to be making Forgot sweating. But on the flip side, we are going to see that right there, as when you use all your all your cooldowns offensively, you're not going to have any on the defense, which means that we will see goalie barriers go over to Boza Bunch. But Kashikoma there with a flip. It's going to be redirected away by Muncher. Now Muncher, critical strike or win, sets up Dropletto, but it's not going to mean anything right now, though. Megaverse on the defense does have the barrage, and misstrike from Muncher means that the clear is going to go through, but Dropletto is there and waiting, able to use the secondary from Rasmus to get so many redirects there and pocket in to the top side of the net. 2-2 on the set.
Yeah, Megaverse holding out for so long, going really well there. You brought up him being ancient. I'm pretty sure Megaverse was the progenitor of the Kai goalie at all.
Oh,
Most
yeah,
people,
that's true.
Yeah, from way back when, Kai used to be only a forward, and everyone said, hey, that's awesome. And then he started playing him goalie and quite literally changed the entire landscape of Omega Strikers. Now here, once again, showing his Kai goalie expertise. Unfortunately, he did Giga and take his own barrier, but hey, we all make mistakes in the heat of the moment as Mirrormeg puts it in with an egoist core flip, a bit of an Oceano core flip moment. Hey, up top, we get there. And Oceano core flip will be taking that game. And I really think we spent like the beginning where we introduced Oshi talking about Megaverse. We spent a lot of time talking about Megaverse, and brought up that he was a sub and that usually Merchant plays for them. But I think Mirmeg and Kashikoma together really deserve the accolades for that match because they both played so well, especially Kashikoma, who just absolutely popped off on the Estelle, getting 3 KOs, almost or half as many KOs as goals, each of them being scoring forgot in the net. It just well played by the both of them. I think they really solidified themselves in there as one of the better forward duos in this tournament. I'm super impressed.
And honestly, I think that the stats are kind of reflective of that. I mean, 42 saves from Forgot to the 35 of Megaverse, who's actually using, even though he had 40 more redirects, a lot of those redirects were at the midfield line. And the reason that Megaverse was able to do that was because Mirmeg and Kashikoma were able to put so much pressure that Megaverse was able to focus all of his cooldowns, all of his stuffing potential to, or what would be his defensive potential on stuffing potential. And because of that, I mean, look at that. I mean, 99 shots from the side of Mirmeg and Kashikoma versus 42 and 38 from Drop Leto and I. That's a really big difference in terms of pressure, especially from the midfield as well. But even though we do see more redirects coming over from Muncher, it's the redirects that count coming in from Kashikoma. And again, like you said earlier, pocketing both the core and Forgot into the net multiple times throughout the game, which, yeah, when that happens, when the Estelle is able to set themselves up like that, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to deal with that sort of stuffing pressure, especially when there's an eject button Kai waiting in the wings.
Right. And just super, super difficult to deal with. Again, Oceano Coreflip's forward pressure was just so dominating, especially because that map, Oni Village, usually favors defensive play. So I'm really impressed that they had just so much that they could break through the Atlas, they could break through the Kai in the midfield, just push through all of it. I'm shocked. But again, just really well played by the both of them, Kashikoma and Mirmeg, all stars of that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are an Oshino Coreflip fan, that means that Oshino Coreflip is a single game away from securing themselves a spot in the day 2 best of 3 bracket. And if you're a Bozo Bunch fan, you're going to be sweating a bit, which means that since that was a 1-1 game, one team goes on to play out their qualification match and one goes on to play their elimination match. And that's the nature of Trifecta Swiss. And so if you are a fan of Muncher, Drop, Leto, and Forgot, you'll be hoping that they manage to hold down throughout the remainder of the Swiss bracket. But for now, we will be waiting on our next game, which I believe is still to be determined. But just kind of talking about the bracket generally, we do see that Sad Boys, I believe, have confirmed their spot, kind of to be expected. But they, as the winners of the North American Strikers League, kind of the winners of the most prestigious competition in Omega Strikers history. That they have clean swept their way through the Swiss phase and will be showing up tomorrow. We might get to see them, probably see them in grand finals, to be completely honest. But speaking of the rest of the bracket, we do see, I believe, Midgard, Demons Raw, Goats Esports, Era's Kitten Club, Ojino Coreflip, and Quest Esports all sit one game away from securing one spot in day 2 themselves. So if you are a fan of any of those teams, you will definitely be excited to see them coming into day 2. But we do see a couple 1 teams, but the rest of the teams are sitting on that 1-2 or the 2, or the 1-2 or the 1-1 mark right now. And unfortunately, Party Rockers in the How and Omega Legends have departed from the tournament, both going 0-3, and unfortunately not going to be able to make it into farther games in this competition. But I believe I'm getting an update from production. We might be seeing PP Legends versus PLX coming up on stream, unless that might be changed very soonly. Sorry, I'm just waiting on production to let us figure out the games. Yes, I do think it is going to be the Princess Pal Legends versus Platinum exclusive. We're going to be seeing a rematch again from the North American Strikers Academy finale, actually.
Yeah, a run back from the Academy Grand Finals, where PLX took that in a pretty close set, if I remember. PP
Yeah.
Legends, the ones favored to win, so bit of an underdog story. And here, I'm interested to see if PPL can, come back, reclaim their throne in this
Yeah.
match coming up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And PB Legends, like talking about kind of NASA in general, this team was kind of the projected team to take the entire league. I mean, going into the North American Strikers Academy, they were pretty much the only team that was a veteran of season one of the North American Strikers League. Unfortunately, they were relegated, which is why they were there in the first place. But I mean, the current actual number one on the leaderboard, Maddie will be their goalie, joined by, I believe, Fiery and John Fortnite if they aren't throwing in any subs, or sorry, not John Fortnite, Average Alex if they aren't throwing in any substitutes, which is a very, very good roster. A lot of people think that even though they participated in the North American Strikers Academy, that they're still like on the caliber of the North American Strikers League and could definitely go to toe with some of the best with the other teams that are sitting pretty 2-0 in the brackets against things like Goats Esports, against Midgard, against even 2Ls make a W, which is kind of the remnants of Core Overflow, which placed third place in the North American Strikers League. So definitely interesting to see how they are performing today against again the guys who took them out in the North American Strikers Academy.
Right. I'm especially interested in this match because both teams are 1-2 right now, meaning that whichever team loses this upcoming match will be knocked out of the tournament, and the winner gets to move on for one more game and one more chance to seal out their qualification. So
Yeah.
this is a big match.
Absolutely, yeah, and again, like all your marbles are on the line. All of the marbles are on the table. I don't know, one of those things.
we're
The
playing marbles today. Get your marbles out,
the
everyone.
cards are down. The stakes are high.
Yeah,
Uh,
the Exodia is in play, and the heart is in the marble bag.
yeah, definitely. And it looks like from the side of PLX, yeah, just as a confirmation, we will be seeing the standard roster from the side of the Princess Pal Legends. We're going to be seeing Maddie in the goal box, joined by Average Alex in the midfield, and Fiery representing the brawler forward position. But on the other side of PLX, actually, PLX could really field just about any roster they want. They're one of the very few teams in either league between the North American Strikers Academy and the North American Strikers League that genuinely have a six-man roster that they could swap out depending on the rotation. But it does look like for this game, we will see it is a pineapple in the goal net, in the net, joined by Cows in the midfield and Drew in the forward position. And honestly, Cows and Drew, I would definitely say, are the two to watch in this game. We're definitely if you are a North American Strikers League caliber team and you are wanting to, tussle with the best, this is definitely the game to prove it. PB Legends, a team to absolutely beat, to prove that you are on that caliber of team that could tussle against the teams from the North American Strikers League that have been relegated. So I want to put my eyes on those two duos, as I think between kind of all the players here, they're the ones that need that proving the most. They're the ones that need to show up, and they need to show their improvement throughout the last season of the North American Strikers Academy.
Yeah, I believe Cows and Drew were not played as often in North American Strikers Academy as some of their other players. It's a pineapple showing up a lot actually, so I'm feeling pretty confident in their play. A very strong goalie, but I'm excited to see what Cows and Drew can offer. I know that they played in playoffs a few rounds, and Drew especially looked really strong,
Yeah.
playing a lot of Asher and Juliet, and just dominating the field. So I think that's the player to look out for, and Cows, as you said, to see what they can do and if they can match the absolutely oppressive offense that Average Alex and Fiery are able to put up.
Yeah. And of course, Average Alex and Fiery being kind of the and Maddie, of course, of being kind of veterans of this game, being already having participated in kind of in Omega Strikers since I believe for at least for all three of them since beta, and placing decently well in it. But yeah, I there's a really interesting pick that we could see from PLX, and I don't think it's going to happen here, but I think I'm going to talk about it as we are waiting for the game to be set up. Is that Cows originally at one point was a brawler player for PLX and has been able to transition to fill both roles as needed for the team. If they think that he's a good fit for midfield, they will put him there. But that means that like we can see some really interesting picks, especially in like claustrophobic maps, like things like Night Market, where you could see like a Zentaro midfield. That's kind of an out of left field pick, definitely, and you definitely will more likely see the Zentaro be played in the forward position. That's like also a drafting opportunity that is on the table, and maybe we'll get to see it, but likely not. I'm this is me kind of just speculating a little bit on the things that PLX can do, because I think out of almost any team here in the tournament, honestly, PLX is the most malleable. They're the ones that if there's a crazy strategy to pull off, there's a weird thing that they could do. This is the team that will probably bring it out. Unless there's a really just hidden pocket pick that one of these teams have saved from the North American Strikers Academy or North American Striker League playoffs. But we are seeing more and more players finally ready up. I'm very excited. We might be getting into game very, very soon. But yeah, what are your thoughts on kind of the state of, I would say, like the drafting of PLX, because you've done a lot of casting for the North American Strikers Academy.
Yeah, and hey, I love chatting it up, and I think Zentaro midfield is a great pick on Night Market. I would love to see something like that. I don't think it'll come out. I think Cavs will opt for a more traditional midfielder, but hey, anything is possible, and I would love to be surprised. But we are loading into game right now, going on to Clarion Test Chamber, which the newest map. A lot of people have a lot of comments on it, and I love watching this map. It is so exciting, especially the the one with the bumpers,
Oh
and
yeah.
just watching players try and have any semblance of core control. Because bad news, it is not possible. It takes it is a Sisyphus. Hey, you guys know Sisyphus, that guy whose name
I think
yeah, that's the word I was looking for, and I just didn't want to talk about it because it was like impressively bad how I messed it up. But it's that kind of task, core controlling on this or on that map. But here we see Average Alex hovering a now, and if we're getting down to opinions, we've actually been seeing, we saw Lumos play now earlier and look really strong on the pick. And I was going to say, I don't like it, so thank God. Average Alex picks Rune instead. Don't have to talk about that stank character anymore.
Yeah, and Average Alex is going to be kind of on Rune, a character that he is known for picking in these situations. And yeah, I think, like, yeah, you mentioned it earlier, but Clarion Test Chamber is just such a volatile... Wait, no way. Did they actually
no way.
They actually fixed
Oh my God.
Hey, do I know
go.
PLX or what? That is so sick to see. We are going to see this pick come out from the side of PLX. And again, this is actually a map that could get really, really claustrophobic. I mean, you see here on the Atlas's variation of the map that it could get so congested with that expanse coming out. And that's the situation where you want to see that Zentaro midfield able to pump out so much damage and threaten KOs. And already we're going to see some core control actually coming out from the side of PLX as both goalie barriers are going to go down. It's a Pineapple. Unfortunately, had a goal opportunity, but I believe he missed the strike, which means that unfortunately Drew will be paying for that mistake, being sent off the field with a dash punch from Fiery. Now Fiery, the Flame Flurry comes out, able to get one barrier. It's a Pineapple banish, but it's not needed to be saved as Cow is there to figure it out. Now Drew back on the field. The Rune Pillar will be red and not struck into. Now Fiery and Drew both losing their dash, but it's a Pineapple also losing his goalie barrier, and Drew able to barely just save it, or no, I'm sorry, Cow is able to just barely save it with a Zentaro special, keeping the core in for just a little while longer. But now Fiery is just waiting for the core to come to him. Maddie has a defensive flip to work with, which he elects to use right there. Is going to wait it out, buy some time for that expanse to go down, and Average Alex, reading where It's a Pineapple was going to strike it, sends it into that first point over to the Princess Pals.
Yeah, Average Alex dropping a beautiful Rune Pillar there, and really, we saw PLX get both goal barriers really early, but struggle to get the goal, and I'm curious to see if that's going to be something consistent. But hey, I think they're going to have a pretty good time right now, as Maddie just gets wiped. Even with the Pauldron Stagger Swagger, Stagger Swagger won't save you from a one-shot, but Fiery going on his 1v5 arc, just taking that barrier, man down, doesn't matter. does not care. The offense doesn't stop with this guy on the field. And he's getting ready to score it right here. It's Pineapple sitting on a flip.
Yeah, and we do have the defensive flip, but it could be so volatile as we are in the bumper stage. We are going to see that. An unfortunate bounce off the bumper means that Maddie is going to be forced to save it again and again and again, which he actually pulls off. Now it's a Pineapple. Pass down to Cows. Fiery not there to intercept, but now Average Alex with core control if needed. Now Cows trying to assist his goalie. Flip does come out from It's a Pineapple, and a good pass to Drew. Pockets it into the bottom side of the net using that core momentum, making Maddie have to guess, and unfortunately didn't have that reaction time as we are going over to Tricar's variation of Clarion Corp being invisible in those small things. And already, whoa! We're going to see a dash punch come out. And whoa! Fiery is going to try to make a prediction, try to send off Cows on the map, but It's a Pineapple. Was reading him like a book, able to use that supernova to put him into the KO box for a little bit. Now Maddie and Fiery trying to pass it out, and it's actually going to be saved against the flip and stuffing potential of the side of PLX, though. Now Average Alex looking to respond defensively, but a critical strike or loss means that there's going to be a flip burn from Maddie, and Cows is there. The midfielder Zentaro showing up in front of the net where he was intended and putting it into the net. Now 2 points go over to the side of PLX.
Yeah, beautiful play from Cows there. And all I'm saying is, hey, they knew about the Zentaro midfield pick. I think this game's as good as one for PLX.
Yeah.
Just beautiful play coming out from Cows. And he's so big now. He's so big. He gets extra stagger, 50 power, and a ton of move speed from the orb. And PP Legends can't do anything about it.
Yeah, there's just so much damage. Especially, too, again, that Zentaro midfield absolutely providing so much damage pressure, especially on top of having that Juliet, on top of having a Vice. And even though we don't see a Finite from PLX, I don't know if it's a Pineapple plays Finite, but that's going to be just, look, I mean, we saw that. We saw both Average Alex and Fiery basically get 100-0 to end sent off the map. And that means that Drew will be the one that has the pick of the litter here, has Demolitionist, which he will be opting into over that build different. Size does fall down to Maddie, though, which means he won't be that upset. Egoist does come out from the side of Cows, but the big one to talk about here, other than the size trainings for Maddie and Drew, is going to be that Timeless Creator pick. Definitely one of Rune's best trainings overall, and it is something that literally no character on the side of PLX can deny, showing a little bit of that kind of overlap in what the characters want in between all of them. But for now, it's not going to matter as the Expanse comes out. It's actually going to take a double berry, and whoa! Speaking of big size, that size is going to mean that Maddie's going to be punished and sent into the goal box, though we'll see if the core does follow. Not going to see anything right now as the Expanse does come out, though. Cows using the blink forward to try to save the core. Unfortunately, one's going to go down. Fiery trying to make it 2, but it's not going to be found. And Maddie getting picked off by Drew trying to assist his team. It means that it's going to be an easy point for Drew.
Yeah, wow, Drew just killing Maddie not once but twice in his own net. Just mowing him down off cooldown. And I don't think I've ever seen the Maddie Erasmus goalie. The goal barriers on this map, very similar to Night Market, and this orientation works really well for Rasmus goalie. A great pick. But I don't know how comfortable Maddie is on this character, so I'm interested to see if he can get warmed up with it or something. But yeah, I don't know. The PLX is putting up so much stuffing potential with the Zentaro, who just died, the rest in peace, and Drew, Juliet. And yeah, hey, down a man, Fiery finds the perfect angle right between the two PLX members and gets a point, evening out this set.
Yeah, and with the Stagger Swagger start actually coming into play, and actually that kind of shows the damage potential of PLX, able to get a lot of Stagger KOs even through the Stagger Swagger, but right now Fiery's going to be the one that wins some critical strike wards, and it's actually almost able to get a goal, but it's going to slide right past him, unfortunately. Good banish from Average Alex, stops the offensive play before it even starts, but just talking about what's happening really quick, the Juliet will be really good for getting those KO potentials with a dash punch. You don't need Stagger if they just walk a little bit too close to the wall, but we're going to see a little bit of ping-ponging back and forth between both teams now as Cows able to use the blink forward, able to get core possession. Now Drew, the one that needs to punch it in, and there he goes. Dash punch goes down, and now he has Demolitionist again, which means his cooldowns will be there, but it's going to be blocked away from the side of PP Legends. Now, Maddie, with tight angles on those clears, means that the core will stay in play a little bit longer. Now, Average Alex with low stagger, but he's going to be healing up no problem with that stagger swagger. Now, pass down to Drew's, intercepted by Maddie, but unfortunately the core is too fast. The strike cooldown is not up fast enough, and that's a second point over to PLX.
Yeah, 3 seconds away from overtime, but Maddie, sporting the pauldrons, having extra power to send that core even faster, unable to catch it in time off the hook.
Yeah,
Very sad, because Erasmus Hook has some of the highest power scaling of any ability in the game.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah, it's something like 400%. It's a big number.
That's a
Speaking of
very
big
big number. Yeah, and Fiery is right here. It's going to be very, very big. Dumping some cooldowns in it. It's a pineapple, but it's not going to mean anything as they don't get the second goalie barrier, and it's after Average Alex. But the flip dash comes out, and it's a pineapple. Is going to be spending that 12 seconds in the KO box, which means that Maddie and Fiery have an opportunity, but Drew winning a good engagement in the midfield. Good pass back from Cows allows that clear top forward. Now it's a pineapple is back, but it won't mean anything as the second goalie barrier goes down. He is banished, but it's going to be Drew, the one with flip it. Cows actually using that Centauro forward power. Going to be playing to the character's strengths and actually getting some pressure onto Maddie, which means that Drew is set up with the flip, able to get the second set of the game, and 1 set away from PLX continuing their run, and 1 set away from the PP Legends going home.
Yeah, it's crazy because I feel like PP Legends has been playing really well, and they've been having a lot of good moments, but PLX has just been so dominant, and now with Cows getting Super Surge, Zentaro's Best Awakenings, and increasing his mobility, tenfold, which is so useful on this map, especially as midfield, just getting around, like, it's insane, it's absurd. I think the pickup of Hotshot on Average Alex, though, especially with that Timeless, will be game-changing. That is exactly what you want to see if you're a PP Legends fan, and I think this is Average Alex's opportunity to pop off and change the flow of this game, get PP Legends back into it.
Oh no,
as Maddie is KO'd.
Yeah, and we are going to see a lot of KOs coming out. It looks like we are going in that third set where damage and stuff really come alive. And with that bulk up and Spark of Resilience, Fiery is definitely no joke. Going to have a lot of dash range to knock people out. And we're going to see that already with a dash punch, catching Cows off guard and sending him into the KO box. Now, Maddie with a pull, able to keep tempo up for his team. And a good punch from Fiery means that he's going to use that hit stun to get that second goalie barrier, but Drew now able to respond in kind, though he does not have a dash punch for this goalie barrier, which means he's going to need a little bit of assistance from Cows, which he gets, which means the second goalie barrier is going to go down. Now Fire with no flip, trying to win some engagements in the midfield, but Average Alex is back with the hot shot, and if you're a Vice, you're so scared of a fast core because you don't have some good defensives, but it won't even matter as Drew with a dash punch past Maddie, able to get that first point of the set, and we're 2 points away from PLX continuing on.
Yeah, PLX is fighting right now, pushing hard to make sure that they don't have to play any more sets. They're able to get to their last match as quick as possible, and PP Legends here fighting hard to stay in, trying to take that spot in the last match, and holding down both these barriers is Pineapples. Has to drop flip against the 50 extra power Fiery coming in, dropping an ult, and Fiery just gets to dash punch it right through, burning all of its Pineapple's tools. And that size was brutal to fight against, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of PP Legends here.
Yeah, and actually, that was a really cool play. By the way, I saw the core spawn topside, which means Cows use that Super Surge blink to immediately send the core to the other side of the field, and it's a Pineapple and Drew were literally ready, able to pop that expanse immediately, but it won't even matter, even though it was a really cool play. Oh, it actually might matter, but now we have an open goal.
Oh no.
Hey,
you hate to
every
see
goalie
it.
gets their one.
But every goalie gets their one.
It's a Pineapple is doing great, but that happens. It looked like a little bit, maybe a bit of an internet connection from It's a Pineapple. But if you are PLX, one of their best aspects is their flexibility, and the other one is their mental. Already, it looks like they're going to get one goalie barrier down. Drew still in it, looking for a KO against Average Alex. Not going to find anything, though. And oh no, It's a Pineapple with some unfortunate connection issues. Means that we will have an open net for PLX, but Drew and Cows is there to support their friend in trying to get a second goalie barrier down for themselves. Now we're going to have an open net for both teams. Now Cows trying to help out It's a Pineapple a little bit, but Average Alex with a good secondary on that rune, able to get a quick little redirect and take the set for Princess Pals.
Yeah, a beautiful secondary. Launches the core straight into the net. Moving a little slow due to the unformed pillar, but I have to imagine that hot shot with the core speed helped a little bit out there, getting it through. And now we're looking at 1-2 fight or flight on the board. 1-2 being picked up by Drew. That's just with Knife's Edge and Demolitionist. That's, you know, a big Juliet with a ton of damage coming out. Oh, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it was actually really interesting. It's really interesting to see Fiery pick Fight or Flight over the Tempo Swing. Tempo Swing actually considered a really good awakening, but making it all the way through draft. No one actually ends up picking it in the end, which I think that's a really interesting decision. Not necessarily a bad one, as size in these claustrophobic maps are so good. And Fight or Flight, of course, having that extra dash cooldown is going to be so helpful if you are able to get that stagger going, especially because there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Cows and Drew. The double brawler combo with a Vice means that you will get a lot of use, but for now we're going to see one goalie barrier down for both teams, though. Fiery with core possession and a dash punch if needed. Dash punch from Drew goes wide and he almost pays for it with his life, but a good evade comes out just in the nick of time. Now It's a Pineapple trying to hold it down against Average Alex and Maddie, which he will. A good power chord able to keep the core away from his final goalie barrier, and now we see a lot of damage come through. Average Alex is going to be the one to grab on to the power, but it won't matter as the extra size will only spell his doom. Able to get a nice little dash punch from Drew as payment. Now Cows getting the core forward, has that flip, but he's going to be picked away from Fiery. Now flip from It's a Pineapple. Drew trying to get the core forward. Actually a good banish from Average Alex means that the final goalie barrier is going to go down, and Fiery, reading the timing, is going to send it into the net. Now the first point of the set goes over to Princess Pal Legends in an excellent display of skill.
Yeah, wow. PPL is looking so back right now, as they just absolutely dominated that set.
They have got that down. Cows knows that combo so well, immediately able to get a cheeky goalie barrier right off the bat. They're playing around this Atlas expanse so well, and look at that, the dash punch is blocked away from Fiery, but the core flip is there to get a double, and the flame flurry comes out, stunning It's a Pineapple, who has no flip, and that's 2 points. And even though it looks like PLX have this rotation, this project expands down to a T with that Centauro midfield, PB Legends is firing back.
Yeah, Project Platinum exclusive going crazy as they have that one labbed out so perfectly, but PP Legends is just looking too good right now. They're so well equipped to deal with PLX now.
Yeah, and we're just gonna see again and again. Fiery's gonna have a dash again because he used it to get a stagger. Now, Average Alex and Fiery, they're trying to confirm a goal, which the goalie barriers will help, but it's actually defended away from some excellent strikes by It's a Pineapple, but it won't mean anything. Fiery there with a punch, and cooldown after cooldown after cooldown is coming out from the side of BB Legend so hard, and we might see a reverse sweep now coming up potentially.
Yeah, the CDR is insane, and with Primetime, Twin Drive, and Extra Special on the board, we might be seeing even more come out. Average Alex taking Monu over Primetime. Opting for the biggest pillars money can buy here. Fiery picking up Quick Strike, trying to contest It's a Pineapple even more.
Yeah. And actually, like, let's look at this draft. Pretty much every single person except Drew got such a critical training. The specialized training coming out from the Vice, of course, being a lot of damage, but Quick Strikes from Fiery, able to win more and more 1v1 engagements when it comes out, but the twin drives from Cows as well, especially as a Centauro midfield, means that you will be more places on the map. So definitely both teams going to be at their full power coming into this final set, and now we see a contest over the orb in the center. Drew's going to be the one that has it, but that speed, or that size, means that one goalie barrier is going to go down, forces an evade from both Maddie and Average Alex, and a dash punch in a Fiery means that a KO will come out. See if they can convert it into a second goalie barrier as Maddie and Average Alex are bunkered up. It will go down. Drew with the dash punch, not able to find it, has the flame flurry, and it's going to send it past Maddie. Saves the flip, and that's 1 point in the final set going over to PLX.
Yeah, PPL's momentum grinded to a halt as PLX is looking to grab this game back. Again, we're last set on an elimination game. the winner of this is so crucial to their tournament participation. Both teams fighting to win really hard right now. And we're on the one where they're invisible. I keep trying to track where everyone
Project
is.
Zeno,
And then
Project Zeno.
Welcome to Project
so
Zeno.
hard.
Yeah, sometimes there's 4 people on the board, and I say, hey, where'd everyone else go? I check the
Oh!
top if there's any KOs. But what a beautiful core flip coming out from It's a Pineapple.
Yeah,
Oh
and
my
that
God.
means he won't have it though for this, and he just isn't able to get it with the Supernova, unfortunately not growing enough, and a critical KO from Fiery means that we are going to be tied up in this final set.
Yeah, we are. These teams are going back and forth.
Guys,
oh, and Cows
Average
almost
Alex is ready.
explodes.
Oh no! Yeah, and
No.
they actually read it. Average Alex with a banish off of kickoff, reading PLX strategy, but it won't matter, as unfortunately both goalie barriers are actually going to go down for both teams, and now we are 1 goal away. Drew getting such a critical KO against Average Alex. Now, if Cows can get the core to him, it might be curtains for this point. Now, Cows advancing forward, flip comes out from Maddie, and an excellent angle from Maddie! Gets it past all 3 members of PLX, and all of a sudden, a reversal of fortunes for PP Legends, now 1 point away from staying in the tournament and pulling off the reverse sweep.
There's no way. An insane core flip. And yeah, we're on Project Base Drop now. Drew's looking incredibly low. Cows gets a barrier, and this is match point.
Yeah, this is potentially
We're
match
here.
point for it all, and Cows desperately trying to get that last goal of barrier, open up a goal, hoping to tie it up in this critical set, but Drew is going to be sent off the map. Now it's Cows in a 1v2 situation. Unfortunately, the bumpers will send it over to Fiery. Gets 1 goalie barrier. Now Average Alex trying to get it up again. Fiery has that dash punch if he can just get to him. The Flame Flurry comes out, but it's not going to find it. Drew, critical strike war win means that there's going to be a little bit more space for It's a Pineapple to work with, but the core is going back and forth. Dash punch on the core misses, and right now Maddie's holding It's a Pineapple, trying to get the core upfield, but right now a dash punch from Average Alex and Fiery and Rune Pillar as well will mean that you're going to see an open goal for PLX. Now Maddie with a close angle clear and the bounce house, but Drew's there to intercept. It's a Pineapple with a flip. The pass goes through, but it's intercepted by Average Alex. Now Cows is not going to be able to defend it. The punch comes out from Fiery. PP Legends reverse sweep and keep their heads in the game. PLX will be going home. And we see again a what if of the North American Strikers Academy with PP Legends on top.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, that's right.
Oh my God. I'm completely speechless after the end of that game. Both teams fought to the bitter end. The PP Legends with a critical set 3 power-up were able to blaze their trail right through the rest of that game and take it in the reverse sweep.
Yeah, that was insane. Average Alex with like the most critical Rune Pillar redirects I've seen in my entire life. I mean, we just see the comfort coming out from this guy, one of the NASA midfielders that really can shine on that rune pick, and we saw it come out at full force, even against what we were talking about coming into it, but that midfield Zentaro actually having the most redirects in the entire game. And also giving 16k damage to matching all of the team members from the side of PP Legends. But yeah, it wasn't going to be enough. And when it comes down to it, I think the being able to stay calm, Fiery and Average Alex able to get such critical plays in the final sets of the game is what sets them apart and makes them, that shows themselves that this team is on the caliber of the North American Striker League team. This is a team that can fight their way through liftoff and relegations, and this is a team that could show up and win here at the Omega Strikers, or the AfreecaTV Omega Strikers Invitational.
Yeah, it's insane how well they played. And yeah, like you said, they just kept calm. Average Alex got hot shot, and the rest was history.
Yeah, and yeah, like I mentioned it very, very briefly when it was first picked, but if you're a Vice who doesn't have a lot of defensive capabilities, all of your cooldowns will take a while to come out. And we saw in some of those key goals, like It's a Pineapple trying to set up a supernova, but it just wasn't in time. And Fiery and Average Alex were able to let the core slip through as it was charging. And yeah, with that extra core speed, all the extra chaos, especially on that final point of the game of things like Bouncy House, where the core is already just going all over the place and it's so hard to keep track of. that might make the difference when, you know, it's a pineapple. Definitely, he was back in beta and throughout the early days of launch, he was kind of a Luna one trick. He's very, very used to playing these aggressive goalies, and no doubt his champion pool has expanded from him. But that is the weakness that PP Legends exploited, using that core speed, using the core control, getting those setups for Fiery and Average Alex, and it made the difference. I mean, look at the different, like the Juliets. The Juliets are mirrored. Like Fiery has 8 more redirects, but has literally the exact same goal participation. Both of them getting 6 goals and no assists. And I mean, like they basically mirrored each other throughout the game. Of course, and look, yeah, 12 KOs from the side of Drew, 9 from Fiery, basically picking up a dash punch punish whenever it was possible. I mean, like, I feel like those two played on the very same level, and the difference came between that, basically essentially came down to the Rune getting his best in slots, getting that timeless, getting the hot shot. And to be fair, PLX had the opportunity to not pick up their own best in slots, instead had the opportunity to deny it, but they chose not to. And unfortunately they paid for that. And that's gonna be a critical error, and unfortunately the error that does send them home for the tournament.
Right. PP Legends just played the matchup incredibly well and gets to move on.
Yeah.
They have a chance of getting to the top 8 now, and O7 to PLX, who again played incredibly well. Zentaro midfield coming out and really just putting on an all-star showing. Drew, of course, also absolutely popping off, matching Fiery, who, like you said, NASL caliber forward. Just yeah, beautiful.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
again,
And
I hate to see them go, but
yeah.
gave us a great show.
Yeah, they gave us a great show, and if there is a pick that you wanted to go out on, it would be that Zentaro midfield. I think that you go home. I mean, Cows showed up. That Zentaro midfield looked so
Mhm.
so good, especially on every single Project Expanse start, where basically PLX were able to get 1, if not 2 goalie berries like free off the rip. Like, and if there is a composition that you're struggling throughout the tournament, you're 2 losses in, you're on your elimination game, and you just want to show the world what you've been cooking for the tournament, that's the comp to show. And so much respect for PLX for doing that. And unfortunately, we will be seeing them coming up in liftoff in a few weeks, so we will see both of these teams again as they fight for potential spots in the North American Strikers League. But enough about them. We will be going in to our next game very, very soon. I'm going to wait for an update on production before I say anything about what the game is going to be. So for now, I'm going to be talking about the bracket. And so, as expected, Sad Boys, again, I mentioned previously, but they have clinched their victory 3-0 on the day, which means they will be leaving early and securing their spot in day 2 in the best of 3 bracket stages. But joining them now, finally, will be Demons Raw, who also went 3-0 on the day, just a little bit slower, losing an extra set compared to the Sad Boys. Just a single set, that's 3 points. That's barely anything. So, obviously, if you're a fan of those two teams, you saw them clash once in the North American Strikers League playoffs finale grand finals, but you might get to see them again tomorrow on day 2. But continuing on, Quest Esports, in kind of a twist of fate, we saw a lot of people talking about this team, a team that has the potential, that upset potential that we saw earlier today against Sudumba Strikers, but they have pulled it off again, this time beating Midgard, again, a North American Striker League team that will be defending their spot in the relegation series. And kind of seating wise, at least upsetting them and securing their spot in day 2, going 3-1 on the day. Oshino Coreflip will be joining them as well. We saw them earlier, as they will be going 3-1 and advancing to day 2, and joining them finally, our last qualifier for now, as we get into our final round, Goats Esports, Fudgy Waffles, Kilius. Oh, we've seen all these teams today, actually. And they will be making their way forward into day 2 of the competition. Now, we do have a few teams that are make or break. We saw PP Legends earlier. They won that game. Now they're 2-2. So their next game is a must-win situation. But joining them will be Midgard, who again lost earlier to Quest Esports, Era's Kitten Club as well, and the Sundubu Strikers, who after a loss in the first round of Swiss to Quest Esports have clawed their way back to be 1 game away for qualifying to day 2. And Unfortunately, we will be talking about the teams that have been eliminated. Chikara Chatting, who is Mloom, Appabug, and Reburst, alongside Bun Bun Bonanza, who is Lily Bun, Scyther 12, and Liari. Unfortunately, those teams will be packing up their bags and going home as they've gone 1-3 on the day.
Oh, 07 Soldiers, you hate to see
07.
it, but with 3 slots left for top 8 and 6 teams vying for that spot, we will be seeing 3 more teams fighting to make it to day 2, with our next match being Era's Kitten Club versus Sundubu Strikers, which will be taking place after a short break. So any last words, Brickbat?
Yeah, I mean we'll be seeing the teams play out what will be kind of the last chance qualifications. So if you want to see some more high stakes Omega Strikers, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey Strikers, welcome back to the Africa TV Omega Strikers Invitational. We are loading into the Era's Kitten Club versus Sundubu Strikers match right now. Sundubu Strikers, unfortunately, underperforming a little bit. NASL team making the playoffs, but going 2-2 right now, and facing against a North American Striker Academy goalie, Soren, and his two teammates, NXCD and Katsuna. NXCD also playing in the Academy League, and Katsuna, a very strong Luna player coming out. And we've seen Sundubu Strikers on the cast before. I'm looking forward to this match. Brickbat, tell me what's happening.
Of course,
Bust it down for me.
I don't know how it keeps happening. I mean, I kind of know how it keeps happening because I've been doing the scheduling. But like, lucky us, you and me, I feel like always show up whenever we get Sundubu on stream. It seems to be just kind of luck. Luck seems to be fate that our buds over on the West Coast will be showing up in front of our eyes for the next game for us to cast. We got him in the North American Striker League with the way that casting goes out. Unfortunately, they were knocked out by, I believe it was Finesse. If not Finesse, then Core Overflow. But
The Core Overflow.
I think Core, yeah, okay, it was Core Overflow that ended up taking him out, and hopefully West Coast Bias coming out, we will see a different story being written. But of course, Soren, NXCD, and Katsuna. Let's talk about these three guys really quick. If there is a team that would gatekeep the bracket phase of the AfreecaTV Omega Strikers Invitational, it would be Era's Kitten Club. Even though Soren did not make playoffs in the North American Strikers Academy, a lot of people kind of hold them up as being a very mechanically adept goalie, able to make some very clean, tight saves. And unfortunately, the progenitor of what a lot of people have called the Soren angle, which is where you send it back towards your net to kind of mix up the enemy team, and 50-50 chance that you get a crazy save, and the other 50% is you own goaling. But we're probably not going to be seeing any of that own goaling coming from Soren, as if you're 2-2 on the day, you're going to be guns blazing coming into this final game. But enough about Soren. NXZD basically topped the solo queue ladder as a brawler player in Season 1, and now coming into Season 2, a lot of people are very confident this guy is an NASL caliber player. And this is probably the game to prove yourself in kind of, all the chips are down. That was the phrase that I was thinking of earlier when I was saying all the cards are down. But when all the chips are down, if you show up against Grimella and 3Z Breezy, you prove to the world that you are North American Strikers League ready. You are ready to be on a team, on a starter, competing for the most prestigious title in Omega Strikers. But before we get into game here, let's also quickly talk about Katsuna, who is relatively new to the scene compared to the veterans of Obscure Breads, Grimella, 3Z, who have all been to beta, but he is a new joiner coming in at the end of Season 1, early Season 2. And finally, this might be his first big showing in a tournament if he makes it over to the bracket phase. But, of course, Sundubu Striker, the final boss of, if you are following the storyline of Era's Kittens, an absolutely fitting final boss as well as we get into game, and it's Night Market that's going to be the game for us.
Yep, we see an X band coming out. 3Z Breezy, famous X player, and Sundubu, always, or not always, but very often piloting Era X. So banning out one of those characters bans out both of them, and Katsuna hovering the Era Night Market, great midfield pick. Some might even say the best.
And we are getting a report from production. It is going to be Fire, Flight, or Aerials to be the starting awakenings for this game, which I think Katsuna has a really interesting pick here. Fight or Flight plus the slit kicks, of course, a very great combo. So much mobility every time you touch the core. But of course, Aerials so key on making sure your Flutterfly goes faster and able to set your Julie up in a critical position whenever you press that spacebar. But it is actually going to be Fight or Flight chosen for both Grimella and Katsuna here on the Era Mirror. NXCD also joining his buddies and picking that Fight or Flight. And the only person to actually not go it is Obscure Breads on that Jakar goalie with the Aerials. Of course, the extra missile range, something you're always happy to see.
Yep, I won't lie. When I saw Jakar get locked in, I thought that would be coming from Grimella here, playing the Jakar midfield. But Jakar goalie, also a very strong pick, and I think kind of underrated or underused out here. Jakar goalie has a lot of defensive potential. I think is not really bought into often. But Obscure Bread's out. Cheeto Drakkar in hand, ready to hold down this barrier until the end of time.
Yeah, and one thing too is that when you are walking up against a Juliet, you do actually have the option, if you time it correctly, to actually interrupt that dash if you get that pushback from the right click. But for now, we're going to be Soren, unfortunately missing a critical course prep, which means 3Z Breezy has an opportunity to get one goalie barrier down. Not going to find it though, as now Katsuna and NXCD, the ones on the offensive. Grimella, unfortunately, going to be stunned up, not able to redirect the core, and that means a flip will come out from Breads, but an excellent clearing angle actually means he's going to snipe away one barrier away from Soren, though. Now NXCD looking to get a bit of damage on Obscure Breads, but that's going to mean 3Z Breezy has a chance to shoot it in, and NXCD able to save it with his own flip. Now Katsuna the one on the aggression, but it's going to be cleared away with a nice little lock and load from Obscure Breads. Now Obscure Breads on the defensive yet again. Grimella trying so desperately to get to 3Z Breezy past Katsuna, but the flip is going to come out and a dash punch from NXCD predicts where Obscure Breads is going to stand and sends them into the net. The first point in the game going over to Ares Kittens Club.
NXCD just popping off the dash punch, able to nail both the core and Breads in the net. And that's some of that NASL level caliber talk that people have been going on about with NXCD. And I think it really showed there. That was such a good play, well timed by the Julie. And again, he's just in there, taking barriers, taking names.
Yeah, and absolutely, and already NXCD
taking
again.
Lives?
Yeah, taking lives, taking numbers, taking names, taking everything away from the side of Sudoku
he wants it all.
Strikers. He wants it all, and he cannot be stopped. It's already 3 members of Ares Kid Club is going to be in front of that final goalie barrier, but it's actually defended away from Obscure Breads and 3Z Breezy. Finally, with the help of Grimella, finally back up. It's going to be cleared away with the help of a nice little Maelstrom. 3Z Breezy not able to find a KO on a Katsuna, staying a little close to the wall. But now NXCD, unfortunately, the dash punch is whiffed, which means that Obscure Breads will have more chances to clear. NXCD no cooldowns in front of this goalie barrier. It means that Obscure Breads will not actually be able to get it cleared away. That's good redirects from the side of Ares Kitten Club means that he can't react. Now dash punch from 3Z Breezy, not able to find it, but NXCD on the flip side going to be finding Grimella's life, spending more time off the field, and NXCD again right in front of the Obscure Breads, able to win that strike or put it into the top side of the net. Now 2 points over to Ares Kitten Club.
Yeah, this guy is just mowing down Sundubu right now. And hey, all I'm saying is Sundubu is a known scaling team. The first set, who cares? You know, hey, they let it go. And then, maybe they're just being nice. You know, I would definitely never cope about my favorite team winning or anything. You know, hey, Obscure Breads though, sitting on a core flip.
Yeah, and NXCD actually able to sneak it past Obscure Breads' core flip, getting the bottom side of that goalie barrier, but a good pass to 3Z Breezy, gets it right past Soren, so we're going to have an open net for both teams, but Grimella is going to have to play for his life here, has so little dodge to work with, but good redirect from Katsuna, now blowing that defensive flip. NXCD knows that he needs to wait for cooldowns, not committing to the scoring opportunity yet. Excellent patience, and now he finally has it! Obscure Breads caught at the wrong place at the right time. NXCD, the 3rd point on the set and the 1st point for Ares Kitten Club.
Yeah, Ares Kitten Club just taking this, and we see Knife's Edge come out very strong on this map. You're always hanging out near the edges. Tempo Swing too would be a good pickup if they want to do a ton of damage. I'm curious to see what you picked up. It is Tempo Swing on NXCD. At Awakening is really strong. Hey.
A lot of damage, and especially if you are against an Era who does not have cast to last, you will get a lot of KO opportunities against them. So having that damage on, you know, a character that can't really fight back unless they get some good awakenings themselves, which, you know, Grimella, of course, fight or flight, quick strikes, crossovers, going to be providing just a little bit of core control over for the side of Sudoku Strikers, but nothing on the end of fighting back against the damage that NXCD could put out. So we might be seeing a situation where if Grimella could touch the core, they're going to be seeing a lot of redirect opportunities, but that won't matter if you are sent off the map and spending a nice nice few seconds in the penalty box. But for now, we're going to be seeing some Maelstroms come out. We're going to be seeing that Tornado Alley Night Market that we know and love on the Era mirror. But for now, good strike and beam from Katsuna will prevent that that first goalie barrier from going down, and then Breezy might have to pay for his attempts with his life. Does have dodge to work with. Not needing to use it right now as one barrier, two barriers go down for the side of the Soon Dubu Strikers. The beam unfortunately misses. NXCD now has a scoring opportunity. And there it is, a misclear from Obscure Breads, able to get picked up by NXCD, who pops it into the bottom side of the net.
Yeah, he just slipped it in there. I was watching and didn't even realize that was an opportunity to score there. NXCD just finding these random, not even random, just crazy angles here. Looking super impressive.
And already, let's talk about that level difference, that experience difference. NXCD about to hit level 6, and Breezy only halfway through level 3, which means that in a world where stagger is the only thing you get from level up, having that extra stagger, especially, you know, when you have tempo swing and are able to threaten a lot of KOs, it's going to be very, very important. And so, yeah, look at that, Breezy, half HP already. NXCD has that flip, doesn't even need his core flip used against the entire cooldown repertoire of Breezy, and a good flip punch from NXCD gets that second goalie barrier now saved though with the help of Gramella, and now a dash button from Breezy able to read that distance, knows that he's going to stun Soren, so able to get that goalie barrier for himself though. NXCD now threatening Breezy, trying to get his flip, but oh my gosh, a strike war win means that Breezy will have to flip defensively. Flip comes out from Katsuna. Oh my god, Katsuna with the flip emo pocket combo, showing absolutely nothing but disrespect for the Soon Dubu Strikers, able to pocket that in. Now 2-0 on the set, and it looks like Era's Kitten Club is going to be taking this one.
Yeah, brutal play coming out from Era's Kitten Club, and Soon Dubu is in a really, really tight spot. They need so much. They need that if they want to start getting it back. But Soren jumping in, getting in their face, blocking any sort of offensive pressure they can put up on this power play. It seems like they're just the forward pressure coming out from Era's Kitten Club is just absolutely dominating.
Yeah, and even though like Breezy is like finding these dash punches, he's gonna have another in just a second because of fight or flight, but like they found the KO opportunities and they were only able to get at one goalie barrier, which is not what you want to see. And you know, maybe that's a morale win. Like, you know, Katsuna taunted you on the last goal, and it's like a taunted to get bodied combo, but. On the objective side of things, if you're not finding these goalie barriers and you're taking that much damage like that, the Maelstrom plus the punch from NXCD sending Breezy off the map with a core flip, you're going to be having a lot of trouble of finding anything. And now NXCD has the opportunity, gets a pass from Soren, but Obscure Breads holds with a lock and load. Now Gramella able to finally get it clear, but it comes right back. Now NXCD almost gets a really cheeky goal bouncing off the center part of Night Market. Now Breezy actually able to win a strike war despite getting hit with that shrink ray. Now Katsuna trying to do a little bit more BM, but it's actually going to cost his goalie barrier, his flip, and now Gramella almost going to be sent off the map. NXT has a flip, which he elects to use to get the KO, but unfortunately on the other side of the map, we are going to see one goalie barrier go down. NXT not winning a critical strike war, which means the core still stays in play. Pass over to Breezy is intercepted by Katsuna. Katsuna able to almost pocket into the bottom side, and NXT unfortunately doesn't able to get the dash punch. All three members of Soon Dubu Strikers are able to actually dig it out against what looked so impossible, but nothing is that. Oh, things are impossible. Never mind. Well, and that's going to be 2 sets over to Era's Kitten Club, and unfortunately, despite a valiant effort from all three members of Soon Dubu Strikers, they are now 1 set away from packing up and going home.
Yeah, hey, when you have a Juliet in your face, just punching it, things are looking a little tough. But we see some interesting awakenings on board here. Perfect form being hovered by NXCD. Great way to get all your cooldowns back with that ult. Is able to get it. Hot shot being picked up by Obscure Breads. That is a huge pickup. Every shotgun against the core getting 30% cooldown reduction. It's really big. Gramella forced to take heavy impact. Nothing really better there. Might be able to get that 35% CDR off of beaming people in the core. You know, I'm pretty sure it procs on allies now as of Season 2. But oh my god, the damage coming out. And what happened?
We're in the third set, guys.
Tell me.
Yeah, we're in the third set. We're going to see a lot of cooldowns. That Twit drive pickup from Soren means that he's able to basically use a free cooldown to put down damage for free. But oh no!
Oh no!
Gramella on the other side able to get a Maelstrom catch against Soren, and Era is going to be the one going fishing today instead of the Rasmus, but now Grimella might be paying for that with his life as he has no dodge, but they're able to get that second goalie barrier down, and Grimella actually staying alive in that corner pocket against the cooldowns of Era's Kitten Club, and again, gonna get punched again, not sent off the map, but they need to score soon, or else soon Dubo are gonna be in a 2v3 situation. They're not able to find it. A good strike against the shotgun means that now the side of Era's Kitten Club will have another opportunity to score here, but Breezy Breezy only a few taps away from getting that core flip, but unfortunately on the other side of the map, it's gonna be Grimella going home, and it's gonna be Obscure Bread taking a break with him. Now 3Z Breezy 1v3 against the net. Guys, it's a MOBA forward in the net. Can he hold out? Flip comes out,
Yes,
able to catch Katsuna. He can't hold. Anything is possible now. Katsuna shrunk, but able to win the strike war engagements. Grimella trying so desperately to get it to 3Z Breezy. Flame Flare comes out, getting some damage on Katsuna, but it's not going to be enough to send him off the map. Now Grimella able to win a strike war against NXCD. Pass goes up to 3Z Breezy. Soren, though, able to get the clear now. Obscure Breads able to get it to pass, and it's pocketed in the top side by 3Z Breezy. An excellent pass from Obscure Breads means that they are on the board soon. Dubu Strikers may be coming back here, and even though it's a long journey, soon Dubu, they're the scaling team. There's the team that pulls it back, other than Finesse. But hey, different story. But if there's a team that can pull this back against the young fledgling team of Era's Kitten Club, it will be the veterans over some Dubu Strikers.
Oh my god, all I'm saying is, hey, Sundubu on set 3, different team, different players.
Yeah, and we are going to see a Maelstrom come out from Grimella trying to find a clear, but it's not going to mean anything as it's just sent right back, and unfortunately Grimella pays for that with his life, but a good Molten Bolt will actually buy a little bit more time for Obscure Breads, but it, will be enough as NXCD now not able to find anything in front of the net. Excellent timings on all the abilities by Obscure Breads. Now 3Z Breezy with a flip in front of the final goalie bear, and Maelstrom comes out from Grimella. Flutterfly also for that positioning, but 3Z Breezy forced to blow the core flip from the damage, but a good shrink ray from Grimella, able to snipe that final goalie barrier away from Soren. But Katsuna with the flip, if he gets this goalie barrier, it's going to be bad because NXCD has a flip coming up himself, and 3Z Breezy now has to play for his life, not able to sneak a KO on Katsuna, unfortunately, which means we're going to have a lot of pressure now from NXCD and Katsuna. NXCD with a flip. If 3Z Breezy can't score again, things are going to be looking so hard for Obscure Breads, but NXCD actually blows the flip, trying to find the KO, but he doesn't find it, which means 3Z Breezy has an opportunity here. Pass from Grimella, not going to reach 3Z Breezy, but Grimella has a flip. The Maelstrom will cost Soren his life. Grimella with the flip still, and the Molten Bolt from Obscure Breads sends it right to 3Z Breezy, going so fast, setting 3Z Breezy up for a strike war win, and now 2-0 advantage Soon Dubu in the set.
Set 3 Sundubu has hit the stage, and they're sitting on one core flip, and you got a barrier off of it, and that's what I like to see as the most non-biased caster in Omega Strikers history.
Yeah, and again, we see the Tornadoes exchange from both eras, but Grimella is going to be the one receiving a beatdown on the end of it, as he again going to spend a little bit more time off the stage. Now Obscure Breads has that defensive flip to work with, is able to clear it, but Katsuna is there waiting on the clear angle, and good core flip almost snipes away that second goalie barrier and sets NXCD up, but the unrelenting pressure from NXCD and Soren with the twin drives aiming means that we're going to have an open net for the side of Sundubu Strikers, but 3Z Breezy with such an amazing punch timing against Soren means that it's going to be an open net for both teams now. NXCD trying to go upfield, but he's forced to come back to defend 3Z Breezy and Grimella, and 3Z Breezy, a critical strike war win and an excellent angle against Soren. Such an important strike, which means that soon Dubu will be taking a clean set against Era's Kitten Club and setting up what we may call a reverse sweep.
Yeah, last time we checked in on the levels of these players, we saw 3Z Breezy at level 3. Now he's sitting on level 8 and hovering a prize fighter. And I think, I don't know, he, again, looked like a different player. 3Z hit the stage, set 3, and was looking phenomenally. And that's not 3Z hovering the prize fighter. I'm an ape. And he took bulk up instead, which is also a phenomenal pick, especially because that is just so much power and consistent power at that.
Yeah, and not only that, it does deny the kind of Exodia damage combo of bulk up tempo swing from NXCD. So a really strong pickup for him, and also preventing one of the build win conditions for the side of Era's Kitten Club. So if you are a Sundubu fan, things are looking good right now as one goalie barrier goes down, make that two. 3Z Breezy is there. Gramella with the pass intercepted by Katsuna. Now NXCD trying to return the favor. Shrink Ray from Katsuna means that they will briefly get that core control to get one barrier. Can Katsuna make it two? No, 3Z Breezy sniped away on the other side of the map, which means NXCD has all day to play. Now Shrink Ray gonna snipe it away from NXCD before he could get right claustrophobically in front of Obscure Breads. But now Gramella, who gets the flip off of the Maelstrom light hit procs, is gonna grab it and send it into the bottom side of the net.
Yeah, a beautiful Maelstrom coming out, just walking it up the alley and ripping a core flip to get it in. And that's just some expert Era play coming out.
Yeah, and if Gramella wants to win this game, he will have to play just as excellent throughout the remainder of the game, as right now damage is going to be focused on him by NXCD. Gonna have to play around staggered, 1 bar of elusive to work with, as again he's going to take more damage from the Shrink Ray, but he's going to shrink NXCD before NXCD gets to punish that, and that allows him to revive and get that stagger back, which means he's going to be in a perfect spot actually to take a 50-50 shot and take one of the goalie barriers now. NXCD forced to blow elusive, but Katsuna now with a knife's edge with the core flip, he can put himself in really good positions to take it, but the core flip is stopped by the Flame Flurry of 3Z Breezy, and already we are seeing a familiar tune yet again. Gramella is sitting there staggered with 1 bar of energy, but an excellent Maelstrom stops the momentum of Era's Kitten Clubs in its tracks. Now Katsuna, though, looking to answer, and finally the dig from Sundubu Strikers breaks. Now 3Z Breezy does have that flip to work with. They're trying to even up the score count, and just like that, Amy is gonna lose that second goalie, but a good prediction from Soren prevents the goal from happening. Now Sundubu has to dig 2v3. Katsuna pass up to NXCD. It's gonna be intercepted by Soren. No, it's not. NXCD is gonna be in the right spot at the right time. Pockets in past Obscure Breads, and now we are 1-1 on the set.
Yeah, just slipped it in that top corner. Breads almost able to make it, looking like he did, but not quite there. And Era's Kitten Club has sealed up this set. 1-1, all tied up and ready to go. And
yeah.
Oh my god, the damage is coming out on both these Eras here. Wow.
Yeah, and if you are Gramella, again, you don't have anything like the Chrono Boost, you don't have the extra stagger from Big Fish, you are the squishier Era, and when both Juliets have like that damage, the bulk up built different from 3Z Breezy, it's gonna mean a difference in who has stagger pools to work with. And yeah, I mean, like, that's been the name of the game pretty much this entire game. Gramella just desperately trying to hold on to his life, and Katsuna getting a little bit more free reign to assist NXCD, which, you know, might mean, you know, the difference in this final set, but 3Z Breezy has something to say about it. Good. Or it comes out, but it's actually dug away by Era's Kitten Club. They're looking at Sundubu's glorious defense and saying, we can do that too. Now, Gramella trying to get the core in the net, but he's gonna have no stagger to work with, but 3Z Breezy is there, right place at the right time, and is able to pocket into the top side of the net. 2-1 favored to Sundubu Strikers.
Yep, able to capitalize on his positioning and get it in, especially after such an oppressive attempt at a shot earlier.
Oh no!
Being defended, but there goes Gramella. Oh no.
Yeah, and that's the Maelstrom for you on Night Market. If you don't pay attention and walk through that center lane, you could get trapped, and right now Sundubu is paying the price for that. Both goalie barriers now, as it's dangerously ping-ponged in front of Obscure Bread's net. The dash punch from 3Z Breezy keeps the core in play from being in the perfect spot for NXCD, but now Katsuna's the one with flip with a knife's edge. A twin drive, dash punch comes out from NXCD,
Whoa.
and there is, I mean, 1 point away from Sundubu going home.
Yeah, they just coordinated that so well. The core flip, NXCD nailing the timing of the dash punch to stun Obscure Breads before he could do anything, and then shoot the core right in with it, all in one breath.
Yeah, and that means that if you are Obscure Breads, this is your do or die time. If Obscure Breads, one of the most X-Factor goalies in Omega Strikers history, if there is a time that he can clutch it out, it's now. As NXCD on the offensive, core flip comes out from Gramella, but it's barely defended away from Soren, and now Gramella low on stagger, but able to get the healing, but the flip comes out from NXCD. 1, Goalie barrier down. 3Z Breezy looking to respond. The core flip comes out, but it's not found. Now Obscure Bread's barely able to hold on to his second goalie barrier. Strike shot comes out, delays just a little bit more. It allows 3Z Breezy to get one more opportunity, but it's blocked away by this firewall sentry of Soren. Now Soren is hyper swiping forward to get a little bit of damage on the no stagger or the no energy 3Z Breezy. Gramella now trying to desperately keep the core upfield, but Obscure Breads is not able to defend, and there it is! Obscure Breads cannot defend against Era's Kitten Club, NXCD, and Katsuna, and these two forwards solidify themselves as upsetting their North American Striker League's counterpart and sending them home.
Yeah, I'm absolutely shocked. NXCD and Katsuna just nailed it down at the end there. We're able to just put on so much pressure. And yeah, stop that Sundubu scaling right in its tracks. It tied up that fourth set after such a dominant third set coming out from Sundubu. And we're able to close it out before getting taken to a set 5 where things would get particularly dangerous.
Yeah, and I think personally my MVP of that game was NXCD. Even though he had the same goal participation as his midfielder, had 80 less redirects, the 11 KOs versus 3Z Breezy's 1. We saw Gramella was struggling the entire game, and that's because NXCD got that early tempo swing and was able to put damage number after damage number after damage number onto Gramella. And even though it looks like on that store screen, it looks like, Katsuno, 96 shots, 224 redirects, compared to the 55 and 179 of Gramella. I think the reason that happened was because NXCD, with the 46,000 damage, and the primary chunk of that 46 going onto Gramella, meant that Gramella had a really hard game to play, and Katsuna kind of got free reign to do what he wanted to do. And I think that made the difference here in this set. Now NXCD propping up his team to move forward to the bracket stage, and unfortunately Sundubu, again, I've said it again, but they will be packing up and going home.
Yep, 07 Sundubu Strikers, heroes of the West, but unfortunately the West is wild.
The West is wild.
Yeah,
and we are, and oh yeah, I forgot to mention update for production. A lot of people were really expecting Sundubu Strikers to make this game. We confirmation from productions, we have 0 correct pick'ems. We have 0. Just 0 correct pick'ems coming into the bracket phase of the AfreecaTV Omega Strikers Invitational. That is 0 out of 106 guesses, ladies and gentlemen.
That's insane. Nobody predicted this would happen.
Yeah, literally no one.
Wow.
Yeah, and
hey, let's take a journey through one other, unfortunately, shot dead team eliminated. PP Legends 07. Unfortunately,
07.
made such a great comeback in their 4th game, but just weren't able to seal it out at the end. So sad to see.
Yeah, and whoever loses between Midgard and Bozo Bunch will be rounding out of the teams that will be taking the bus home. We saw Sundubu Strikers and PP Legends recently, unfortunately not making it through. Joining PLX, Bun Bun Bonanza, Chikara Chatting, Party Rockers in the How, and Omega Legends as those who will not be advancing to the bracket phase. But we will give an update on Midgard versus Bozo Bunch, as that is the final game to report before we could start the first round of brackets to see who can make it over to day 2 of the AfreecaTV Omega Strikers Invitational. But yeah, excellent showing from pretty much every game that we've had on stream today. We've had so many super close games, and we've seen so many upsets, actually. I think that if I were a relegation team right now in the North American Strikers League, I'd be sweating a little bit seeing that things like Quest Esports, seeing Era's Kitten Club, seeing like even like PP Legends, right, and PLX looking so good, pulling out new strategies, right? We saw Maddie win on a goalie that wasn't Kai, which is important, right? Like we see a lot of really, like, we got to see that so many North American Strikers Academy team have powered up and leveled up in the last few weeks. And again, if you are Midgard, if you are Goats Esports, if even though Goats Esports are the one making advancing the bracket phase, if you are Chikara chatting, and if you are Winterfall, or sorry, not Winterfall. I'm mixing up Winterfall and Orbits.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Orbits.
It's
Orbits.
okay.
If you are any of those 4 teams, I think you're sweating a little bit coming in to potentially your relegation series. So this is an excellent showing from pretty much every sort of North American Strikers Academy team.
Yeah, so many teams coming out that weren't in NASL
Yeah.
last season, just making such an impressive show. And I think coming up to NASL season 3, there's a lot of contention for those
Mhm.
last 4 NASL spots, especially again with how well all of these teams have been playing. The competition is tight, and exactly like you said, I think if I were any of those teams in relegation, I'd be a little worried. Be, be quaking just a bit because a lot of these NASA teams are up and coming, and even some of these teams that are shuffles around of other players just are synergizing so well and putting themselves out there, just dominating,
Yeah.
and it's so scary.
It is
So
so scary. Yeah, I mean, like I like going back to the previous game that we just watched. I mean, Katsuda and NXCD. I said going into it, this is this is a forward duo to watch to see how they match up against 3Z and Grimella, who are a veteran duo who have been playing together since the inception of Omega Strikers, and like they showed up. They made such a good showing, and I'm so excited to see how they perform in the bracket stage. And just if you want to see a more competitive Omega Strikers coming up soon, and to see who will make it to day 2 of the AfreecaTV Omega Strikers Invitationals, stay tuned. But for now, that will be it from me, Brickbat, and Yoshi64. We will be signing off, but we will be joined, I believe, by Lyrica and
checking.
Fem Bison, who will be joining us on the cast in just about 5 to 10 minutes. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Africa Invitational. Here we are at the start of bracket top 8. I'm joined in the booth by Lyrica. Lyrica, introduce yourself. Talk about it.
Hi, I'm Lyrica. Most of you have never actually seen me before. I was an OSAS competitor, and I'll be here with Fem Bison today to cast with you all.
Absolutely. I'm excited for the rest of this tournament. I mean, this has been probably the most stacked singular event in Omega Strikers history. Huge prize pot on the line. And now we've got the startup bracket. Here we go. I think we're going to be looking at Oshi no Core Flip versus Goats Esports, two top teams from NASL. And also in this tournament as well, coming in at the 3rd and 4th seed for bracket. We're going to talk about these teams if you
So I'm fairly new to the scene, but I think a lot of people would have maybe kind of written off Oshinor Coreflip as a qualifying top 8 team in this particular tournament because of how strong every single team is. Like you said, the most stacked Omega Strikers tournament since probably Alpha or beta tournaments way back in the day. And Oshinor Coreflip actually seen some great success in this Swiss, being able to make it into this round of 8 winners quarterfinals.
Yeah,
so
sorry, continue.
I apologize. So I was just going to say I'm really interested to see how they do against Goats Esports, one of the top teams in NASL.
I mean, absolutely. Not to mention, they are subbing in a goalie today. They're not running with Merchant. They will be running with Megaverse. I have not been caught up on this tournament yet, so I'm excited to see how the three of them look. But I mean, they've made it to top 8, so they probably are looking pretty good. Not to mention, Goats Esports, I mean, one of the best teams in ASL and incredibly good midfielder as well in the form of Fudgy Waffles. So just a player to watch out for, not to dog on the rest of Goats Esports who are also incredible. But, just to highlight a certain somebody. Just going into this match, I'm so excited because just seeing them play in NASL, that was a great match back then. And now, I mean, this is kind of a run back.
Yeah, and for those tuning in for the first time and don't know who these teams are, on the side of Oshino Coreflip, they're actually running the roster of Megaverse on goalie, Kashikoma in the midfield, and Mirameg on forward. And Goats Esports are running Kiliast in the goalie slot, Fudgy Waffles in midfield, and I Love Pixelmon, also used to be known as I Love Albion, and often colloquially called Apalmi. Sometimes going by that name as well.
His original username.
Yeah. So those are our current rosters for these teams as we're waiting for the picks and bans to come in, and I believe the roster should be set up shortly.
Absolutely. I'm so curious to see how they're going to draft comps this time around. I know Megaverse likes that Rune goalie. Not sure how Rune goalie's been performing in the meta recently, but if it makes an appearance, I won't be super surprised. I Love Pixelmon, also known Zentaro Lover. Maybe we'll see that ban go through. I mean, that's notably something that he plays a lot. But I think every single one of these players is really, really versatile. So it's really hard for one of these teams to just ban somebody out and get an easy draft going. And it'll be interesting to see how they play around based on based on what map is picked and whatever else, especially with the fact that because it's a best of 3 series, you're not banning out all of the maps at once. So you might get some of the weirder maps that people don't usually like to play, like that new Clarion Court map, that Inky Splash Zone, So.
Yeah, some teams actually opting for Inky Splash Zone, specifically because they run some of those more long-range midfields like Estelle or possibly an Aimi, possibly even an Era, right? And so you can kind of take that into advantage. And some teams are just very practiced on Inkies and would rather deal with the large open map that Inkies can be rather than the kind of more brawly maps such as Clarion Core. So, and with a best of 3, they actually have to play 3 of the maps of the 5 that are available. So Inkies could make an appearance here, despite generally being not so sought after for most teams.
Yeah, not to mention Kashikoma, known Aimi Demon player. This guy is really, really good at the Aimi. Not to mention, I think just the general Oshino Coreflip playstyle tends to play well on that map. Mirimeg's so good at just getting those shots and getting that barrier, which is so key to getting an early snowball advantage, right? That map, you take that first barrier, you want to snowball into hitting that hydro cannon, doing what you can off of that and getting that goal. So, actually, good chance if they're going to play 3 maps. Inkies might make it in. Though, at the same time, I'm sure that Goats Esports is thinking about the same thing I just said, right? So maybe they might actually ban Inkies out just to avoid that situation instead of, some of the other maps. Who knows?
Yeah, and as you said earlier, right, these teams have a variety of characters at their disposal. Some of the teams that you might see in the more amateur series, such as OSAS and the Seraphim tourney that's been happening on Saturday mornings, and others, some of those teams tend to have what we call one tricks, where people play one character excessively, and they get really good at that character, but in a tournament format where you actually have character bans and you know who you're playing against, you can target ban those characters and kind of make them play an uncomfortable game. But at this level of play, everyone knows how to play at least 3 strikers. Most of them probably know how to play the entire roster, at least to a minimal level.
Yeah.
And so being able to have that variety, have that ability to work around whatever the starting awakenings could be, and as well as drafts, it's very difficult to target ban. In this case, maybe a target ban might come out for Kashikoma's Aimi, especially if we get such as a timeless creator start or an extra special start. But for the most part, it's mostly going to be bans around. I would say it's mostly going to be bans around the strikers or around the awakenings at the beginning.
I mean, that would make absolute sense. Not it's also just some history here. Speaking of one tricking, Oshino Coreflip started as a team of 3 one tricks. Of course, Merchant isn't being fielded today, but the team was back in the day, Miri Meg on the Julie, like just complete Julie one trick, permanently drawing the ban, Kashikoma and Ivy one trick, and Merchant basically only playing Luna or Vice goalie. So they have come a long, long way in terms of just their both in terms of their careers and their legacy as a team, but also in terms of their versatility as players. Just an interesting thing to note, given what you just mentioned. So we'll see how much that pays off today as we are slowly just waiting for these map picks and bans. I'm actually just so curious to see what map is going to get drafted first. I mean, I know Night Market's popular. I know Atlas Lab tends to be popular in this rotation. Those are 2 of the less quote-unquote gimmicky maps. Oni Village is in here as well, though. I know Oni Village, not really the most, like, a lot of players kind of detest playing Oni Village. So, it's always sorry, it's always a bit of a gamble seeing what's going to pop up, but yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like we have our map picks and bans coming in now. We have Inky Splash Zone and Clarion Core have both been banned out. So we will have the maps Atlas Lab, Oni Village, and Night Market actually being the ones that will be played in this set. Now, Atlas Lab was picked first, so that will be the first game, and the second game will be on Oni Village. And if a third game is required, we'll go to Night Market. So now that the map picks and bans have come in, we should actually be jumping into game here shortly.
Yeah, Atlas Lab first is interesting. I think even more so if I think this would actually be slightly in Oshi's favor, game 1, if Atlas Lab was first. Just notably, they like to run a lot of damage. No damage is not exactly like nearly as defining as it used to be. Certainly not something that can be skipped over, something that can be ignored. And that black hole can easily eliminate more than half your health bar if you're caught at the wrong time, So that element of chaos, I know Miri Meg's great at capitalizing on those kills, having played against him myself and just eating death after death. It'll be exciting to see what both of these teams can do, not to mention Apalmi, I love Pixelmon now. Also, I mean, playing that Zentaro, playing that Julie, having those KO characters, those damage characters in his roster.
Yeah, Atlas Lab and Night Market tend to kind of be the favorites currently, as we recently got the customs overhaul from Odyssey and have moved to the picks and bans kind of stage selection, very similar to popular games Super Smash Brothers, where a lot of the times the strikes, as they call them, kind of lean towards some maps that end up being more picked than others. And in our particular case, with a couple bugged maps right now that are not in rotation, we've been leaning more towards the Atlas Lab and the Night Markets pretty much almost exclusively. A Clarion game did come out on stream recently, but Atlas Labs and Night Market have been pretty much the go-tos for almost every team, and with Onis being a close third. However, we are finally getting into game here, and got some interesting hovers. Pretty typical for this team, I would say.
Yeah.
But let's see what they decide to ban here. Oh, an era ban coming out.
Makes sense. Fudgy has been looking dominant on that pick as of late. And the Kashikoma, banning out the Kashikoma Aimi also makes, complete sense. Midfielders are, pretty dominant role right now. Not so much that they're like the only role that matters, but, they can swing a game pretty heavily. So if you can sort of disrupt that, because, they're coordinating both the back of your team and the front of the team. If you can disrupt that coordination, if you can disrupt that, big source of game impact, it's a huge deal. So not super surprised to see the era bans and the Aimi bans. Actually, it might even have been done so because of a creation start. And K-Bot informing us now, indeed, it was a Monu tempo swing start. So, of course, era, you don't want era getting that monumentalist.
And not only do you not want era getting that monumentalist, but you don't want Zentaro to get tempo swing, and unfortunately Zentaro is here, and he is here to stay, as Miramek already being staggered within the first few seconds of this game.
And yeah, now both teams down a barrier, but it is Atlas Ab. Both teams generally just want to hold onto one. And while Miramek did start the match staggered early, it's now Kashikoma who finds himself on the edge of death, manages to jump away from the Zentaro. Pixelmon cannot find the confirm, but there's the special that comes out. The nuke goes out as well. Megaverse under so much pressure right now as Fudgy tries to come in as well. Looks for a kill on Miramek with a rocket, but Miramek manages to avoid the situation, almost turns the table and finds the barrier, but the pressure is still on for the sides of Oshino Corporal as they finally saw the death timer. Now all Miramek needs to do is just look to stay alive, but so unfortunate for Megaverse, he just barely slips past him, and just like that, Goats Esports is up 1 goal.
Yeah, Ghost Esports really channeling the power of these 3 damaging characters. Luna, known for her damage and a little bit lack of core control. Vice, in the goal box, a very good goalie for the damage comps, being able to teleport in with that Thunderstruck and apply extra pressure. And Zentaro, just an absolute DPS monster. This team is looking to KO, and they are looking to KO quickly, FemBison.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that tempo swing start. Look at Zentaro with the wand. He's constantly stacking up that extra damage. Miramek went down so fast in this point, and now Kashikoma looking like he might go down as well. The flip comes out from Kilius, though, trying to get it out of the corner. And actually, Oshino Core Flip is putting on the pressure well, despite being so low on health. Kashikoma looking like he might just be able to heal up, and right as he does, gets staggered again. But being alive is better than being dead, and Megaverse just a little bit too slow with the banish. Pixelmon mentions actually just hit it right through. Goats is up 2-0 right now.
Yeah, I love Pixelmon just kind of goalie checking Megaverse right there, and Megaverse opting to go for the banish gets just barely passed by him. One thing I'm a little interested by FemBison though is Kashikoma's pickup of the Juno. Tempo Swing Monu, not exactly the greatest Juno start, so do you think they're trying to go for a more keep control of the core as best as possible, or do you think the Juno damage is going to help pressure this?
Actually, honestly, I don't think Tempo Swing Monu is that bad for Juno. Monu helps her slimes a lot, though. I think Juno, back in the day, back on release, one of the best damage characters in the game, and certainly with Tempo Swing being as strong as it is right now, Juno is no slouch in the damage output zone, though obviously going to get out damaged by that Zentaro, by that Luna. So I'm, quite frankly, I have no real answer either, but it is just something to keep in mind as well. And now, actually, as I'm talking about it, Oshino Corflip manages to kind of turn the tables, finds the kill on Pixelmon, and now this team of 3 just trying to get this barrier, but there's just too much damage. Miramek is forced to walk back, and that gives enough time for Pixelmon to come back up. Miramek now staggered on the other side of the field. He does not care. Finally going to go down from the Zentaro special. And one more time, a power play opportunity here for the side of Goats Esports. They're going to look for this goal. The pressure is mounting. Kilius is all the way up. Finally ejects back, and it looks like both teams are going to be able to hold on, but there's a slight advantage here on the side of Goats, and now the flip comes out as well, but a great advantage from Megaverse, stopping the shot.
Yeah, Goats Esports opting to keep the center open so that they can try and play around Juno's ability to core control the whole field. As we see right there, the Slimes and Mirabeg just pressure the goal and get the barrier, and an open goal for Mirabeg just right by a I Love Pixelmon and Kilius. A free goal. 2-1, 1-2 in the set now.
Yeah, and now Mirimek here exposing the issue with running a goalie like Vice, right? You're playing, when you play this kind of comp, this kind of damage comp with that Luna, that Zentaro, that Vice, you have a very linear game plan. You have a single mind to do one thing, get those kills and then score off of like your kill advantage. But if suddenly your offense is crumbling and the defense, like just now, right, as Mirimek finds both barriers, Vice doesn't have much in the way of defense. And now, even though they're down a player, Oshino Coreflip looking pretty alright as they have the side of Goats Esports open. That is an open goal, and if they can hold on, stall long enough for Kashikoma, then they might be able to bring the set to being even.
Yeah, the pressure from Asher is just too great for a goalie such as Vice, as Kashikoma kind of eats the black hole and gets sent off into the nether. Fudgy Waffles pushing up with I Love Pixelmon, and they get the goal after the Rocket gets the KO on Megaverse. And taking the first set here.
Yeah, big stuff there from Goats. Their damage comp absolutely leading perfectly into Atlas Lab. Not to mention tempo swing start being so in their favor for a comp like this. Funny enough, a bit of a reversal of what I was talking about No Coreflip's old days, especially when they have Merchant around. And now the draft is going to go on. The Demolitionist pickup for I Love Pixelmon. Interesting. I would presume he would have gone for Built Different, maybe, just to get more kills or like Fight or Flight for Chase Down, though I'm not surprised that Fudgy actually opted for that Fight or Flight.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really tough pick for I Love Pixelmon there, right? Because Demolitionist is a ridiculously good awakening right now. But
yeah.
Picking Demolitionist means you don't get the 3 Stagger Awakenings that showed up in that draft with the Tempo Swing start. And so you don't get to take as much advantage of the Tempo Swing damage as Mirameg just gets obliterated and sent off the field.
Oh, it seems like it doesn't matter then, because Mirameg did in fact get an extra 450 stagger from Spark of Resilience, but it did not keep him alive much longer than the last set. And now Kashigoma goes down as well, but it looks like Mirameg is going to be able to find a barrier, and just as I said, Kilius with an incredible strike force manages to save it. And now Kashikoma going to come back in this corner, but they're not going to be able to hold down this barrier. Pixelmon has the flip. It's looking dangerous for Oshino Coreflip right now, even though they're pressing this offense.
Yeah, I think Goats Esports are using the middle to their advantage so well that they're able to put on this pressure, able to just make Megaverse's life just absolutely miserable, make Mirameg and Kashikoma eat so much more extra damage because of having the damage they're putting out and the center damage, that Goats is just kind of running away with this, I think.
I mean, right now, it absolutely looks like Achilles actually eject buttoning all the way to the middle of the map just to get a flip shot off, though it is well defended by Megaverse. Instead, the favor is returned from Kashikoma as he takes the top barrier. Mirameg now looking to take the second as Kashikoma keeps feeding him these passes. The Juno pressure coming through. This is what Juno is incredible at, just being able to strike the core so many times with slimes and just normal strikes as well. And just feed those passes to your brawler. And now, actually, despite, for a second there, it was looking, like it was about to be the same thing all over again, people dying. But as I was talking about people being killed, they go right back to going off the map as Kilius finds a kill for Mirameg, sending him right off. Flip forced out from Megaverse as they're just kind of forced it back into another desperation hold. These power play opportunities keep showing up for the side of Goats Esports. And while the defense is there for the side of Ocean Corp, it's so hard to hold these 3v2s constantly.
Yeah, but the KO comes out onto Kashikoma again, and it just leads to a goal and yet another power play situation. However, I will say, Megaverse is putting up a stellar defense with the Rune goalie here. Having Monumentalist means the Rune pillars are basically the size of these barriers. And so as long as he can maintain cooldowns, he can make sure that the barriers can't be taken from something as simple as a bunch of pressure from I Love Pixelmon, who is currently just saying, well, instead of pressuring your barriers, we're going to pressure Kashikoma and send him off the pitch one more time.
Absolutely, though that is the issue, right? You can have the best defense in the world, but eventually, if you're constantly down a player, you are going to crack. And as good of a defensive goalie as Megaverse is, I mean, and what a dodge there, avoiding the kill for Buddy Waffles. There's just too much pressure, there's just too much damage, he's constantly being hit. Right there, even I Love Pixelmon just hitting him with a slice and dice, there's not much Rune can do. there's just so much output from the side of Goats to contend with, especially with I Love Pixelmon also having the Malicious, as you said, incredibly powerful Awakening. Not sure if it's still bugged, but at one point recently, on Monday even, it was that possible that you could get like 16 cooldown, 6 second or 24-second cooldown reduction for picking barrier. And speaking of cooldown reduction,
Yeah.
perfect form Zentaro.
Perfect form Zentaro is about to get the perfect in this fighting game that is Omega Strikers currently, and is about to just use every cooldown in the book multiple times in the face of everyone on the side of Oshi no Core Flip. And I'm not sure how they're going to be able to stop I Love Pixelmon from basically taking over this game with basically globaling Kashikoma right out of the gates.
I mean, absolutely. Not to mention Fudgy Waffles getting that missile flush and Kilius getting that 1-2 punch, even after the nerfs to 1-2 punch. I mean, this is just so much damage. Luna rockets are hitting like trucks. What can you do? I mean, look at Kashikoma's health right now, right? It just looks like there's not much Oshi no Corpo can do just to contend with the damage, let alone try and mount any offense. As I say, actually, they do manage to take a barrier to open the side of Goats, but if Goats can find another kill, it's probably just going to go the same way as the last 2 sets did.
Yeah, and Megaverse having to deny Luna the Deadeye so that they don't die even faster. Deadeye not the greatest pickup for Rune, but it does help get KOs, help get damage, help get pressure. But Rune would much rather have the cooldowns in this defensive battle. And having to deny the Deadeye leads to things like this, where you don't have a pillar ready for these constant angles that I Love Pixelmon is finding.
Yeah, and I Love Pixelmon, such a good freestyle score there. I mean, that was just very clean. Dribbles off the corner, stashes it into the bottom pocket. Great goal there. But it's, as you said, if he had a pillar, that might have been a lot more defendable. You know, he has time to react to those 50-50s. You know, that's something that Rune has that no other goalie has, is that he can instantly place down something in places most other goalies can't reach. But when you're constantly being forced to use it for certain situations, you're not going to have it for that exact moment when you're going to need it, right? Or you might not have it for when you're going to need it. And now both teams down a barrier again, as Fudgy Waffles uses the flip, looks for barrier number 2. Instead, once again, it's going to be Meg giving his life to open up the goal of Goats Esports, but maybe Megaverse and Kashikomi will be able to capitalize, especially with Megaverse's flip. But what a great stop from I Love Pixelmon using that Zentaro special, trapping the court in place, giving his team some time to set up their offense again. The middle goes down. As you said, Goats loves coordinating these passes, but right now, Oshi no Corp is the one pushing the offense. Kashikoma finds the pass to Meg. Meg is looking for an opportunity, but great defense from Fudgy Waffles there against the slime.
Yeah, what a rocket. I'm not even sure that was intentional, but the rocket just getting the perfect angle against Megaverse, and nobody in the lobby except maybe Fudgy Waffles expecting that. Taking the 2-0, and now on match point is Ghost Esports. Just using this kill comp to the utmost ability and being able to find these constant power plays to just make their lives so much easier, especially for a Vice that generally has trouble defending, as we see there. Once Meg's able to actually get it on Kilius, it's so easy for the Asher to take over.
Right, but how many opportunities does he get to do that, right? That's the whole issue. And as we're saying it, Meg, despite, you know, getting that barrier beam off, almost looking like he had a goal there, this situation is going to be reversed as Kilius with the strike where Fudgy capitalizes as the court goes top corner. What a great dash and what a great goal. Ochi no core flip, put up a fight, but man, there was just too much damage and too much pressure from the side of Goats.
Just an incredible snipe there from Fudgy Waffles, calling out the eject button, or not the eject button, but the secondary from the rune, passing to him, Megaverse passing to himself, and Fudgy just saying, nope, I'm going to walk up and strike for you, and winning that strike war caused Megaverse to just not realize where the core was going to end up, and just unable to get that primary pillar down, the primary unstable anomaly, to catch that strike war loss. And just a clean 3-0, really. Only one goal drop from the side of Goats Esports.
Yeah. I think something there is you're banning for Era, but if it's Manu Tempo Swing and you know I Love Pixelmon loves that Zentaro pick, I feel like you might have wanted to ban Zentaro, right? And you know, as you load into this match, you're looking at the Tempo Swing start, you're staring into you're staring at death. You're staring at Luna, Vice, Zentaro. I mean, that game felt a little bit won in just like the first draft. It was just too much damage to contend with. Tempo swing is so strong right now. And not to mention Zintaro's multi hits apply those tempo swing, the tempo swing extra damage every single time they multi hit. So unfortunate there for Ocean Core Flip, but they have another chance to take this set back and take it to a game 3, and we will be loading in right now into that. Onto Oni Village, actually, which, given that the last game was so damage focused, right, this is probably a good little break away from that for the side of Ocean Core Flip. This map notoriously not the most kill heavy, much more focused on core control, much more focused on just, fundamental scoring play.
Yeah, and the Zentaro ban coming out here, unsurprising after I left Pixel performance, and the Kashikoma's Aimi actually getting banned out this time. But I would personally argue that Estelle is better than Aimi on this map, depending on the Awakenings, and Kashikoma, a well-known Estelle player as well. And an Octavia pick from Mirameg here, so I'm wondering if we're seeing some Octavia Awakenings in this initial draft. Oni Village being kind of that core speed, core control map where you just want to kind of outplay your opponents in passing, in dribbling around opponents, and finding ways to take advantage of goalies that are either immobile or out of cooldowns. And Octavia able to do basically all of that on her own with that flow state that scales speed infinitely, basically able to take over the game by herself, as we see a chrono boost and peak performance start.
Which is what I would have guessed given the Octavia pick. I'm surprised Mirameg has an Octavia. This is an update I was not here for, but the Chrono Boost Octavia is so powerful, especially considering Octavia's current state right now. So we'll see if this, weird double midfielder comp works out. Also, not to mention, Killy is running Strike Shot on the Atlas. Interesting there. Not something that you usually see, but it paid off immediately as he was able to hold that top barrier, and now both teams down to 1 barrier again. Oni Village, the most notorious of the 2 barrier maps that you hold 1 barrier on, almost goes down a goal as well, Megaverse, but great strike war against the Crystal Thorns manages to hold it down.
Yeah, as the caster desk is actually telling us that Mirameg was practicing Octavia recently in ranked, and likely has been practicing it as in National Grand Finals. Vaughn actually pulled out the Octavia against Demon's Raw, and to great effect specifically on a Chrono Boost part. But Octavia doesn't get to take over the game if she's not in the game, Fem Bison.
Yeah, as you say, I'm actually surprised that Mirameg even died there. There's not like a huge amount of damage going out, but if you're getting tagged constantly, that does add up. Not to mention now, go to esports with 3 flips. This is like incredibly dangerous. I almost thought this was a fire-up game for a second. Now Fudgy firing off the first one. Megaverse with the barrage, try and save it, just a little bit too slow. Great angle and shot placement there from Fudgy Waffles to put Goats 1-0 up again in the second game of the series.
Fudgy Waffles feeling a bit fired up, despite Fire Up not being part of the current Awakening rotation, and Megaverse just unable to really time the barrage correctly and just loses the goal. But Mirameg using the base drop to get a free kill, basically, on Fudgy Waffles' Estelle that does not have energy.
And he also finds 2 barriers now with this open goal on the side of Goats Esports. He's going to try and put that pressure in. Though his health looking real low. I Love Pixelmon looks for that greedy dash fun, tries to take him out, but just a little bit too far. Mirameg's going to survive, going to get this orb. Now, still, I Love Pixelmon has the flip though, so this is not exactly free for the side of Ocean Core Flip. They have the barrier advantage, but they're gonna need to get it around this Atlas, get it through him. And right now, Mirameg with the flow state, but can't seem to find any opportunities. It's just too much great defense from the side of Goats Esports. The damage comes out, but the flip comes out, and the flip is returned from I Love Pixelmon, finds the KO as well. Great timing there, but despite all that, Kashikoma from nowhere with a shot to the bottom pocket. What a point!
Kashikoma with the craziest blink I've seen in a long time. The Rose Warp has a little projectile that shoots out and hits the closest target, dashing perfectly to hit the core off the bottom wall and set up for a perfect shot into the bottom right corner. And Killy's just caught off guard, despite having the strike shot recently buffed with not only less cooldown but faster speed, unable to find that goal save.
I mean, I would be caught off guard too. You just watch your teammate kill somebody else, but once again, Kashikoma just so fast with it. You know, you'd think that it'd be Mirimeg finding these quick opportunities to score with that Octavia speed, but Kashikoma, it looks like he's everywhere at once right now. As we're talking, he's finding these plays, he's finding these opportunities, and now all of a sudden, Oshi no core flip, taking a lead for the first time in this series, up 2-1 in this first set of Game 2.
Estelle is just a monster when it comes to surprising goalies, surprising other forwards with that Rose Warp that basically comes out near instantaneously. And Fudgy Waffles and Kashikoma just taking enormous advantage of that surprise factor to get these goals, get these barriers, make these plays. There's a reason Oni Village is considered one of Estelle's best maps, and we're seeing it right here. But I Love Pixelmon gets a perfect dribble off the side and a dash punch past Megaverse to tie up the set.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff there from I Love Pixelmon 1v2 in the enemy goal box. Managed to find that goal straight down the middle of the both of them. And now this set is on set point. And honestly, I think whoever wins this set will have a huge advantage given how snowbally this draft can be with Octavia Chrono Boost in the game. And now Mirimeg is looking to put this one to bed, gets the double barrier, and the flip is so perfectly in front of the goal. What is Kilius going to do? And now Goats Esports with a bit of a disadvantage going into this draft, just a bit unfortunate for them, but that was just wonderful play from Mirimeg, and now he gets first pick.
And some great luck there, a little bit of luck in that Mirimeg actually scored that goal, was credited for that goal, so just barely placed ahead of Kashikoma's Estelle to get first pick here, and opts for the Demolitionist, likely a deny, but size also helps Octavia, you know, use those strikes, use those abilities to dribble, lose less strike wars, and the more that Octavia can use her size and speed to dribble around other forwards, around other goalies, the more she can take over this game. And that's why it's of utmost importance, like you said, that Oshi no core flip takes these first sets to try and get Octavia's best awakenings on her. Although already having one of her best awakenings, she is taking over this game slowly but surely.
Absolutely, but as you talk about Mirimeg taking over the game on this Octavia pick, Pixelmon takes Mirimeg off of the map instead, and now Oshi no core flip down a barrier, gonna take one back, but once again it is Atlas Lab, not Atlas, Oni Village, I looked at Atlas there, and trying to take a barrier away from him is not the easiest thing on this map, though Mirimeg is gonna attempt to do it, instead gonna be stuffed out by Fudgy Waffles, great strike forward there from him, and now Oshi no core flip goes down the barrier, the goal is open on their end, and the pressure is mounting.
Yeah, I believe Mirimeg actually self-barriered there, trying to keep up the flow state and make a back pass to Megaverse. I couldn't quite tell, and Fudgy Waffles showing the power of that Rose Warp combo. Just Rose Warping in, dribbling it off the side bumper, and lining up the shot with Megaverse in the core means Megaverse basically can't save it without an evade.
And even with an invade, it's not easy, right? Where are you going to clear that? Where are you going to send it? Estelle can be so tricky to deal with sometimes, not to mention the pace Fudgy Waffles had on that goal. Just great shot there. And now he's looking to do it again. Does it again, in fact, blinks in with that Rose Warp and just blitzes out the flip as fast as possible, making sure Megaverse has no time to react to make the save. And speaking of saves, what a great save by Kilius using the strike shot's not going to matter as that barrier goes down. But I did want to point it out anyway, as instead, despite the great defense, Oshi no core flip gonna be able to open up the goals, though now Kashikoma is off the map. It's up to Mirimeg to do it, but do it he does! Incredible Octavia play there, using that speed to dribble around the whole enemy team. Mirimeg 1v3 to bring the set to even score.
If there's a character that can take a reverse power play situation and make something of it, FemBison, it is Octavia. So much speed, so many ways to cover angles, so many things to deal with pressure with that speed, with her abilities, and the Demolitionist actually coming into the play. However, Octavia actually the one getting demolished here, along with I Love Pixelmon, as it's now just midfielders and goalies left to kind of 2v2.
Yeah, Megaverse trying to use that eject button Kai, try to get some offensive play. That is an advantage Kai does have in this matchup against Atlas, but instead both teams are going to reset both their players up. Mirimeg trying to start flowing again, does manage to reset it. I thought he had lost it for a second, but Chrono Boost gives him that little bit of extra duration, lets him keep it there. And still, even with how fast he is, can't seem to quite find the opportunity he needs. He keeps resetting these flow states. He's looking for whatever opportunity he can, but they're doing such a great job on the side of Goats, just keeping the core away from him. Finally, the flow state goes down, and now it's their turn. Fudgy and Pixelmon moving up to try and get this core through Kashikoma, but great defense from Megaverse and Kashikoma managed to keep the core in the midfield. Both teams just jousting, jostling, looking for whatever advantage they can get.
Yeah, Mirameg opting for a dribble there, but difficult to dribble on Oni Village in overtime with the speed lanes on the side, giving additional speed to both core and players. And Mirameg taken off the pitch once again. Octavia, one of the weaker strikers in terms of stagger or HP, and is very easy to KO, but with her speed, she can generally avoid a lot of things. As Mirameg now back on the pitch for the power play situation down, but I Love Pixelmon gets a barrier despite Megaverse's great clears, and Fudgy Waffles with the flip up in the corner, keeping it in the corner, trying to get it past Megaverse, but unable to, and a flip burned by Kashikoma to get it out. Fudgy Waffles almost getting the link. I Love Pixelmon almost getting the core flip, but not quite making it work, and Fudgy Waffles using the entirety of Estelle's kit, but unable to make the goal here. Mirameg now pushing up the field with the flow state and is able just to get it right by Kilius. A slightly mistimed primary means that Mirameg is able to get it past, and now they have a chance to go up 2 sets with Octavia. That's just so strong.
It is indeed, especially if you're getting lucky on the drafts. Like, imagine you're going to esports right now, you lose this set, you get jump scared by the cast the last with Mirameg being first pick. Right now, they're probably desperately looking to make sure that doesn't happen. They do need to tighten up and make sure they can take those drafting options away from Mirameg, just as they look to take Mirameg off the map as well, though he does manage to survive being staggered, does manage to survive Pixelmon sitting on him, and now is looking to take this barrier away from the side of Goats. But great defense once again from Fudgy Waffles and I Love Pixelmon. And Kilius, though it never really got to him even there, the forwards playing some excellent defense there. Just making sure Mirameg does not get the opportunities he wants. And also the angle there from Kilius, keeping it away from Octavia. The level of play that is being shown right now from the side of Goats, just in terms of shutting down Mirameg, is incredible. But it's every single moment that Mirameg gets an opportunity. He cooks, he gets those barriers, he gets those goals. So it is kind of a ticking time bomb situation.
Yeah, when it comes to Octavia, like you basically have windows of opportunity where she isn't taking over the game. But when that flow state is up, you very rarely have the ability to make an offensive play. Fudgy Waffles almost doing so with the core flip there, but now they have a chance. Ghost has a chance now. Fudgy Waffles blinking in with the Rose Ward, but Mirameg with a perfectly timed primary just surprises Kilius, and he's just slightly out of position. And they go up 2 sets. And now this draft is incredibly important for both teams. And Castellas is here, but Octavia is last pick.
That is a little rough for Mirameg, but still, these teams can get something of value. Spark of Focus for Megaverse there, which is great considering that he also has Spark of Resilience. That's going to scale pretty well. I Love Pixelmon getting that bulk up along with peak performance and tempo swing. That damage is going to be, just pumping out. And now Mirameg with a Super Surge getting that extra speed he wants. It looks like almost everybody got something they wanted here, though I do want to say that maybe Goats gets a little bit of an edge here from this draft, though Kilius was forced to deny. But if I Love Pixelmon can capitalize off that extra power, that extra damage that he's getting from tempo swing, from bulk up, and shut down Mirameg, this game could swing in their favor.
Mirameg somehow coming out there with a Super Surge on Octavia. And so now having 2 Awakenings that power up that flow state initially means that every time Mirameg uses flow state, they're going to be so incredibly fast, Fembison. And how do you deal with an Octavia that is immediately going Mach 20?
Like
well,
that.
I guess that's how you do like.
And this is what I'm saying. Like that, it's that extra damage from bulk up. And not to mention Fudgy Waffles taking that heavy impact and then be able to get those kills. They're just that marginal amount of damage is going to make a big difference, because they were able to kill Mirameg before. They were able to set those up, but now they're going to be able to do it more consistently. They're going to be able to shut down those windows more when Mirameg does not have the flow state up. And as I'm talking, Pixelmon also stuffs Megaverse with an incredibly well-timed dash punch. Great pass there from Fudgy Waffles, finding that tight shot setup. And now Goats Esports finally taking an early lead.
I love Pixelmon calling out Mega versus Dribble off the bottom there and just reading the forward dribble and immediately catching it with Dash Punch on a Kai that had basically no abilities left. But Kai using the Giga Blast there, Megaverse with a great snipe for the first barrier. But Mirameg taking off the pitch once again. I think these damage trainings are starting to pay dividends for Goats Esports, and they might see a comeback.
It does indeed look like it. It looks like Mirameg can't handle it enough. And now with that 3v2, they're going to easily find this goal through Kashikoma and Megaverse. Fudgy Waffles and Pixelmon able to collapse while they're taking a 2-0 lead in this set. That draft might have swung things in their favor. Like, seriously, this could be the start of the reverse sweep. And now all three of them have core flip as well. Once again, we mentioned the fire up start at the start of this match. But now it looks like it one more time. Fudgy was forced to burn his, but still Kilius and Pixelmon with one each of their own. Kilius forced to use one there to save the situation. But they are able to get a kill on Mirameg because the pressure is definitely there from that tempo swing bulk up peak performance Julie. And now another kill with the flip gives his life to take the barrier, but it's 2v1. What can Kashikoma do? Great Rose Warp there. Fudgy Waffles tries to win with his own, trying to strike war with his own War Start, but great defensive from Kashikoma. And both teams are actually going to be able to stall and reset. Though now, Oceano Corflip is down a full barrier, and Fudgy Waffles just dribbles off the corner. Crystal Thorns, and it's in. The set is to the side of Goats Esports, and this might be the start of a huge reverse 3-0.
Yeah, Fudgy Waffle showing why he's the number 3 midfielder in the NASL.
No,
and
now he's number 3 midfielder world. Don't you know? Haven't you
number 3
seen the stream
midfielder
title?
world. I have been corrected, folks. Yeah, just making some great plays. But we talk about the Octavia being the scaler, right? But now Megaverse is scaling with triple Spark. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
the Sparkle Strength dropping in this draft, so unable to win the mayoral race. Is Megaverse, but also if we look at the Juliet, I love Pixelmon. That is a Juliet page of all time,
No,
right? We have the
kidding.
stagger, and we have the tempo swing, and we have the knife's edge. No one is safe from I love Pixelmon. Look at that damage!
That was a little disgusting. I just watched Mirameg. I mean, we both just watched Mirameg's health bar get deleted. I don't really think it matters whether or not Megaverse got that third spark, even if it's a Jill, even if he has all that speed, especially with that Jack button playstyle. If Pixelmon can just pick and choose at any point to delete someone off the map, like, what was that?
Yeah, I love Pixelmon channeling some windows right now and control, delete, end process, not even end task right now on Mirameg. And Mirameg with this very low stagger Octavia is still able to get the speed and make it work, but not quite getting there, and now is just under threat at all times. A single dash punch, 2/3 of Mirameg's HP gone.
Yeah, and it's forcing him to play so safe. You see him avoiding those edges. He knew that if he went to the edge there to try and do anything, Fudgy Waffles had to flip to kill him. Though actually now, Oceano Corflip manages to find a kill in a clutch moment. They have a power play opportunity on an open goal, and now Mirameg and Kashikoma might be able to shut down this comeback early. Mirameg does get the flow state. That Super Surge Chrono Boost giving him so much speed to start off with, but they do manage to stall it out. He is still flowing, but Pixelmon hits him so hard, and that angle is also disgusting. Managed to sneak through Kashikoma and Megaverse. So many things just happened in that point. What?
Yeah, I mean, I love Pixelmon truly living up to the Awakening Knife's Edge and living on the Knife's Edge as Megaverse gets the snipe, but then comes back, gets the dash punch for all of Mirameg's stagger, and the demon angle for the goal. Nobody ready for any of that as Kashikoma goes for a flip, but just barely misses the piercing shot. Kilius with a great thing, and Mirameg, literally, dash punch is all of your health. How do you play this, Fembison?
I'm honestly not sure. Right now, Mirameg is on the one hand, there is some benefit to this, right? Mirameg is drawing all of the damage, and he's not that easy to kill because he still does have that speed. But he's kind of locked up in like the prison of the enemy goal box right now, and now they finally managed to get the kill on him, trying to get a power play opportunity. But Kashikoma and Megaverse with all that speed are going to be able to like stall this out with all that offensive pressure. They're going to be able to keep it on that side of the field. Now both of them have a flip. Pixelmon has one of his own, but it may not be enough. The great piercing shot from Fudgy Waffles there managed to open up the goal on the side of Oceano Corflip, and Pixelmon once again finding the kill on Mirameg. This match is insane. It just feels like it's Mirameg versus Pixelmon, with Mirameg just doing his best to survive and look for what opportunities he can. And now Oceano Corflip under pressure on their back foot as Ghost Esports tries to press, but Fudgy Waffles accidentally brings the Rose Ward back, and now the tables turn one more time. So many things are happening in this game so fast, characteristic for Octavia. And now, great shot placement from Mirimek off the top edge of the goal. Almost hits the corner to bounce it out, but perfectly places it around Pixelmon, around Kilius. And Mirimek showing that Oshino Coreflip wants to put this game to bed.
Yeah, Ghost Esports, despite having the ability to basically delete the Octavia on command, is struggling to find the plays. Even when Mirimek is so low on stagger that they have to play in the enemy's barrier, the distraction from the last point on the enemy barrier ended up getting it taken away by Kashikoma. They didn't get the score in the end, I believe, but Mirimek still able to take a hard place and make it work for them on this Octavia with infinite speed. So it's really just a battle of who can keep the Octavia alive and what can they do when the Octavia is no longer present.
Yeah. Now, despite getting the kill on the Octavia, there was just so many cooldowns spent trying to take her off the mat. There was none left for defending. Kashikoma is very easily able to capitalize on that, get the gold barrier, I should say, and is looking for the goal. And now Fudgy Waffles is actually at risk of going down with a great time evade, manages to avoid the base shot. Mirimek looking for a goal of his own. And finally, Fudgy does go down. Great piercing shot from Kashikoma there off the Rose Warp. The flow state is shut down for Mirimek, but it is still 3v2. Even if Octavia is not flowing, she is another body. She has another body that can strike the core, and that is an advantage. But as I say it, it's 3v2 again, and it doesn't even matter. They're blowing all these cooldowns, that which means Kashikoma can just capitalize and score just like that. And now it's actually match point for the side of Oshino Coreflip, despite Pixelmon having all that damage, despite Fudgy Waffles having that twin drive, heavy impact aerials as well. They spend too much on killing Mirimek and don't have enough to deal with the rest.
Yeah, I mean, if you spend everything just going for the KO and it just takes too long to do, you have nothing for defense, you have nothing for offense. You just are going to get run over by this Oshino Coreflip team. The Octavia pick just paying dividends in both offense and defense. Look at this pressure that she's able to do even without flow state, and now the flow state is active. Dribbling down the field, but gets intercepted by I Love Pixelmon. Mirimek using the base drop to keep up the flow state. Almost gets the goal from the core flip and the strike, but then misses it, and I Love Pixelmon says Octavia.exe is performing an illegal operation and must be terminated.
Finally managing to get that kill on Mirimek in an opportunity where they can capitalize, but it looks like Megaverse and Kashikoma are just going to be able to hold it down. They force the flip out, but they're still down a barrier, and Kashikoma off the flip pass from Megaverse. Great coordination there, just Rose Warps it in through Kilius, and Goats Esports goes down a match. It is 1-1. Oshino Coreflip versus Goats Esports. This series is going to Game 3.
Game 3 indeed, Fembison. We talked so much about the damage from the Juliet, the speed from the Octavia, but a lot of that game came down to the midfielders of those two Estelles getting the right Rose Warps, surprising virtually everybody in the lobby to grab those goals. And
Yeah.
the rare Octavia pick from Mirimek, not a known Octavia player, paying just absolute dividends for this team of Oshino Coreflip and securing them the win on probably one of the harder maps to secure a win on.
Yeah, no, that game took so many turns. I was at one point I was like, no way, Oshino Coreflip can win this now, right? Especially after after Ghost Esports won that set and got that insane draft. And then was able to, try to extend that into Pixelmon becoming just an absolute laser cannon for the leading Octavia off the map. But what ended up happening was because Mirimek is able to draw so much aggro, because Mirimek exerts so much pressure on that nasty Chrono Boost Octavia pick, right? Especially because he got that Super Surge, because every time he hits flow state, he's now a super dangerous threat. It was just so unexpected how much that was going to matter.
And the Goats Esports team was pressuring Mirimek very well. If we look at the redirects here, Mirimek actually down over 70 redirects from the rest of the team, despite being Octavia, one of the redirect monsters of the game. So Goats Esports able to pressure the Octavia, but just not quite able to take advantage of not only the power plays, but also just having the cooldowns available to get through Megaverse's defense. Megaverse putting up 98 saves that game and kind of making it look easy in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Megaverse's defense, I mean, both goalies' defense was on point, but something else to mention about goals and goalies, right? Meg was dancing in the enemy goal box like all the time. And so when they killed him as well, right? Like this, like he's pressuring Kilius, he's pressuring Fudgy Waffles. He's he's forcing them to use some cooldowns to defend himself. When they finally get the kill on him, he's dying on their side of the map. All three of them are clumped up there. Kashikoma and Megaverse have a pretty easy time defending that 3v2 because they're all on the enemy side of the field. They're not where they want to be. They're not where they need to be to press that offense, to take that barrier away from Megaverse, especially on a map where it's very easy for a goalie to hold on to one barrier for a very long time. Not to mention Kashikoma being so good at capitalizing in those moments of weakness, right? For Goats Esports, just using Estelle's tricky Rose Warp ability to do, so many things. And finally, we load into Game 3, the final thing. Another Zentaro ban comes out. Of course, the Ivy ban comes out as well. Night Market, probably the most popular map, I think, currently to be playing on. A lot of things can happen here, and whoever wins this match, probably pretty good chances of making it pretty far in this tournament. Not that they've already, not that they haven't already.
Night Markets is definitely one of the maps of all time right now. Currently, the kind of like sibling to Atlas Lab currently. Kashikoma opting for a Vice here, so it looks like Oshino Core Flip going for the more damage-oriented composition, as opposed to Goats looking for more of the Era core control. And Night Market notably being one of Era's better maps, right? She likes those tight quarters. She likes the ability to shrink as many things as possible. She loves taking the strike war with her speed. Very, very nice for Era to kind of use this map, and then also buffing the Juliet for just larger Juliet plays, more damage in general. Just one of her maps that she just loves. And I Love Pixelmon actually taking it to Kashikoma, who started with Prize Fighter, and saying, no, I am the champion of this arena right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He is the champion of this arena with the pummelers, with the Prize Fighter. Finds that early KO, finds that early goal as well. Great offensive backup there from Kilius, not to mention, as Goats Esports takes a quick 1-0 lead over Oshino Core Club and sets Kashikoma back a whole stack of Prize Fighter, which is kind of a hard thing to come back from, especially when the enemy team is also running Prize Fighter, right? They're going to be able to kill you more often, meaning you're never going to be able to build those stacks as long as they're finding those kills. And now Meg looking for an opportunity of his own, trying to get a little bit of damage on Kilius. The punches are coming out, trying to tag him wherever he can, but can't quite seem to find any opportunities for anything big right now, as both teams finally go down that first barrier. And now Meg actually tries to take out on Pixelmon, but the dash punch isn't going to be enough. And now Pixelmon and Fudgy Waffles with the Tornado almost get this barrier, but great defense from Megaverse. That direct goalie coming clutch. Both teams actually running that. It's looking kind of like even.
Inside you, Fembison, there are two lizards. One takes Strike Shot and Spark of Agility, and the other takes Strike Shot and Prize Fighter. Interesting to see the Prize Fighter actually come out from Kilius here, especially against the damage composition of Oshino Core Flip, as we see Mirabek get a Core Flip KO to get their stack of Prize Fighter back and try and turn this around in their favor, but getting staggered anyway.
Absolutely. And now Meg, despite being staggered, manages to take the barrier, now open up the goal for the side of Goats Esports, giving his life in the process. But we've seen this situation before last game. This 2v3 situation isn't exactly doomed for Megaverse and Kashikoma as it was in game 1. And now what a great Drekar special there, firing the court like an ICBM across the map, trying to get it into the goal, but can't quite get it just yet. Now Kashikoma and Meg looking to put the pressure on, but great defense on the side of Pixelmon and Kilius and Fudgy Waffles. They're holding on strong. Both teams just jostling for what advantage they have. The flip comes out from Kashikoma and he pockets it top side. Finally, Goats Esports goes down a goal as well. That was a long point.
Yeah, just an incredible call out from Kashikoma there. Seeing I Love Pixelmon ready for the lower shot, which looked to be the more easy one. And Kilius actually tried to strike shot it there too, timed it well, but Mirabeg actually tanked the strike shot, I believe, and was able to just block that from happening, and Kashikoma was able to just slot it in the top right corner, taking a nice 1-1 in this set.
Absolutely, and now Fudgy Waffles actually staggered all the way on the back half of the map. Both midfielders actually staggered, hanging back a little bit, trying to avoid dying. The punch comes out from Pixelmon, clearing the space for him to get that barrier and open up the goal. And now Fudgy, despite being staggered at the start, managed to get or walk all the way back across the map and get that goal in. Now with a flip, and is rewarded with a flip for it as well.
I Love Pixelmon made some incredible dribbling plays off the barrier there to just kind of mix up Megaverse and get that barrier for that goal. And Fudgy kind of just almost pulling a Xeno cloak of his own, just in the right place, right time, and the team of Oshino Core Flip unable to see that capitalization.
Indeed, but now Mirameg, despite being staggered, finds one barrier, is looking for two, but Killy is just going to quickly take him off the map with a shotgun special combo. The dash punch takes another barrier on the side of Oshino Corporate as well. The flip comes out from Pixelmon, trying to take Kashikoma off the map now. Not just the barrier, but can't quite seem to extend that advantage. And now Mirameg finally back up, hunting down I Love Pixelmon, but he's going to be able to survive, surprisingly, despite being near death twice there.
Megaverse went for that KO, but was unable to as the core was heading right for his goal, so he had to turn back around and make sure that that barrier didn't happen. And in exchange, I Love Pixelmon and Fudgy Waffles are able to get the KO onto Kashikoma, and now the team of Oshino Core Flips has no prize fighter stacks compared to 2 and 3 on the side of Goats Esports. So with this prize fighter lead, the pressure they're able to exert on the entire team of Oshino Core Flip is going to be staggering.
Indeed, that is if they can continue to set or win the set, and it looks like they just might, but great defense from Megaverse there, and instead the tables are going to be turned. But now you're down 5 stacks of prize fighter on this set point. It is going to be an uphill battle, especially with an Era on the other side, being able to buff that Pixelmon, Pixelmon's Julie, and not to mention Tornado just dominating an entire quarter of play, let alone when if Fudgy managed to get Monumentalist, I should say if. Right? And especially with the flip as well. Despite being even on barriers, this is a bit disadvantageous for the side of Oshino Core Flip right now. Kashikoma already down to half health. The flip comes out from Fudgy, manages to open up the second barrier and the goal as well. Pixelmon coming in with a flip of his own very soon, just waiting on it, looking for whatever opportunity he can get. Also stalking around Kashikoma, maybe hunting for this KO, threatening it a little bit. Just looking for whatever chance he can get to affect the game a little bit. Finally gets that flip open, has a huge scoring opportunity, and of course gonna pocket it through the bottom. Not much Dret could do there, just a little bit too slow. Pixelmon just sort of stalking and managing to find that surprise opportunity, and Goats Esports gonna go up a set, despite it being very close.
The power of Prize Fighter really is showing its face right now, Fem Bison. The team of Oshino Core Flip unable to maintain energy advantage due to the Prize Fighter pressuring them, keeping them staggered, keeping them on the back foot, forcing them to evade, use that energy. And Kashikoma here opting for the quick strike over some of Vice's best awakenings, likely not only for the midfield pressure, right? Night Market tends to be ping-pong the animation, but also getting additional energy from that quick strike will help Kashikoma be more evasive and hopefully not be taken off the pitch as much. Unfortunately for I Love Pixelmon, that is not the case.
Indeed. Not to mention Fudgy Waffles getting that cast last on the arrow, rewarded for his great play there with the first pick in the draft. Now going to be able to dominate the game that much more with one of Era's best awakenings. Also, Pixelmon, despite going down a Sacrifice Fighter, does have that bulk up to compensate just a little bit, so he's not down and out entirely just yet in terms of power. Now, Oshino Core Flip managing to pressure well, though, even though Mirameg almost dies off their goal box. And Kilius instead combos with the shotgun into strike shot to finish the kill, and now it's another power play opportunity for Goats Esports. And Fudgy Waffles so fast, using that tornado to try and cut some space there. Can't quite find the opportunity, but the pressure is still on even after Mirameg respawns. The reset isn't quite there yet, and Pixelmon, despite no prize fighter, Julie is still a great scoring forward as well. Manages to get that dash punch in, get that barrier. Mirameg returns the favor, but it's going to rebound right back to Megaverse. And now Fudgy Waffles and Pixelmon are looking to collapse with Kilius as well. The flip in the back forces it forward off the corner. What a great tornado for Fudgy Waffles, sniping off the map, and Kashikoma traps himself with the supernova. Oh my god. Goats Esports just incredibly well played there from them, and Kashikoma checkmated in his own goal box.
I don't know if you want to take notes on that, Aimi, because that was just unfortunate timing from Kashikoma to just watch the core slowly eke by them and just walk right into the goal despite the supernova being channeled. Fudgy Waffles with a crazy Maelstrom snipe, allowing that goal to even happen in the first place. Megaverse just kind of caught off guard by the magical Maelstrom from Fudgy Waffles and just taken off the pitch. And with no goalie, it's very easy for this GOATS team to just take advantage.
Even 3v3, they're looking pretty dominant. I mean, there's not much you can do when Era is keeping you out of the game permanently with that cast the last primary, right? Look at Mirimeg right now. He got beamed like 5 seconds ago. He's still small. Finally comes back into the game, but can't quite seem to find any opportunity as Fudgy Waffles and Pixelmon are already collapsing. Fudgy with a great dribble off the top corner as Pixelmon passes it up to him and finds the goal in the top pocket as well. And now GOATS Esports are kind of running away with it.
The team's hands have been shown, Fembison. On the side of GOATS Esports, it's virtually all damage awakenings except for maybe Fudgy Waffles on the Castellas. Whereas Kashikoma, Megaverse, and Mirimeg, if you look at their pages, they look more like they're trying to keep control of the core, try and make those scoring plays on the Twin Drive Juliet. But they're just getting, not only are they getting KO diffed right now, they're also just Fudgy Waffles and Kilius are just putting on a clinic in the midfield and keeping the core on the enemy side because it's just constantly power play. And the most savable goal comes out as Megaverse just eats a dash punch and the magical Maelstrom from Fudgy Waffles and just a clean 3-0 from GOATS Esports.
Yeah, that was... I popped off there just in my seat, because what a tornado timing from Fudgy Waffles to stuff that core flip from Megaverse. Nothing he could do at all. And now he's rewarded again with the prime time. I mean, if you're Mirimeg right now, you're just shaking your head, right? You know you're out of the game permanently at this point. Whether or not you live or die doesn't matter. Era functionally makes you dead.
Yeah, the Castellas beam is already a huge thorn in the side of any Juliet player. And now with Prime Time, having the ability to beam not once but twice means that Mirimeg just might not get to play the game almost ever again, including being taken off the pitch by I Love Pixelmon, saying, you know, Era might functionally KO you, but how about I just actually KO you?
Exactly, not to mention I Love Pixelmon able to reset his cooldowns with that perfect form Julie special. And now, looking to get some more resets as well, takes the first barrier, looking for the opportunity to take the second, but Mirimeg comes right off and back into the fray and actually manages to open up the goal for his team to try and give them an opportunity to get back into this match. He is not down and out just yet. And despite Pixelmon and Kilius stacking the damage on him, he is still a bit of a threat. But as I say, I mean, the perfect form lets Pixelmon reset that dash punch and just get it right through, and now gets the barrier as well. I may have spoken a bit too soon, Caster's Curse, as Fudgy Waffles is looking to line up that tornado, but a great play from Kashikoma there to just stall out some time, keep it away, rotate it around, give his team time for Mirimeg to come back up, and also maybe an offensive opportunity. And now as Megaverse with the flip, unfortunately just whiffs the strike as Fudgy Waffles sneaks it right by him.
The power of the Era is really showing right now. Vice, a well-known damage character, not the best at core control, not really having the speed, not having too much mobility. Thunderstruck does allow you to teleport, her secondary ability, but it is slow. It's not generally used for its teleporting ability. It's more used for its pressure against the enemy players and against goalies to make plays and damage. But the Era has the speed, has the magical Maelstrom to shut down lanes, has so many more tools than the Vice, and I think it's really showing here in this play from GOATS Esports.
Absolutely, and now GOATS Esports, despite Fudgy Waffles being on the edge of dying, manages to, you know, just be fast, as Era does, scoot around, not die, and actually even snipe a barrier as Pixelmon, with a flip of his own, is looking to get a chance as well. Uses it instead to just take Kashikoma out of the game. This time it's Mirimeg who gets to live, but not much better for the side of Ocean No Corflip, as they're still forced to deal with a 2v3, especially against Fudgy Waffles and Pixelmon. Pixelmon just keeping Megaverse away from any possible defense, hitting him over and over again as Fudgy Waffles gets the easiest shot of his life. Incredible coordination there, and it's match point and possibly the end of the series.
Fudgy Raffles credited with that goal, but that goal was all I Love Pixelmon, because they are just, their strike accuracy right now is just incredible, hitting some of the craziest strikes I've ever seen, some of the craziest dribbles to mix up Megaverse. I Love Pixelmon is just putting on an absolute Juliet clinic right now, and match point, no barriers for either team. This is basically Goats Esports' game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, Oshino Corflip does have a chance to get back into this game right now. Miri Meg playing very well around that tornado, and as I say it, what a great positioning moment from Kashikoma. Sets up that supernova as Miri Meg dribbles it into them. Great coordination from them as well, showing that Pixelmon and Fudgy Waffles are not the only incredible forward duo in this match. And trying to get back in this match. It's still match point, though. They need to win 3 points in a row. That was one of them, but they're definitely on the back foot here.
Yeah, if Oshino Coreflip can secure this, but with 2 flips in front of the net, it's not going to happen. I Love Pixelmon flipping right in front of Megaverse, and Megaverse, no options left, no ability. The Lizard with the strike shot and Spark of Agility just getting pushed out by the other Lizard currently, and Goats Esports take it over Oshino Coreflip 2-1. Very well played from the side of Goats Esports.
Very well played from Goats Esports indeed. And if you actually look at the stats here, Kilius basically, Megaverse touched the ball so much more than Kilius did, but I kind of felt like Kilius ended up having more game impact, right? He was moving up on offense. And I mean, Kilius' whole thing is that he was like the eject button Drakkar player. And so he is used to doing that. And I think that was another just deciding factor in that game as well, not to mention just, you know, the absolute domination from Fudgy Waffles and Pixelmon there on that pitch. Fudgy Waffles, of course, getting the Dream Era draft, but you do have to talk about the goalie difference there, the playstyle difference in particular. Even though Megaverse was absolutely holding it down against 2 very strong forwards, at the end of the day, Kilius is going to be able. If Kilius has all that space to walk up and uses it, that's just so much more impact in the game as a whole.
Yeah, I think it just shows in the saves, right? Kilius with only 43 saves, just looking at the saves numbers, it seems like, oh, Kilius wasn't doing that great. But Megaverse with 75 saves means that Fudgy Waffles, I Love Pixelmon, and Kilius were able to put so much pressure on the side of Oshino Coreflip that they were able to just make Megaverse's life miserable on that Drakkar, and having to make as many plays as possible and still, unfortunately, letting the goals through that mattered, right? And the damage on the side of Goats Esports really showing its strength, despite Kashikoma picking up the vice for that damage composition on the side of Oshino Coreflip. So I think Oshino Coreflip just got a little bit outplayed in the overall midfield portion, as Kashikoma just unable to stay alive a lot of the time from the coordination of I Love Pixelmon and Kilius using the prize fighter, and Fudgy Waffles just keeping that beam going on either teammates or enemies and just forcing them not to play the game.
Absolutely. And, you know, outplayed or outdrafted even Era is just such a dominant midfield pick on that map. We saw what the Tornadoes were doing. We saw what the Beams were doing. It's hard to say, right? Especially with how strong the characters on the map. But that will be concluding the winners quarters round, and also me and Lyrica's time in the caster's booth today as we cut to a break. Lyrica, do you have anything you want to say before we go and hand it off to the next set of casters, which I believe is K-Bot and Spooked Altar?
I don't have anything in particular to say. I just want to say it's been a pleasure casting with you, Fem Bison, and I appreciate the opportunity to cast today and watch this incredibly high-level tournament play out the rest of the time. I'm very excited to see how the tournament progresses.
Absolutely. I guess I will shout out my friend who did my makeup today. Bless her. Because I look incredible. Also, it was a pleasure to cast with you as well. And please, guys, watch this tournament. This is a stacked tournament. That series was incredible, especially game 2 being so off the walls, right? But we'll be saying goodbye now. Bye-bye.
I do actually have a shout out for AfreecaTV for sponsoring this tournament and allowing this invitational to happen in the first place. Thank you so much, Africa. And Fem Bison and Lyrica out.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the AfreecaTV Omega Strikers Invitational. We started the day with 16 teams and now are down to just 8. My name is K-Bot, joined by Spooked Alter. Spooked, how you doing this evening?
I'm doing great, fantastic. As we've seen some really nice games so far, and it seems this one we're going to be getting into Quest Esports versus Demons Raw. But I heard wind of something happening with the Demons roster.
Yeah, so apparently Snake has to leave. I don't know what for. Apparently it was planned ahead of time. And Enoch is coming in as the Demons Raw substitute in order to play this one, with Quest Esports coming at this full steam ahead. By the way, Quest has been playing phenomenally today. Of course, they went 3-1 in the Swiss stage, only dropping their series to Sad Boys. And before this match started, I got a DM from Mr. Nassel Champion sub himself, Hamster Quest, saying Quest Esports wants to know when these games get hard. With
Wow.
Octavia Shades yawn. So I don't know. Maybe playing against the second best team in the country is hard enough for you, Mr. Hamster Quest, because that's what you're about to get, although it won't be Demons Raw at full form.
Yeah, I mean, quite the ego they seem to have piled up on themselves, as we can tell from that. But, I mean, that ego would only grow stronger getting this win, even with Snake being replaced here for a little bit. But I think that maybe this just might be what they need. A little real world put into them to know their place a little more. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how this game goes. Really will decide the attitude that Quest Esports goes into almost all future tourneys.
You see the map selection taking place right now. As a reminder, of course, there are 5 maps in the ranked mode rotation right now, and each team will get the opportunity to ban one away from the series, and then all that's left to do is pick the order of the maps, where the first team will pick slot in the first one, the second team will slot in the second one, and the remaining map will be the deciding map. What I will say is that Demons Raw was the first ban, so they're the team that banned away Clarion, and interestingly enough, Quest Esports electing to ban away Oni Village, meaning that Inky's Splash Zone, or as I saw it referred to today as Demon Splash Zone, is in the game, and indeed Demons Raw is electing to leave that as the quality insurance in Game 3.
Yeah, definitely seeing an Inky's play would definitely be really fun. But we know Demons Raw really likes that map. They have a pretty good track record on it. So that is, as you put it, that safety net right there and then. But it seems our first game is going to be taking place on Night Market. Quite a staple map. Definitely has a lot to show in terms of your solo play, but also your team play, how well you can utilize who gets that speed gate and win. So it's going to be nice to see what happens here.
We'll see what happens. As we mentioned, we're excited to continue watching this Quest Esports roster as they've continued to scale up over the course of the day. We'll see whether or not they can bring the heat here to the defenders of the underworld. We're getting right into things now in our first little part of Striker Select, and it'll be interesting to see what the bans are. Of course, this is going to be very Awakening dependent, but one thing I'm looking out for here is what Hamster Quest specifically is going to play. He can flex around between a lot of different strikers, most often opting for those damage-heavy dealers, and in this case, looks like the Drakkar and the Luna both getting banned away by our teams here.
Yeah, I mean, Luna, definitely a strong pick, high damage. So, and by the what we're awakenings or what character selection we're seeing already so far, it looks like we're going to be getting definitely a very high damage, high KO game. Gumi playing Aragoli is not something I've seen very often, but it is something I am definitely looking forward to. And we see a mirror of Era as well here. So definitely has to be some high damage awakenings.
Have to imagine that, especially with a X plus Julie combination. Actually, it's not much in the way of high damage. It's Demolitionist up, but even still, the fact that it's Demolitionist could mean that we're going to be seeing even more damage come out, as once you get that refresh on your cooldowns, especially on a character like Juliet, it is so impactful. As you see one connect there for Switch, now it's going to have that dash punch combination send it right towards the second barrier. That's Quest Esports looking to strike first here. Switch in the corner, has it here, and Toasty Local actually is going to be the one on the cyber swipe forward to send it home.
Definitely a nice early goal for this high ego boosted team right now. They're definitely feeling it. They're definitely in their mojo dojo, looking to make a play here. Now, what we got to look out for though is that X and Era definitely really heavily known for scaling extremely well together. So it's going to be hard to say here who wins this first set is really the winner of the match. Who knows so far, but Teams 1 barrier is already down on the side of Quest here. So we're going to have to see how they play it out. They're trying to get the dash punch to get Gumi, but they are going to take one barrier off on it.
Switch knocked around quite a bit. Kainoob in the X Maximus will finish the job there. And now it's right on up to Enoch. Toasty Local going to commit the energy burst to send it away. And one gold barrier will stay up on both sides of the pitch here. Kainoob right back down, making fantastic use of that middle speed boost here on Night Market. Now, unfortunate angle. That flip is going to get sent right back to Demon's Raw net, but now here's the Fiery Flurry. There's the Bell Ringer to find the KO. Two members will go down for Quest Esports, and Demon's Raw will strike right back.
Maybe I misspoke in saying that Era X need to scale. Maybe they've already reached max potential, or what just potential they need to get 2 KOs in a singular round right there, as we see. And they're already getting one barrier, lost one of their own, but it's not okay because they lost another one, but they get the core flip off and get a KO. It seems we definitely have a, quite a running theme here, as one side loses KOs, but the other side is trying to get those barriers. Now they just have to get one goal, but the barrier drops as well. Both sides open net.
And this is the Demon's Raw playstyle. Although it looks a little bit different, it is get in your face and find as many KOs as possible. It's exactly what they're doing here. Just this time around, they're doing it with two brawlers because they know they have enough speed thanks to the fact that it's Gumi on the Era playing Twin Drive. That was the other starting awakening, which is insane that we haven't really brought that up at all as a pivotal point in this. But it's why you see two Eras on the map. That Flutterfly with the increased speed is allowing for mobility and a decent amount of core control, but it's offering it just on both sides as well. As you see Quest Esports once again striking right back in response. They find the double KO there with that Flutterfly speed.
Yeah, the speed boost is just really insane, and this Era is definitely moving really fast, especially with those momentum boots here. And having someone stay back a little bit just to get that speed boost really makes midfield from two brawlers able to be easily grabbed. So definitely showing the strengths